Okay. Hey, guys, what's going on? It's Mike's from LiveMyAssOff.com. Glad you're here for the ride. Was just making sure the streaming was going okay, and it looks like it is, which is awesome. I've done a couple of different things this morning. Not the least of which is I popped out the live chat onto my big screen over there in my living room, thereby allowing me to basically make sure that I acknowledge people for super chats, because that was something that I was talking with a buddy about the other day, and I was like, it kind of bothers me that I don't do that as instantaneously as I would like to, and so I've got the super chat there on the screen, and with any luck, that means I will not miss anything, as well as we got the chat up here, which is awesome. Daniel, great to see you. Rackman, and okay, and liftoff, ladies and gentlemen. Bay Area, Steve, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming by. Hello, SFO. Morning, Todd. Awesome. Oh, me, oh, my, it's that Mike's guy. Aaron, how you doing, man? Honored you guys are coming by. John SoCal, Mike's is in the house. I am, John, and I hope wherever your house is, you're safe and happy, and you're doing the best with basically everything you got. Because I know it's imperfect, or it might not be imperfect. Maybe it's great. Who knows? Greetings from Sydney, David. Good to see you. Thanks a lot for coming by, man. I really appreciate it. And see, my dream is going away. Maybe. Yeah, it could be. Aloha. Good to see you, ERMD. Good to see you, Doc. So I have a protein shake that I'm drinking here at the Cool Kids table this morning, and hopefully that won't be too distracting for anybody. But what I was doing throughout the course of the last couple of days is I'm honored by the amount of people. And Patrick, haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, so what have I been up to, right? Hey, right on. Yeah, so, and to that point, John, thank you very much, by the way, for reaching out to me. I hope that I answered your questions to the best of my ability. I certainly did answer them, but I hope that helped you. And Patrick, haven't seen or heard from Mike in a few days. So again, gratefully, what I've been doing is I've been chatting with a lot of you one-on-one, some via email, like John in Newport Beach, and then also some of you that had scheduled some time, and we just sort of chatted via we used Zoom actually for a couple things, and then hey Captain, and then also just like Google, I guess it's called Meet now, Google Chat, whatever, we use that, and it's been working pretty good. I'm on the laptop today. That was the thing that was the bucket of stuff, which is again only about 3 or 4 little things that I took with me when I was on Koh Si Chang, and that led me to have my little broadcast studio. So I got my Logitech mic, and I got this little laptop, and I got a couple of USB connections. I have a new light over here, actually, so this side of my face, well, you can see the shadow right there. For the most part, it's not as dark as it used to be, which I guess adds value. But it was one of those things on Lazada. It's like, it's only $17 or $20 or whatever it was. I'm like, okay, I'll get it. And completely forgot that I had ordered it, because I ordered it before I started on the Koh Si Chang adventure. But nonetheless, I got some new little, some tech toys that were basically very little in price. John says, yeah, man, got lots of friends there, new and old. Yeah, it's really neat, actually, meeting a lot of you new guys. And I'm amazed that we're over 1,500 subs. I mean, that again, I know that happened a few days ago, but still, it just blows me away. I'm really honored. It's really cool. Anyway, so the reason that I titled this video the title I titled it is I woke up this morning, and probably like a lot of you guys, I get like notifications by Google for or from Google on sort of news feeds, right, that I'm just kind of interested in. And for the most part, it's one of those deals where it's like, if I look at something, then they seem to, like if I read something from Bangkok Post, then shocker, the following morning there's more stuff from Bangkok Post. But I got an email from Grab, and I mean, Grab, Uber, whatever. If you've been over here, you know what Grab is. But they don't just do, and Uber does Uber Eats too, right? But Grab does Grab food. They do Grab deliveries. They do Grab everything, right? So for example, if I open up the app, then you can see here that it is not just, cars, right? I mean, it's, wait, hold on. Is that like really fuzzy for some reason? Anyway, the point is that what it does is it gives you a whole bunch of little icons there. When you can definitely see the icons, even if you can't see what they say. Then, so for the upper left, right, is grab food, grab mart, grab delivery, grab groceries, grab car, grab bike, grab packages, and then a whole bunch of other things. Like, I can get hotels, I can get, a whole bunch of stuff on here. Anyway, so Grab is pretty much one of the go-to places. Oh, John, thank you very much, my friend. $5, dude, that's amazing. They gotta get better lighting fund. Okay, seriously, do you think I need better lighting? Because again, this was not that expensive, but I do have a ring light I can add to me here too. But anyway, hey, I'm honored, John. Thank you, and Lynn. Actually, thank you. You guys are a really awesome team. I really appreciate the super chat. $5, my friend. I really thank you. That's cool. I was missing the Cool Kids table. Well, guess what, dude? We got the Cool Kids table happening right now. And then hopefully everyone just gave John and Lynn a high five. Because I certainly really appreciate it. And if I do, since we're a team here, hopefully you guys do too. It does. Good point, John. And actually, John, I saw one of your comments. Believe it, it came in like early and then it graded out because basically your statement was get me out of this damn country or something like that. So I guess for whatever reason, even though the name of the channel is Live My Ass Off, apparently get me out of this damn, anyway, so I showed it. I laid it through because naturally I'm curious whether you mean like you're over here and Thailand's driving you bonkers, or because of course my first thought was, oh yeah, he means America. And I'm like, well, wait, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's in Australia. And while you guys are wildly successful with not having very many people dead, then it's, but you can't leave, I guess, right? It's kind of sort of the thing. So anyway, Todd says to Rackman, it seems to be fading, meaning his dream, due to the bubble, which is BS. If a person can test negative for COVID, they should be able to go. Yeah, and that's a very good point. And awesome, I'm on the live chat. Well, Dave, your last name, enough said. I just think that is so cool. What's interesting is that I have, I'm grateful for it. But what's very interesting is that I have talked to like 3 Daves, 2 Kevins, 2 Todds, and it's just kind of interesting. So I start talking to him, and John, bless his heart, reminded me, thank you, from Newport. He goes, no, dude, I'm the one from Newport. I'm like, oh, dude, sorry. But John in SoCal, right? It's like, okay, I get that, SoCal's a big place. But anyway, the point is it's been really, really awesome chatting with you guys. And I believe I'm adding value. And I hope I'm adding value. No international travel until a vaccine. You mean into Thailand? Yeah, I've heard that rumor as well. And again, all I'll tell you is that in my experience coming back and forth here and living here since November and obviously going through all of this, is that the Thai government or the Thai medical, whatever it is, whatever the system is that sort of like, promulgates these rules, if you will, and then provides some degree of enforcement, it can change. It can change literally within a couple of days. And sometimes for the good, sometimes for the bad, sometimes for the what? But again, it's a different country and it's a different society and it's a different way of doing stuff. And so that's just the way it is. So anywhere? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I could see all countries, deciding that, but there's the flu shot. Obviously, it's not a vaccine or anything, but anyway. Who knows what's going to happen? But all I can report to you is basically what I experience over here. I could potentially go down I don't know about a rabbit hole, but I could probably have a shiny red ball syndrome going, and I could, tell you guys what I think might happen. But then, again, if I had a crystal ball, right? And forget it, I certainly don't. So I want to talk about the domestic travel that I'm doing. Oh, John and Lynn, I'm in the U.S. My fiance is stuck in a province north of Davao City. Expat lives matter. Yeah, dude, John, that sucks, man. The only thing different is that, like, I'm here, which is, Thailand, I would submit is better, at least for me, for right now. But I have the whole, if you know anything about, my situation, and you've watched a little bit, and if you have, thank you very much. But if you're new to the channel, my asawa, Gracie, is over in the province as well. She's in Hamandan. And while we talk every single day, she shows me pictures of what she's doing and what she's, up to and stuff. It's obviously not the same. And I miss her a lot. And she misses me, thank God. But yeah, it's a real, it's a very real disappointment. And so, but Daniel says, when I purchased my airplane ticket to the Philippines in March, I was fairly confident that there would be no problem getting to the Philippines for vacation in December. Now I'm starting to get nervous. Yeah, December, I mean, the good news here is that it's far away. And the reason I say that's good news is because I think we've all experienced enough, like, not necessarily last minute decisions, but we've experienced enough, changes where it's like, oh, wow, I wasn't sort of expecting that. I wasn't expecting the curfew to be dropped. And to my point for this morning, I wasn't expecting to get a notification from Grab saying, oh, by the way, we're operating 24/7 now. And while there is, there was the talk of the curfew being dropped, it's one of those things. I mean, I'll believe it when I see it, or I'll believe it when I experience it. Is more appropriate actually for me. Todd says that Austria, maybe you meant Australia, but that's okay. Austria apparently shifted their ban in and out till September. Yeah, that's that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, September is kind of far away, but you don't have a magic 8-ball there with you. No, not anymore. All of them were magical. That's why I overpaid for them. But a bump. Just go. Karma is real. Yeah, for sure. So I saw that the 24/7 thing this morning on the app, and I thought, okay, well, I mean, I guess that's just kind of the next indicated step. The doctor says, yes, John and Mike, I can relate. I'm in the same boat. Wife is in Bangkok, and I'm in Honolulu. Oh, man. That's a real bummer. But, the good news is that it's, as far as I know, you can do one flight, right? You can go, can you go Honolulu, Bangkok? I can't remember if there's a carrier that does that without going through like Japan or South Korea or something like that. But in any case, yeah, I mean, again, well, and you could argue that's kind of part of the cool kids table, right? I mean, we sit around and, occasionally we'll sort of compare disappointments. I mean, I like to think that we're like kind of focused on the positive and that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, it's, we can relate, right? And then part of relating too is, I think, laughing, right? I mean, not necessarily laughing at us like, oh, ha, 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 Mike, you can't see your girlfriend. No, I mean, it's just like, yeah, I get it, dude. And, we're making the best of it, I guess. I mean, thank God, guys, right? Like there is like Skype. But I mean, I can talk to Gracie literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 100% for free. And, I mean, I don't know about you guys. We're probably about the same vintage. But when I was a kid and my dad was on the telephone to somewhere, basically outside of a 100-mile radius of where we lived, if I started making noise as a kid, it would be like, Michael, your father's on long distance. And because that was like a big deal. And it was like, it was expensive compared to like what your monthly phone bill was. Even when it got down to, so I had a guy call me, my buddy from San Diego. So we were all having like a big Zoom meeting, right? And so the Zoom meeting ended, and then about 15 minutes later, I get this on my phone. And if you guys have a Thai SIM or any other sort of foreign SIM, traditionally what happens, but specifically to Thailand, is that when someone calls you from a non-Thai number, even if it's from the U.S., it doesn't do the caller ID of that U.S. number. It just it basically picks some random incoming, cell number, and that's what's displayed. And so that picks, I'm like, oh, maybe I have a delivery or something like that, or maybe someone down, whatever. So I answer it, and it's my buddy, Palmer. And so we chatted for It was probably over an hour or something like that. I don't think it was 2 hours. But obviously, he's not in the habit, like most people that haven't come here, that don't know anything about Thailand. He's not in the habit of calling Thailand all the time, right? So he doesn't have like a special plan. He doesn't have like an annual fee. He can call as many times. So he sends me a message the other day, and he goes, dude, that was an awesome conversation, but it cost me $125. And I'm like, oh my God, that is awesome. I mean, it's basically like the 1970s. I mean, if you were to make a telephone call and talk for like over an hour from the United States into Thailand, maybe even only 20 years ago, probably 30, 40, something like that. But the point is, I was like, but and so he says, well, we can use Skype next. I said, we can use whatever you want, dude. I can make it 100% free, So it was really sort of neat. And I'll tell you, it was worth it. And even as I was talking to him, I'm like, dude, I don't really care what it costs. And maybe it was one of those deals where he's like, okay, we'll see what it costs. I've never made a phone call to the other side of the world. Let's see what's going on. Mike sound extra good today. Wow, thank you very much, Captain. You know how much that pleases me. I'm trying not to completely just like jump onto the microphone. I'm trying to do kind of a little bit away, and my the compression that I'm using right now isn't too insane, so I shouldn't be gating a whole lot. But I also wanted to turn the fan on, which I forgot to do. But I also wanted to be able to get rid of some of the white noise. So give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna turn the fan on. I'll be right back. Okay, how many have you counted? 1, 2. Seems like you have a lot of Honolulu viewers. You should do a meetup there. Trust me, dude. If I could get to Hawaii, then that means Gracie could probably get to Hawaii, and that would be an awesome place for us to. It would be so awesome. MetTech says, I'm so sorry I cannot listen. My phone volume is set to 0 because I'm at my friend's house. Okay, no worry. Thank you for stopping by, man. I really appreciate that. Earl, thank you very, very much for the super chat, dude. That is just, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. Guys, that's like $10. That's a 300 baht. I basically, how long have we been on? We've been on just over 15 minutes. And if you know anything about Thailand, you know that basically. Hey, Brian, good to see you, buddy. You got to remember that my last name, right, is Somerville. So when I see something like that really quick, I think, hey, is he giving me a heart? Oh, okay. Yeah, Suckville. I get it where he is. Because, it's all about me. Anyway, so, that's basically again, there's going to be some YouTube percentage, right, that goes away. But at the end of the day, in my mind, I just got $10 in my pocket, right? Well, that's a day's pay for... It's the minimum wage. Let's be clear. And in fact, to be fair, in Bangkok, it's actually more like about 400 to 450 baht. But then the taxes and everything. Anyway, my point, guys, is that that's not nothing. I literally just made very close to what a Thai wage would be like. Certainly, if I was in the province or something like that. If I was one of the Thais that was also on the train that only cost $1.70 to go 6 hours. There's a high likelihood that those people make about 300 to 350 baht a day. And so I'm honored. I'm basically blown away by the fact that, we've all been hanging out here at the Cool Kids table for 15 minutes and, a day's wage, right? So amazing. But yeah, man, I would love to be able to go. In fact, my probably ideal way of getting here from there would be with Gracie. Shocker. Give it hell. Hey, Tony, good to see you, man. Happy birthday, T. Good to see you, man. His birthday is in a similar time than mine is. It was about a week ago, and mine was back on the 28th. And Tony and I have known each other for 26 years, and it is a friggin' honor, dude. Tony is an epic musician. So thanks a lot for swinging by, buddy. The ideal trip would be, whether I'm coming from the U.S. or going back to it, would be through Maui. Honolulu indeed is okay, but I'm a big fan of Maui just because, to be fair, I've also explored it more, and I've been there by myself. I haven't been there with Gracie yet, but I've been there with a friend. And I'm psyched to bring Gracie back there and check it out. The only thing about it, especially after coming to Southeast Asia for a little while, is the price of stuff is like, it's a little bit distracting. However, my first trip to Maui I did in 2010. And if you guys remember 2008, 2009, like really crashing. Well, in 2010, like the economy was still lousy for tourism. And so I went to Maui, and if you know anything about Maui, and you know Kaanapali Beach, and you know sort of towards the end of it, near Black Rock, is the Sheraton. Now that Sheraton, for the most part, like certainly in the last 7 or 8 years, on average, you're looking at about $300 plus dollars per night for the room. I stayed there for 9 days, and I had a convertible rent-a-car. You know how like those, it seems like for some reason, Chrysler, those like those Chrysler convertibles with the giant trunk, like where the convertible goes in. It seems like they didn't sell it. Oh my God, Daniel, thank you very, very much. See, look at that, dude. Guys, I saw the super chat down there. You need a pay raise. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I'll tell you what, the biggest pay raise is all of you guys that are on this chat are coming over here, and we're all going to hang out. That would be amazing. Daniel, I'm honored. Thank you very much, my friend. I really, really appreciate it. So I got the light. Actually, to be honest, I'm not saving up because I really don't, make money, right? I mean, I just have life to live on, and but I do sort of jockey my budget during the months to basically keep it around $2,000, $2,500 a month. And again, you got to remember that includes Gracie. So I mean, we're a team, right? So it's like her expenses that I help fund because we're a team. Dave, cool. Well, you certainly are, my friend. Look at that. You just earned your lastname.com. You're freaking spectacular, buddy. Thank you. I listened to your live streams while hiking, but block the ads. This should make amends. You know what? I can't do it right this second, but I'll tell you what, because of that, Dave, I will absolutely disable ads on this. If you're listening to it right now, I don't believe you guys had any ads, right? I usually try and delete that, so I apologize because it's a default setting now. I mean, one of the downsides to having Super Chat is the fact that YouTube's like, oh, he's willing to generate money, kind of thing, so... And I'm like, anyway. But thank you, Dave. And to that point, I will be sure to turn off ads for this live stream for sure. And I'm honored. Thank you very much for watching, listening, and hanging out and commenting, man. I really, really appreciate it. Captain says Maui is God's vacation spot. Absolutely, dude. It is. It is one of my more favorite places in the world. And the funny thing, I was thinking yesterday, I think I was like in my bedroom and I was moving some stuff around or whatever. Random thought comes into my head because I was thinking about Maui. And I said, I wonder like if Maui basically cost the same to live as it did in, let's say, even Bangkok, because arguably Bangkok, Phuket, the more, certainly, if not the most expensive cities in Thailand, right? Go Mohawk, I've always wanted to go to Hawaii. Well, I tell you what, dude, if you can do some domestic travel, I would highly recommend that. I mean, if you're itching to travel, although to be fair, where you live, I mean, you can almost just get in a car or maybe take an hour flight and cruise down to the Florida Keys. And not necessarily Key West, okay? But there are some places like in Marathon and not Largo, but I mean, anyway, it feels very similar to that. So if you've been down to the Keys, then, but I highly recommend everybody get to Hawaii, because especially if you're like, well, I don't want to lay on a plane forever to go to the tropics, like Mike is over here in crazy Southeast Asia. I do want to acknowledge my buddy Eddie who made the comment. Budget? Yeah, what's funny about me and the way I budget? For the most part, all I do is keep track. Like, I don't traditionally, proactively budget, saying, okay, well, I'm going to not spend this amount of money this month, or I'm going to spend this amount of money, or I'm going to stay on budget, or whatever. Now, again, to be fair, I am acknowledging the fact that it's like, okay, well, if I go buy a laptop, I'm looking at, pretty much about 40,000 baht. And I'm like, nah, I don't need it that bad yet. Because, I mean, again, I'm using basically free laptops. I'm using the $150 laptop right now to run OBS, which is okay. And it's incredibly light, and it can work as a tablet. So I can, like, flip the thing around, flip the screen around. And I was able to, at least from my perspective, quite successfully use that, plus my Logitech cam tethered to my phone, with a couple of other USB devices in the middle of Koh Si Chang Island here in Thailand as my like mobile broadcast studio, right? So I'm like, okay, well, this is kind of cool. If I get a newer laptop, it's going to be massively powered. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be kick-ass, and it's going to weigh like 3 kilos, you know? So I don't know. That's a yeah, Dave. Thank you again. My pleasure. But yeah, Maui is a wonderful spot. But I was thinking, okay, so like if it costs the same amount of money, and let's be clear, that means that I can get a how big is this? 450 square foot, which is not big, but again, it's a 1-bedroom condo in a place with a pool for about $375 a month in Maui. And we have a word in Southern California about vacationing in Maui and paying $375 a month for a 1-bedroom condo, and that word is free. Those don't exist. I believe, I will have to double check, but it was very close with taxes and the cleaning fee and all that. My last Airbnb that I had in Maui, it was close to $375 a night. Now, again, I didn't need this, but actually it was a good deal, believe it or not, because it was right there in Lahaina and I could walk everywhere. It was a 2-bedroom condo, okay? And the kitchen was big, you know, and it had a full oven and all of that. But anyway, it's an interesting sort of thought. Like, would I do that? Would I have been like, well, yeah, I can move to Thailand and it's awesome, and you know, it's close to Gracie basically. But I mean, Gracie's got a U.S. visa, she can come to the U.S. as many times as she wants. You know, over the next, I think it's got 9, probably at least 8 years left on it. I mean, it's a 10-year visa, of course. But she, you know, if she can come to the U.S. and travel everywhere with me, it's like, okay, well, you know, where should we? Because to be fair, like, I mean, if I go back to the U.S., if I have to absolutely live there and, you know, spend significant time there, meaning I'll get like a year lease on something or a dwelling, I'm going to Florida. There's no way I'm going to Southern California. I loved Coronado. I hated the cost. And it's also too cold for me. It's absolutely too cold for me. June gloom exists like all month long. It's not like, I mean, literally the first really, really nice, warm, sunny day Gracie and I had last year when we were there and we were going back to see my folks was literally on July 4th. Like, finally, we had a full day of sun, and they have the, you know, big 4th of July parade. So, but I still wouldn't go cruise back there. I may cruise back there and see some really important people in my life. Miriam is one of them. She was the lady that owned the big house, and she's effectively my stepmom. She's a wonderful, wonderful friend. And I love her, and she took great care of me. She took great care of my mom when my mom came out. They're both friends. They talk on the phone. They send letters. I still send her postcards. I tried to send a postcard the other day to her daughter, Lori, who also lived there, who's a little bit older than I am. And I go to the thing and I'm like, okay, is there any way I can like send this on a plane? He goes, oh, no, I cannot. And he's like, you know, it's only 14 baht for like, I'm like, okay, well, awesome, dude. I've got the 50 cents. Like, can I pay $5 to get this there kind of thing? And he said, no, by boat. I'm like, what? There's no anthrax, dude. Like, why are you know, I mean, I'm not complaining. It's just, it's more funny than anything else, really. So, but anyway, yeah. So I was like, I wonder if I would live there if it was truly that cheap. Would I make Maui my home? You know, because of the ease of it. I mean, and literally, you close your eyes, you walk off of the plane, and you're like, okay, well, I mean, where you're from, Go More Hike, where you're from in Alabama, right? I mean, I'm sure right now you're getting hot and humid all day long, and we could argue you close your eyes and you wake up in Maui, and you're like, okay, well, it's hot and humid, no big difference here so far. You know, you turn your phone on, your phone works exactly the same way that it used to. All of the currency obviously is the same. You didn't need your passport to travel, provided you have the real ID. Even though I don't know if that's like fully enacted yet, but regardless, I got my real ID I got my real ID from the DMV in California before. When I went to the DMV to get this real ID, they knew what the hell I was asking for. She's like, well, don't you already have a real? I mean, sir, you cannot have fake IDs. And I'm like, oh, for the love of God, they got to train these people. And like, no, it's real ID, real. REAL. In other words, you guys are designing it. It's a nationwide thing. You know, it's like, well, we don't really know about it. And so I give her the piece of paper. She says, "Oh wow, you have a lot of identification." I'm like, for the love of God. So I go through, and I had to take the driving exam again, believe it or not, to get my real ID. I'm like, you guys are awesome. You don't have a clue what's going on. But in any case, yeah, I'm a big fan of Maui. To be fair, when I come back to Florida, I can tell you I'm definitely going to cruise over to Alabama. I definitely want to see, the coast, right? Because I'm a beach guy, but I also want to go all the way up the coast, off the west coast of Florida, the Gulf, and then, into probably Louisiana, Alabama. I don't really have a desire to drive all the way over to Texas. I've been to Corpus Christi and stuff, and Texas is interesting, and the people there are awesome, and the cost of living there is very reasonable too, but I definitely want to check out Alabama and Louisiana. I've been to New Orleans, but New Orleans is not really my kind of city. I didn't particularly like it. So, but and Steve says actually La Jolla is a close second. So La Jolla, yeah, it's nice, and there's there's the village, right? So there's sort of the home part of La Jolla, and then there's the more there's the little shops downtown, on Prospect and stuff. And then if you go, north, technically it's not really La Jolla anymore. It's now back into San Diego. You go up to the UTC area, up near where UCSD is, and you get big buildings, right? You get 30, 40 story office buildings and that sort of thing. And some big condos that are in there too. And then, huge townhouse condo complexes. I don't particularly like that part. I do like the village. I do like La Jolla Village. But again, for me, as far as I'm concerned, basically December through June, I dislike the weather. I'm very happy here in hot and humid all day long, and but La Jolla is very nice. Absolutely, I completely agree. The doctor, ERMD96, says, sorry, guy, Hawaii just extended its 14-day quarantine on new arrivals through July. Now, again, I wouldn't just, land. Again, like I said, my ideal transport, right, it basically is we lay over in Maui and then we go to our next destination. So to your point, yeah, that stinks. And obviously that wouldn't work for me. I'm not going to do a 14-day layover and have to quarantine. I wouldn't mind staying in Maui for 14 days if I got a good deal on some stuff, and I wasn't really distracted by the cost of where we were living. But, let's face it, you extrapolate it out, I'm basically paying $400 a month here. If I can get a place to stay for 14 days in Maui for $200, yeah, we call those tents. That's not possible. So, that's definitely a bit of a bummer, but wonk, wonk, go more hike, wop, wop, wop. Dave says Maui's great, but I like Kona for diving. Yeah, I'm not a big diver, and so I don't have the ability to sort of. I'm not a diver. In other words, I've never strapped on the oxygen tank. I love the ocean and I love being it and that sort of thing. But for whatever reason, and I put on the mask and I've looked down and I've been like, oh my God, that's an amazing turtle, right? At Kanapali. It was large. And it was awesome and it was great, but it was I don't really want to, I like the sound of the ocean. I like being in the ocean. I like being at the beach, ideally, and not having to share it with a whole bunch of people, especially Kanapali, because that can get really busy, especially in the wintertime. But but Kona, I've heard that too, and I do want to go to Kona. I definitely want to head on over there. So that's good to know. Thank you very much, Dave. I appreciate that. And I like Kona more too, but diving is better in Maui. Good point. My next laptop might be the LG Gram. Lightweight, not too expensive, good specs. Saw a YouTube review about it. Okay, that's good. I'm basically looking at the Asus models, and I'll tell you, I was really, really, really pro Intel, and I was swaying over, and I swear I almost pulled the trigger and bought this one of the Asus ROG, Republic of Gamers, right? Basically the gaming laptop, because the GPU on it's amazing. It's got 6 gigs of RAM, and I'm like, okay, this will be stellar. But then I, like you, saw a YouTube review on it, and as well as I actually read articles. It was one of those article deals where Google in the morning says, you might find this useful, because obviously they saw me searching for AMD related laptops, it gets really hot. And I'm like, okay, that won't work well for me here, because I will be outdoors and there will be direct, like, so for example, when I did the broadcast when I was there on Koh Si Chang, there started to be a little bit of very close sun. And so I'm like, look, if I have ambient temperature of at least 90, if not 98 degrees, and I got this laptop and it's a black case and the sun is going to start hitting it, I mean, game over. It will not cool down. And returning a piece of electronics here to the store where you bought it in Thailand is not like doing it at Costco. I have zero experience of that being, like wildly successful here in the kingdom. So I need to proactively plan. But anyway, so John in SoCal, yeah, May gray, June gloom. You know what's funny about that, John, is that the first thing I heard when I first moved to San Diego, it was in basically January 15th, I think, something like that, basically, of 89. Yeah, that's right. And Pacific Beach, if you know where that is, basically it's just a community of San Diego, south of La Jolla, for you guys that mentioned La Jolla, if you care where the kind of proximity is. It's north of downtown San Diego, but south of La Jolla. And I was living there. I lived there for about almost 5 years, my first 5 years in San Diego. But, about 4. And the weather was awesome. And then, I don't even remember like the first few years of there being this June gloom, but I heard people talking about June gloom. And as far as I can remember, it seemed like June gloom was the only like sort of negative description of San Diego weather that we had as I was living there. And it was, I don't think May gray, that statement showed up. I swear I had to have been living there 10, 15 years before May gray showed up. And then I thought, okay, what's next? Annoying April? I mean, because when Gracie and I got back to the U.S. last year, it was basically after our sort of travels, and she came and left too, but for the sake of argument, I pretty much got back home mid-January. And I was actually looking at that video that I did, where the title of the video is, I think my dog died, or it feels like my dog died, because I was leaving the Hong Kong airport and heading back to the U.S. effectively. And I said, man, if I was living over here like I am now, and I'm at the Hong Kong airport, then I would be flying back to Bangkok. I wouldn't be flying back to Los Angeles through Bangkok, right? Or however I was doing it. I think I was flying through South Korea maybe. But regardless, it was just like, man. And then here I am now. Thank God. Thank you, Buddha. The interesting thing about again, San Diego is arguably one of the best cities in the United States, for sure. If you compare other cities that cost as much to live as it does in San Diego. But for sure it was, but I think what happened was my life and my body and my brain and my emotion and my physical being just got more attracted to Thailand, to Southeast Asia. And, that the number of factors. Yeah, at first it was, the cheap quality of life, and then the great quality of life, and then the great medical care, and then of course Gracie. And so all of these factors, played into that. And to that point, it's like 100 degrees with 100% humidity. I'm like, this is pretty nice. Look at what it's doing to my hair. Yeah, John says fog all day until noon today. Yeah, well, that's the June gloom. Although you get less of it in Newport Beach, right? I mean, I was living in Coronado, so I was in the water, But yeah, La Jolla gets it really bad for some reason. Del Mar even doesn't get it as bad as La Jolla, which is bizarre. But yeah, June gloom is no fun, guys. If you know anything about that and you have any sort of need for sunshine, like early in the morning, sadly, June gloom is called that because it does not show up in the morning, and it's a bummer. Roy Good says, I had an Airbnb in Maui last year. It was a converted shed at the bottom of a garden. No bathroom or toilet. Had to use the guy's house. $30 a night. Still $30 a night, yeah. And, again, I'm in an apartment, right? And I have a year lease or condo. But, I'm basically paying, if you extrapolate it out, I'm pretty much paying, $15 a night, to live here, right? more like 12. But again, it's a year lease, okay? So, and you know, that said, though, so $30 a night, if you guys have been over here to Bangkok and you've used Airbnb on Sukhumvit, you're paying about $30 a night, plus some cleaning fees. But plus or minus that, it's about 1,000 to, 1,500 baht for a small one-bedroom. I mean, if you need like a two-bedroom, two-story, they definitely have those. So I hear you, man. But that might have been sort of interesting as a novelty, Roy. I don't know if I'd do it. I might check it out. It might be kind of fun. Go More Hike asks, did you run into Magnum PI? No, I didn't. But I got to tell you that Magnum PI, if I ever told you guys, is the reason I bought my first VCR, because I was in undergrad and I was obsessed with it, and so I was therefore studying like from morning to way into the night. And so I bought a VCR so that I could record Magnum PI that was like in reruns, I think, but still it was like every night at like 6 or 7, and I definitely wasn't home. So then I would watch Magnum PI. And one of the reasons was because I was obsessed with Hawaii. This is long before I even left Boston to come to San Diego, let alone go to Maui. My first trip to Hawaii wasn't until 2010. And which is insane if you think about it, right? Because I moved to Southern California in 89, 90. And it was like another almost, it's like 20 years, right, before I made my first trip to Hawaii. And Hawaiian Airlines, in a non-high season, like on a Tuesday, you can get there for less than $300. Sometimes you can get round trip for $400, $399, right? They would do those sort of things, but of course I need leg room, and it would be a little bit more expensive. But yeah. I fell in love with the Hawaii for sure. Brian says, I didn't bother as I have passport, a card, and global entry. Screw Real ID. Yeah, if you have a passport, you don't need it. I totally get it. I just got everything before I left for sure. Like I got my Real ID, and then I also got my motorcycle endorsement on my license, and then I got my international driving permit from AAA, and I just did everything. I'm going to do all of this stuff, and I'll bring it all with me whether I use it or not. It's not going to take me a whole lot of time. And it gave me a great excuse to not be in the office the last few months or so when me being there, because my work was such a joke. Dave Cool says to the doctor, a dive master in Kona took me in cave diving for the first time, and I love the adventure. That must have been awesome, Dave. That must have been, Dave Cool. Go More Hike said, the humidity didn't bother me anymore in Alabama since I've been to Thailand. Yeah, I'm sure, right? Yeah, it's pretty intense over here. I completely agree. John and Lynn's adventure. I'm not a beach guy, but I am got a hot Filipina with our son guy. Good for you, man. That's awesome. That's totally cool. He also says, if the Philippines doesn't open up by September, October, plan on flying somewhere to wait this virus out. Yeah, I can understand why you would do that. Again, I am very... I spend a lot of time not watching the news, certainly from the United States, because what I've seen is just not, the majority of the news is bad news. And I'm just like, I cannot, I don't want that in my life. I don't want that energy in my life. I don't want that noise in my life. I would rather hear fake news about beaches opening and they're not open. And it's just, doesn't work for me. Gotta love Thailand. Hello from Koh Chang. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Absolutely. I had another buddy that cruised down to Koh Chang. Or Koh Chang, and got there, let's see, today is what? Today's Wednesday morning here, and he got there, I think, 3 or 4 days ago. Sent me a message on YouTube, and or sent me a message on Facebook, too. And by the way, I really want to thank you guys for basically pestering me for not doing a live stream in a while. I'm really honored. You're like, dude, where are you and stuff. So it's cool. I love doing this, by the way. And if you don't know, as a YouTube sort of content creator, it's a lot easier to flip everything on than it is to sit down, and because to make an hour long video, or I don't know, to make a 20-minute video, you're editing for at least 4 hours, and it's not like I do crazy fades and switches and all that in my editing, but it takes a lot of attention units. So if I can just do this, and basically it takes me to do a 3.5 hour live stream, it takes 3 hours and 45 minutes pretty much. There's prep time. I was going to take a shower anyway, so it's kind of all right, well, I don't get too much makeup on. But yeah, I hear you, John. I mean, it's interesting. I was talking to one of my guys who used to report to me on the org chart, which basically means I worked for him. Tom, great guy, brilliant guy. And I was like, man, even if like work wasn't a complete dysfunctional disaster, toxic thing, with no ability to basically improve, then if I was living in San Diego right now, I would be like, okay, I got to figure out a way to get out of here. Like, I don't care. Like, I will like walk across the border into Mexico. Then from Mexico, where can I go? Like, what is the country that will, because honestly, at that time, I would have been like, look, if I can fly to Thailand and I have to quarantine for 14 days all day long. If you don't know, when Gracie flew back to the Philippines, this was, 3 months ago now. And she got home, and then the following morning, the health department showed up at her door, and they're like, hey, you got to quarantine for 14 days. And so she's like, okay, well, that's lame, but all right. And I thought, well, you know what? She's doing it for 14 days. Why don't I, see if I can quarantine for 14 days, basically. And I did, for the most part, in the sense that, like, I had my groceries delivered, and the only time I left the condo was to go downstairs to get it. And I think I did that for almost 14 days because I'm like, okay, well, what's she going through? Like, I mean, is this like really a hardship? Because her government brought her care packages. I mean, they brought her, noodles and rice and vegetables, fresh vegetables and stuff, which was a hell of a lot better than what I was ordering online, because I'm like, I haven't had Captain Crunch and come on, dude. But I would order some vegetables, but I wouldn't order the brand new vegetables, that they get like an hour and a half from the vine over there in the province. But anyway. Go more, Hike, Alabama Gulf Coast, good ideas. Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, Dowpin Island, a Best Western hotel on the beach, approximately $200 a night. Yeah, absolutely. Sounds to me like they got Maui pricing. But go more, Hike, rather. I will tell you, I will definitely be reaching out to you, dude. When I get back to Florida, and then, to hop over maybe to Alabama, I'll definitely be reaching out to you for that. Because, I mean, I'm going to sleep since then, so I'm going to totally forget what you just told me. But again, thank you. I genuinely appreciate it because people that live there know the cool places, so that's awesome. Maple Leaf Dave, hey, good to see you, man. Thailand is on a whole new level of humidity. I learned to buy synthetic wicking shirts after my first trip. Yeah, you know what's funny is I wear a lot of cotton shirts, and this month is arguably one of the hottest and humid. And I go out and I wear a backpack, right? So I have like this stuff like pressing on my shoulders and that sort of thing. And I mean, I come home and I have like these splotches of sweat, It's like, oh my God, I feel like Chris Farley, like I'm doing this, like, oh my God, like crazy overweight trying to get, my Chippendales dancing down, but it's kind of funny. Go more, Hike. Me too, Maple Leaf. What did Gracie think of California? So she was amazed at the cost of stuff. She brought this to me. This is unsolicited. She was very disappointed with, I want to say, at least 50% of the Filipinas that she met there that were, kind of into money and status. And like, for example, one of them that she met, she was a fine woman, but her and her husband, they lived in like, basically a 1-bedroom condo in San Diego, and he like worked for the Navy or something like that. So they probably paid, like $1,500, $2,000 a month for this. But they had like a $70,000 Audi SUV. And she comes to like pick up Gracie and, starts talking to her, and Gracie's like, why do you have this car? Like, Mike and I just take the bus, from Coronado. And she's like, oh, can't take the bus, and I mean, I get it. It's public transportation. Let's face it. The majority of people that, use public transportation in Southern California are either crazy or homeless, unfortunately. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say the majority, but there certainly are. I mean, I have not met one crazy person on the BTS in San Diego. In Bangkok. I mean, it is working people. It is like, but again, it's kind of like New York City, right? In other words, like you don't need a car here in Bangkok because there's public transportation or there's, taxis. So I guess in that sense, it's kind of like New York City. But yeah, the trains and the buses in San Diego, I get it. But she was like, why does she, she's talking about this and she wants to spend this and she says that I should go do this. And she says, I don't like it at all. So that part she didn't like. The first day I picked her up and then we drove back to Coronado and I was like, okay, well, you've been flying. Do you want to get something to eat? Cool. So we'll go to this place. It was right there on, if you know where Orange Avenue is basically the main street in Coronado. And this was not high season. Like, this was not July, August, that sort of thing, when arguably prices go up. If you don't know, the price of gasoline in San Diego, it goes up about 25 to 30% in the summer, just because it's like, well, what are these tourists going to do? Drive elsewhere for gasoline? So that's a paradigm that's very similar in Coronado. So the prices of, like, stuff, the tourist stuff. So all the restaurants, price goes up. So we go to this, it's called Burger Lounge. I don't know if you have those outside of California, but it's a chain there. And it's, so we got a salad and then something else too. And, the salad was like $17. And she's like, what? This is, I don't understand this. Like, why? So that was a little bit distracting. She was pleased, as you might guess, that it was safe, but she didn't really, again, she's Filipina, right? And then she's also in another foreign country. And so she didn't really feel comfortable going around by herself. And, in her mind, like, if she's like, she does not understand how I'm not lonely like crazy, just being by myself. And I love being by myself. I love being with Gracie, but I'm like totally okay with being by myself. And I've discovered that many Filipinos in general are like this, which is, if you're by yourself, then you're lonely. You're not alone, you're lonely. And I think you guys know the distinction that I'm making. And so that was a little bit weirder for her, and obviously San Diego, or the United States, really is a lot more individualized. And so that was like a little weird. She couldn't understand why anyone would own more than one car. I'm like, yeah, well, I was at a point where I owned 4 one time, and of course, trust me, it wasn't a brilliant financial investment. That wasn't the reason I was, I was like, oh, well, I want this SUV. Convertible would be good for, British cars. Oh yeah, well, I got to have that. But then of course I got to have the Honda Civic. I need a reliable car to be able to drive to the place, to be able to get my British car parts, to come back. And so, crazy behavior. So that was her. She was a very it was an educational experience for sure, big time. And and then she's a massage therapist, right? She's a certified massage therapist, and even she has, like, I don't know what you can call the additional license, but for the sake of argument, let's just call it an endorsement. So she has a massage therapy endorsement to massage stroke victims. And because I think it was her uncle, maybe, or maybe even her grandfather or grandmother, I apologize, honey, I don't remember, but one of her very close relatives died with they had a stroke, and then they lived with this, the effects of it. And so one of the things that she did when she got her sort of certification, because you got to certify for it every few years, was to add so anyway, the point is, professional massage therapist. And so she came and she gave massages to Miriam, the woman that's up in the big house. And she wanted to pay her, and so Gracie's like, I don't, how do you pay? And so she gave her like an hour massage, and I think she paid her like, $80 or like $100. And Gracie's like, what? I'm like, okay, so you can probably understand now why, someone lands here and the U.S. State Department has given them a visa to basically come here and stay here for at least 6 months, and they're not really going to check up on you, so you really don't ever have to leave. I mean, it's illegal, of course, but you don't have. And, so, and I said, I mean, you worked for an hour and you just made 4,000 pesos. That's not happening, I mean, unless you're like really, really professional in the or you're in the government potentially. I mean, the point is you've got a very high paying job in the Philippines. That's for sure. Todd says he's thinking about Cancun. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Cancun. I like Isla Mujeres, right, which is basically just right across the water, a lot quieter, that sort of thing. But again, you guys have heard my story about Mexico, and in general, Mexico, I don't like it because I'm just distracted by the fact that there's a possible safety issue for me, and so therefore, even if I'm in a high tourist area, I look over my shoulder, I'm like, this isn't fun for me. But I got buddies that they walk over the border, take from Tijuana, from that airport, go over to Cancun, go over there for 3-4 days, and so I completely understand. It's a totally awesome place. Hike says, Hawaii has a national park I'd love to see. I think it's Laysan Volcanic National Park. Yeah, I've heard of that. That's awesome. I would love to go there, too. Although I do not believe it is still as active or maybe active at all. I don't know that but I heard something about that. So, John in SoCal, thanks for the live stream. Mike, thought we can't talk as much as you. Though we can't talk as much as you. Yeah, it just sort of comes. It's just like, I don't know. Roy says the place I stayed was cool. The guy let me use one of his cars. Well, that's pretty sweet, dude. I mean, and yeah, if you've got an imperfect place to stay, but you've still got a car, because I mean, you pretty much need, well, or a motorbike. But I mean, if you got a car in Maui, then you are going all over the place. And I love doing that. I love just getting the car and going down. I think I shared with you guys before. You know, I like Lahaina. But I really like going down, if you know Maui, right past Wailea, which is like really, you know, kind of like upscale. I mean, there's like a Four Seasons over there and stuff. You go down past that, and then there's just like this little open area, really small. You know, the road is like one lane basically in some places, and I just love it down there. And you got to have a car to go there for sure. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about doing the buses in Maui, but it's one of those deals where it wouldn't go where I want to go, you know, enough. So. Anyway, Brian says to me, did you consider getting Thai driver's license or changing your address to avoid the California tax? I think that's number one on my list. So the short answer is yes, yes, and yes. I did all of that. So I have a Thai driver's license for a car as well as a motorbike. They're two physically different pieces of plastic. So I have both of those. I changed my address effectively as of October of last year. I changed it to the house in Boston area because I absolutely didn't want to pay California state taxes anymore, and because I'm not using any of their services. Okay, I'll pay Massachusetts state taxes. You know, I mean, when I go home, I will use some things there, and my parents, you know, potentially might need to dial 911 and use an ambulance, and you can bet that I'm definitely paying taxes on that because I want that fire station that is less than about a mile from our house to be awake and available to come get them should they need the assistance. And so I'm more than happy to pay Massachusetts state taxes right now. To the Florida question, I have two companies registered in Florida. And that is my long-term goal, to make that my permanent U.S. address. Yes, for the tax benefits, but also because, like, if I have to come back to the U.S., like I've said before, I'm living in Florida. And so I really would want to, like, actually, you know, contribute, you know, to the infrastructure and that sort of thing. And obviously it won't be through personal income tax. But yeah, did all that. And there's a video actually on my channel for Thai driver's license. It was simple. And I'll tell you right now, if you compare getting a Thai driver's license as a guy that literally speaks maybe 10 words in Thailand, and you say, okay, well, let's say I'm a Thai person and I speak maybe 10 English words, and I go into the California DMV to get my license, forget it. Not happening. And the customer service would be so bad. I mean, the customer service at the DMV is bad for me, and I can like outspeak these people obviously all day long. But I mean, it's just such a disaster. I mean, the wait time is so, and the people that they hire there, I mean, I'm sure they're underpaid and they're overworked, you know. But I mean, it's a leadership issue. Like, obviously, they don't give these people any incentive to be better than they absolutely, you know, can get away with. I mean, they can just be totally inappropriate. And yeah, you leave, and if you tell your friend, oh, I just had a really lousy experience at the DMV, they'll nod their head and they'll be like, yeah, that's our expectation. But if you said, I just had a horrible experience at Nordstrom's, people are like, really? You shouldn't have. That's weird. I may not ever shop there again. What are you going to do? Not go to the DMV? I mean, it's a necessary evil. But the other reason, Brian, that I got my driving permit in California so that I could drive basically here for a year was I didn't know when I would get my Thai driver's license. And I ended up getting it when Gracie and I were in Cha'am. So the address, for example, on the back of my driver's licenses was our condo in Cha'am. But it doesn't matter so much. And I've reached out to enough people that have lived here long enough and said, hey, so like, you know, I mean, eventually I should, if I do change my address in California, I would go get a new license and have the updated address. Should I do that here? And pretty much everyone has said the same thing. They're like, that will confuse them. Like, don't bother, because it'll just be a pain in the neck. Anyway, so I have a couple of videos, I think, that Gracie and I did on our experience down there. Because what I had to do is I had to go to immigration first, and then I had to get a proof of residency, basically, saying that this is actually my address. And then I had to take that to the DMV and say, yes, this is my address, and this is where I'm living. And then this is my California driver's license, and this is my international driving permit with a motorcycle endorsement. So therefore, I didn't need to take like the test, you know, the driving test. I just like took the paper. Sorry, there was no paper exam. I had to sit through a video that was only in Thai that easily is like a 2.5 hour video, but all of us like sat in a room and 50% of the Thais were on their phone the whole time. So I'm like, okay, I couldn't understand a word. Like literally all I heard every now and then was cop. You know, I'm like, okay, I got no. But before the video was over, some guy came in the room, opened the door. He said, okay, you know, he said something in Thai. I mean, the whole thing was in Thai. And everyone got up and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll just follow the herd, you know? So we go outside and they do the braking test and then you look at like 3 little splotches, right? And they point to it. And I was far enough into the line such that I learned the Thai words, which I don't remember now. I learned the Thai words for red, green, and yellow. So by the time up there, actually, I had forgotten one of the colors, but I was able to say 2 of the colors in Thai. And literally, I mean, the Thais around me, as well as the instructor, they were like, you know? And I think, honestly, I said the wrong color for something, which means, like, look, dude, you're colorblind. You shouldn't get a driver's license. But I think they were just like, oh, that's cool. You, like, knows one of the words. And then I think the final one, I was like, green. They all laughed. And I'm like, yeah, I couldn't remember. It's like, it was so bad. But the point is, it was a very easy, almost pleasurable experience because I was, you know, doing something new and I was discovering something. It was kind of cool. So Maple Leaf Dave, I didn't care for Cancun, no offense, but it was too Americanized, nothing unique about it. I loved Acapulco before the cartel stuff. Yeah, do not go to Acapulco. It is not safe at all. But yeah, I mean, to each his own, right? I mean, there are people that, it was funny, you know, recently, like I met someone who's like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? I said, I'm living in Bangkok right now. And literally the first thing out of his mouth after that was, yeah, I don't really like Bangkok much. I'm like, okay, well, whatever, dude. Bye. You know, I mean, we can discuss it. I said, but you know, that was sort of unsolicited negativity. And so I'm going to basically go hang out at the cool kids table while you sit over here with all of the, you know, check boxes of things you dislike by yourself. And so I wasn't, but I'm not saying you threw him under the bus, Maple Leaf. So I'm just giving you a hard time, man. Dave Cole says, if I can't get home to Palawan and Thailand opens, I'll be there until I can come home to my honey. Smart move, dude. I mean, the closer you can get, right? Absolutely, the closer you can get, and the less time you can have under your belt in the United States. Because while right now they're just like, look, if you're from this country, like if you have a U.S. passport, then therefore you're diseased, even though you've been living in Thailand like since November. So the chances of you like being healthy are much greater. You know, but I'm hoping what a lot of these countries will be like is, okay, well, yeah, if you have a U.S. passport, that's a red flag, but like, where have you been? Like, where are the stamps? You know, and hopefully they'll be, oh, okay, well, you've stamped into Thailand, and you know, and you did, and because you do. Sorry, I don't stamp back into my U.S. passport. But because there's a high likelihood of the people in Thailand, the immigration in Thailand, for example, as well as Vietnam, being unaware of global entry, because that's how I basically re-stamp into the U.S., right? There's no, like, physical, they don't do that. So therefore, I don't have any sort of entry stamps in my passport that say I went into the U.S. So hopefully they will be able to interpret that and say, oh, he's never been to the U.S. since November of, you know, but who knows? I'm not expecting a whole lot of, you know, deduction and logic at the border there. I will take it as my responsibility to do whatever I can, should I want to travel around here in Southeast Asia, to prove to these people that I have not been to America for a long time. And so the chances of me bringing COVID into your country are low. And so I'm hoping that they're going to be able to have something like that in place. Like, who knows? But Hike says, yeah, I've heard YouTubers talk about how dangerous Mexico is. Yeah, that's you've probably seen my King Leeway. Hey, Mike, I've been testing out the live stream thing and finally put my Yeti mic to use. Finally, I actually clicked on your stream. It wasn't live when I clicked on it, but I clicked on it this morning and I saw your Yeti. Those are decent microphones, provided you get close to it and remove the echo. Rike's got a really nice, you know, very similar one USB mic to that, but he talks like back here with it, and I'm like, dude, you're blowing the. I mean, he's paid like over $100 for that thing. You know, it's not like he's using an $11 microphone. But I'm like, dude, just get up on top of it, you know. But again, I'm a radio guy, right? So it's like, and his live streams sound fine. So, but that's cool. Yeah, King Leeway. I'm psyched you're doing those. I hope you enjoy them. I hope you get a lot of positive response from people. Let me know if I can help. I'm sure you already have a YouTube channel and you already know how to speak on camera, so I'm quite certain you don't need any of my help. But anyway, yeah, I like it. It's fun because it's basically, I'm back on the radio, so I'm digging it big time. Hike says, yes, please contact me. Alabama is nothing special, but I like it. Awesome, dude. I mean, I'm sure, look, you've lived there. And I would say, oh, yeah, well, Massachusetts is nothing special. But when I go home in the summer, there's like 6 places. And those are the 6 best, in my mind, places. And I go there. And I'm home for 2 weeks. So I really only have enough time to do the 6 cool things. So I leave Massachusetts. I'm like, oh, my God, this is the best state in the whole world. Yeah, in July and August when it's hot and humid. But, I mean, I will not go there pretty much after October. It is way too cold for me. Additionally, there is way too much opportunity for it to be cold. So I mean, it can snow in May. Okay, so I'm like, okay, yeah, there's no, but I want to check it out. I want to do a road trip up there. It'd be really cool to hang out. I'd love to buy you a smoothie, dude. So yeah, if it turns out that if I can go through the plans that I have scheduled right now, that will mean August 4th I fly to Boston. After being at my folks' place for a couple of weeks, I then cruise down to Florida, Tampa Bay area, Fort Myers, and to do, a couple of things, business-related things, but also look for a physical place to either buy or something like that so that I actually do have a Florida address. If I go through that process and I'm like, okay, I'm pretty serious, then I'll go through the process of getting a Florida driver's license. And then, from there, I would probably do, some driving kind of thing. But again, the chances of me being able to get on a plane at Suvarnabhumi on August 4th and fly back to the United States and be 100% convinced that along the way, I'm not going to grab the COVID, basically, and then, show up at my folks' place, give them a big hug, and all of a sudden, blam, through all of this, they've been okay. And then, loser son picked it up on, the South Korea layover with someone who, through no fault of their own, was a carrier. So now I'm a carrier. If there's any chance of that happening, that is not happening. To that point, I called Delta because I booked it through Delta on Korean Airlines. Couple of things. One, Korean Airlines sent me a notification and said, oh, by the way, well, they didn't say by the way. That's me putting my sarcastic spin on it. They said, but we're changing your flight. And I thought, okay, the time. No, they're changing the flight that normally would go from South Korea into Logan Airport in Boston. They're like, yeah, we're just going to fly you to JFK. There's no connecting flight like from any other carrier from JFK up to Boston. I'm like, dude, it's not like 15 minutes, right? I mean, just because, from South Korea, you're like, yeah, basically East Coast, Boston, New York, Washington. It's all kind of in the same. No. And I do not want to end my trip back to the United States. I don't want to be in New York anywhere, and that has nothing to do with the fact that it's like got the highest density. At least it was, as far as I know. I haven't checked in a while of COVID, but I also have zero interest in New York City. It is just not my city. It's not for me. A lot of people hate Bangkok, like that guy, But I'm not I do not want to end up spending time in New York City. So, Aloha, M.A. Good to see you, man. Thank you so much for coming by. Welcome to the Cool Kids table. I really appreciate it. I'm stoked you're here. Hike says, you ever tried van life, living out of a van? No, I never did that. When I was a kid, I thought it would be neat to have like an RV and that sort of thing. But I outgrew that pretty quickly. And I thought it might be kind of neat, but I guess I prefer, if I'm going from point A to point B, to be in a car that's like mine, or at least one that I really like. And then when I get somewhere, then I basically just, leave the car parked or something and then walk around to the best of my ability. That's why I really love Key West. And then I'll get an Airbnb or an apartment or whatever. But yeah, I mean, there was a huge rush of YouTube content creators that were basically living out of their van conversions, right? I mean, they were just making this, and they would do, the monthly expenses and all of this. And but I don't know. I never really sort of said, oh yeah, that seems like a good solution. I would be comfortable doing that. I think what would happen is I would actually have a big interest in doing the van conversion. That would probably be fun for me. And then I'd get it done, and then I'd like go somewhere, and I'd sleep in it one night, maybe two, and I'd be like, all right, well, this is never happening again. And I'd drive the van over to like a hotel, so I just like, I don't know if I'm going to want to do that. So, Roy says, been offered a brand new renovated condo, 180 square feet, quality European furniture and fittings for $18,000. I assume you mean, $18,000 baht a month for a year in View Tele. Which View Tele, Roy? I mean, because there's, View Tele 6 is in Pattaya, right on Beach Road, but then there's View Tele 8, right? Isn't that the one in Jomtien? So, I guess, I don't know, dude, 180 square feet, that's 18 square meters, basically, right? I mean, effectively, it's if so, 18,000 baht a month. I mean, I'm assuming you got a pretty nice balcony, and maybe that includes electricity, although it depends on how much you run your air conditioning. My electric bill is like about $100 a month, pretty much. My water bill that I paid yesterday was 100 baht. I mean, I think it actually costs more money to like take the screenshot and email it to him. Say, oh, by the way, I paid you. But in any case, Hike says, you own 4 cars. How many could you drive at the same time? Absolutely. Trust me, dude. There was not a whole lot of logic into it. But I'm trying to think. When I owned 4 cars, what were they? So one of them was it was an older one. But I had a Rolls Royce. This was also old. I had a Land Rover. And I had a Volkswagen convertible cabriolet, and then I had a Honda Civic, because, of course, you got to have one reliable car. It was an interesting time in my life. Dave Cool says, Caesar salad lunch at the Hotel Del Coronado Sun Deck Pool was pretty cool. Absolutely, dude. I'll tell you right now, it's one of the best brunches I've ever been to in the entire world, and thank God, because it's $64 for breakfast. Okay, so, yeah. But the food is outstanding. I mean, the best waffles I've ever had in my life, made in front of me. Definitely the Hotel Del. I used to go to the Hotel Del. I mean, I lived, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 blocks away from there. Took me about 15 minutes to walk there. I was on the other side. Well, not the other side, but I was on the other side of Orange Avenue, certainly from there. But the Del is an amazing place. I think the cheapest room there is $650 a night. But again, it's, look, they're only charging that because people pay it. I mean, I'm quite certain right now there's probably a pretty good deal, like, only $199 for normally, They're probably dying over at the Hotel Del. Although luxury travelers are traditionally the ones that get back to it sooner, because, when you're wealthy, in my experience, you're, regardless of the massive dips, you have less wealth, but you're still wealthy. So they can still vacation. So, John says, I'm changing my official residence to South Dakota. South Dakota has 0 state taxes. Absolutely. I had a buddy of mine do that in San Diego. Enjoying the conversation. Got to run, Mike. Aloha, ERMD. Thank you very much. And thank you for being who you are and doing what you do. You save people's lives, and then you're just like, oh yeah, whatever. That's what I do. So thank you for that. That's really, really, really important. Brian says, we lose you. Oh, really? Did the stream die or something like that? Let me double check. It looks to me like it's going there. Let me make sure it's going on my YouTube. Looks like it's good there too. All right, it's cool. South Dakota has the Black Hills and Mount Rushmore, or is that North Dakota? That is, I don't really understand. Jay says, wow, fancy live stream. Yeah, the neat part of this, Jay, as it turns out, is that everything that you see is basically free, meaning that the software is free. That picture in the background Gracie took for me was free. And then the chat over there is actually part of Restream, and that's free as part of the $10. I got a smoking deal on Restream.io, by the way. But you're fancy. Let me mute that. I just noticed that while soft in the background, because I made the chat go into the live, or into the I don't know how big my TV. I mean, it came with the place, right? Normally I just wouldn't watch TV. But I'm gonna say it's probably like 42-inch. Samsung. It's decent. I think it was a used TV that they bought, when we moved in. So, but it makes the chat look decent. I can see it from across the room, which is nice. And to that point, I want to thank the 3 guys that already super chatted me, because I was stoked that I had that on, that you did that, and I really, really appreciate it. I mean, I got $20, dude. That's like amazing. I'm so excited. I can't wait to go out and I don't know if I'm going to go out and blow it all in one place, but I'm gonna definitely think about stuff. I like to do that. Like at the end of these live streams, I'm like, Grace will be like, well, how was it? I'm like, you're not gonna believe this, honey. I got $34 or whatever it is, And then I'm like, okay, well, I'll go out and do this. I mean, because for $34, I mean, I can get like 3 massages. I mean, 2 with tip. So that's, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, $20. Yeah, I'll go get a massage later today, guys. That's friggin' awesome. Thank you so much. Do More Life. Good morning. Good to see you, my friend. I know that you're actually doing that pesky job thing. So you're working, but went through the same process. And by that, I assume, Jeremy, you mean you went through the same process of getting your driver's licenses? I'm not quite sure what we were talking about. He put that, how far behind am I? It is 10:30, and that comment came in at 10:22. So that's not too bad. I'm, no. They came in at 10:16, so I'm about 15 minutes behind, which isn't too bad for me, which isn't too bad for us here at the Cool Kids table. And I also like having it up there because you guys like us said, yeah, I can see that. Hey, Bob, good to see you, man. You just flashed up there. Glad you're here. Brian says, I had a brief moment of buffer. Okay, cool. But I thank you, Brian. You guys know it's important to me. I'm arguably way too obsessed about it, but regardless. There in South Dakota, says John, the Mount Rushmore, and yeah. Go More Hike, pretty cool. Rackman says, California languages for the driving test: Cambodian, Chinese, Hmong, Hungarian, Indonesian, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Laotian, pardon me, Spanish, Tagalog, Thai, Torgan, Turkish, Vietnamese. Wow. That's pretty nice of us. I mean, I get Chinese, okay? And Spanish too. Well, certainly in California, it's Spanish. But I'm pleasantly really surprised of the Thai and Vietnamese. That's really cool. Scuba Tom put a message up there and retracted. Oh, sorry, dude. I hope that didn't. You did that intentionally. I hope it didn't just remove yours. Rackman says, had to do a subset. California has a lot more. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Scuba Tom. There we go. Hi, Mike. I am enjoying the U.S. in my new Jeep Rubicon until I can travel to Thailand. I will head to upper state New York soon for camping and fishing. Good for you, man. That's awesome, Tom. I'm stoked for you. Yeah, new cars are really cool. If for no other reason for me, it's it's not distracting, right? Okay, do I have to check the oil? Is there going to be a mechanical problem? And so I really love that. Go More Hike. Where is Hamong? Todd says, I haven't been stamped back in since 2016. Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, ever since I got my global entry, you just do it with the fingers, and they do it electronically. So, Rackman, Hmong, China, Vietnam, and Laos, small numbers. Many Hmong came to the U.S. from the end of the Vietnam War. Ah, got it. Never heard of them. I had never heard of them either, Hike. But thank you for that. Rackman says mountain people were allies of the U.S. Wasn't healthy for them at the end. Yeah, New York and New York did it right. The biggest hit now is Arizona. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah. As far as the that's a bummer. And maybe you meant New York and New Jersey. I can't remember. But regardless, I kind of know what you're getting at. When I was living in the Philippines, I rarely thought about the U.S. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get it. I mean, I think about my parents, right, every day. And so in my mind, I sort of, I kind of picture where they are on a U.S. map or something like that. But I also think about Florida, right? Because, I mean, again, like I said, that would be where I'd cruise back to. So, but yeah, I mean, I certainly think about it a heck of a lot less. And I have gratitude attacks constantly about being here in Thailand right now. It's just, I just am so grateful. Go More Hike. The Hmong doesn't have their own country. They are hill people moving around, and some of them say they were in China, Laos, Vietnam. Watch the movie Gran Torino with Clint Eastwood. Good to know, man. Thanks a lot. Rackman says, U.S. doesn't stamp in or stamp out. The info is in the computer. So Gracie stamps in all the time. She absolutely gets a stamp. And in fact, they put or they didn't put that when we left Bermuda. Interestingly enough about Bermuda, you actually stamp into the United States before you leave the Bermuda airport. There's like a U.S. thing, right? And so they stamped her in, but they didn't because what happened is of course when she stamps in for 6 months, so she gets so they handwrite the 6 month date in there. Or they use a rubber stamp. But in LAX, believe it or not, they wrote it in. And so then we go into Bermuda. So she enters Bermuda, and then we exit Bermuda, which basically means she re-enters the United States. And from that day, she gets another 6 months, not like from the first. And so we go through and we are literally the only people in line leaving Bermuda when we were there. And so we leave, and they stamp, and then she goes. And of course, I just, I use my... No, I didn't use Sentry. Yeah, so I global entry. Although I think I had to physically have the lady do it, regardless, as I got in and wasn't worried about the stamp because of course there's no end date, right? But regardless, she stamped in. She absolutely stamped in, and there was ink there. And in fact, because they didn't put the date in, we actually walked back. And that obviously makes people go, what? Why are you walking back through here, sir? And I said, you didn't put the date on. And they said, oh, okay. So then we stood there on the other side of the x-ray machine, basically, while the person took took her passport, walked back to whoever they walked back, probably to some terminal to look up, when she can stay or when she can't stay, verified her initial entry, I think. But then they hand wrote in the 6 month day from that day that she had to leave by. So that has been my experience. But if you're referring to U.S. people, then I completely agree. Maybe that is the process if you have a U.S. passport for everybody. I just know what it is for me, having global entry. Hike says, I'm thinking now of Chris Farley saying, living in a van down by the river. Joe says, what's going on in here? Oh my God, Joe, so much. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for swinging by the Cool Kids table, Ben. Good to see you. Gran Torino, I heard of the Hmong. They were Clint Eastwood's neighbor. Oh, interesting. I don't remember that. Was a dropout? Okay. Sorry, 90 square meters in View... okay. Oh, 90 square meters. View to Lay 2 in Jomtien. Dude, that is a giant apartment. Is it a 2-bedroom? Hold on, let me scroll up. But regardless, good for you, dude. So, yeah. So, 90 square meters for $18,000. View to Lay 2. View to Lay 2 is nice. I mean, obviously, the views are, nice, and it's nicer, in my opinion. It depends. If you're like, no, Mike, I love to, hang out on Soy 8 or whatever, then, okay, in Pattaya, then, yeah, you're going to have to commute every day, to cruise over there. But from Jomtien, that's great. I mean, from View to Lay 2, how long does it take you to walk to that night market, man? It's probably 5 minutes. You're going to eat, really decent food almost every single night. If that market is going on now. The markets around here have pretty much restarted, and they're very full. I was over at Chatuchak probably 3 weeks ago, and it was only 5 p.m. I mean, it was, it's a weekend night market, right? And I mean, it wasn't dark yet, and I'm walking around, and it was packed. Thais really, and there's very few foreigners. But you're good. I had a brief moment of buffer. Okay, cool. And hello again, Bob. Good to see you, buddy. Good morning, Stuck. Glad you came by. Honored, my friend. How you doing? Hope you're living the dream. Don't forget to hit the like button, everyone. He's so great about that, man. I really, really appreciate that. I'm honored. And thanks for coming by, Stuck. Always good to see you, man. Hike, Stuck in Florida in the house. Go more. Hike, hello. Patrick Sasapa Valley in northern Vietnam is home to many from the Black Hmong tribe. Good to know. This is total brand new knowledge to me, guys. Total brand new knowledge. Why did you go Bermuda? Was it nice? The short answer is yes, it's gorgeous. And we went there because Bermuda is a very interesting place because obviously it's warmer, right, than New England. And I think the flight is an hour and a half. But what's crazy is growing up as a kid, when you would go on spring break, because you would go to a place that's a lot warmer than New England in March or something like that. It was not even on our radar to get on a plane and go over to Bermuda. And it was an hour and a half flight. No, when you live in New England, you go to spring break and you go all the way down to Florida, which if you drive, I've done it many times, 27 hours straight. And, but no, we never went to Bermuda. So now when I go home, I mean, JetBlue will traditionally fly there, and you can usually get a flight for $99. And I'm like, well, I mean, I'd like to check it out. And I was also kind of curious, what happens with Gracie's passport. She's got a U.S. visa, right? So she can go in and out of Bermuda all day long. We got a really cool Airbnb over there. It was effectively physically attached to this very large house. I think I did some video. Yeah, I definitely did. I did some videos when we were over there. I did one of my first live streams ever, but it was only on Facebook when I was over there. But that was kind of fun. But yeah, Bermuda is gorgeous. I absolutely love it. But it is one of the most expensive places ever. In fact, I think one of the titles of my videos is we bought. It's still pounds and feet and that sort of thing. But we bought, I think we bought a pound of grapes. So basically, half a kilo of grapes. And I think it was $16. So I mean, some woman. She was in a bad mood anyway. She was lame, so they could have been lying about the price. But the Cape Cod potato chips are very New England, right? And anyway, so they had Cape Cod potato chips for sale over there, $22 for a bag, which obviously is because they have like 6 of them, because they import everything, literally everything. The duty on cars over there is crazy. My buddy that I met when I was over there, we were at a meeting. And he drove me home afterwards because, of course, he lives there and he has a car. But obviously, you have very small cars. But he had a convertible MG, and I think it was like $85,000. Normally it would be like 40, right? So, but I love Bermuda. It's great. It's just the price of everything is a bit distracting. That's for sure. But yeah, do not forget to hit the like button. Thank you very much, buddy. Let me take a quick look at the stats. I haven't seen how we're doing. 34 watching. Guys, thank you very much. I get really excited about that. 20 thumbs up, 0 thumbs down. That's so cool. I mean, I'm not going to jump out of my window if I get a thumbs down. But again, like I've said before, I think that we have this culture here that all of us basically can be blamed for the success of it. And a thumbs down, it's like, well, why would I bother? I don't know. I just think we have it's not like a fence, and it's not like, you got to ante to show up here. But I just think there's something that we're doing right here, such that I don't think trolls have any interest in it. So, or at least that's my hope, right? So. Anyway, and then I see the comment. David, good to see you, buddy. So David Somerville. David is one of those Somervilles that I know because basically all of us bought those T-shirts that said Summer. Not all of us, but that was the sort of initial thing. And then Facebook says, oh, do you know this Somerville? Do you know this Somerville? And of course, it's not a very common name. So we call each other cuz, right? It's kind of neat. But David, thank you very much for swinging by, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you for watching on Facebook. If you want ever, you can click that, or not click that, but you can go to that URL at the top of the screen, livemyassoff.live, and that will take you to either a current live stream, like this one, for example, or to the previous one, or it will show you the next one that's coming up, and you can hit, set reminder. But additionally, it'll just take you to my YouTube channel. So if you want to watch on YouTube and get notifications on YouTube, then cruise over to youtube.com/livemyassoff and subscribe if you would. I would really appreciate it. And then to the right of the subscribe button, there will be a bell. Click on that bell, and at the top there will be 3 choices. There will be all, none, and personalized. Click on all, so therefore the bell now has a couple of parentheses around it effectively, and ideally you will get notifications. To that point, guys, I have been reliably receiving notifications from other YouTube guys that I subscribe to. A couple of you even sent a message to me and said, dude, you're not going to believe this. I actually got a notification that you were going live. So anyway, I was like, oh my God, YouTube fixed the computer. So that was kind of good. I hope it's effective for you guys. I hope it's a little bit more successful than before, but I am definitely powerless over that. Patrick says Sapa Valley in northeast Vietnam. Oh, I already read that. Yeah, it's home to many of the Black Hmong tribe. Good to know, dude. But yeah, Hike, I gotta tell. And so from from Alabama, I'm betting. Well, I bet you could get. Well, you might not be able to go right from Alabama. You might have to go up to Atlanta, for example, and then from Atlanta hop over to Bermuda. But if you get a chance to go, dude, it's a it's very clean. The people are pretty nice for the most part. I think I really ran into 2 people that were a little abrasive, but it was kind of nah, that guy's just having probably a bad day sort of thing. However, they do and this was this wasn't necessarily peak season, but this was well before COVID. So it's not like people were not vacationing in Bermuda. But some of the cab drivers, the taxi, not like Uber kind of thing, which they don't have over there, but not like the other like sort of personal, if you hire a car kind of thing. But they get really disappointed that you're not like paying them a ton of money to drive over there. Cause I mean, I get it. The cost of living is ridiculous. Okay. So, yeah, it's expensive, but it's like, okay, well, I don't really feel like paying you $80. I mean, it was not cheap, dude. I mean, like to get to our Airbnb, I think it probably took us 25 minutes. And I think the taxi ride was like, I think it was $50, and I was like, oh my God, I was like, all right, fine, whatever. And then the people that we were staying with, they had a motorbike for us. Is that right? No, I'm sorry. They recommended where we go for our motorbike, and the motorbike rental place was totally awesome. The lady was great. So, I mean, if you ever go there and you have any interest, please allow me to recommend a motorbike rental place. They were really, really great. John and Lynn says, does anyone know if Malaysia is a reasonable place to live until the Philippines opens up? Well, I mean, it depends, right? Now, I'm not a fan of Malaysia. Gracie and I have been to KL twice. We've been to, meaning we actually stayed there. We didn't just transit through. And we've been to Penang and we've been to Langkawi. Langkawi was definitely our favorite. It's both Penang and Langkawi. You guys probably know they're islands. And it's... a lot less tourists, a lot less people, arguably less to do. But again, we were there on vacation and we wanted to sort of, just chill out. But I'm not a fan of on Penang, and this really pissed me off. It bothers me when, people with Airbnb aren't transparent. And because one of the things I have in my profile is, look, if there are barking dogs near where we're going to stay, if that's going to keep me up at night, your rating will be, I will detonate your profile by just do not make it loud for me. I want it to be quiet. I'm very clear on that. And if they don't take the time to read my profile, well, I'm sorry. But I'm very also clear about my expectations. Like if you offer Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi is slow, or just you might as well just turn off the oxygen to the. So I'm very clear on what I'm paying for. The other thing is quiet in general, being able to get a good night's sleep, that sort of thing. And we were so close to this mosque, and we were there on like Christmas Day. And they were chanting and singing and doing this call to prayer thing like literally until like 10:30 at night, and then they were doing it like it was very annoying. So, and I always question myself, like, okay, am I being racist or whatever? But I mean, I know this is going to sound, corny, but like one of my best friends is, Muslim, right? But the point is that, so I don't really think that but what I'm not into is the ceremony. Like, for example, if there were a Catholic church right next to it and they were like bong, they were like ringing the bells every like 45 minutes, I wouldn't hate Catholicism, but I would be like, okay, this is annoying. And that doesn't just happen once. Now, again, Langkawi was pretty nice. So, and I'll tell you right now, plenty of expats live in Penang. There's a big expat community over there. That's probably why I didn't like it as much, because I like local communities where I can learn something. But I dug Langkawi, and it was one of those deals where it's like I walk down the street, and I'm like, hey, can I rent a car? And they're like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, well, how much is it? They're like, well, it's about, I said, well, how about, I don't even know what their currency is. But like, okay, how about like, whatever, $15 a day, $12 a day, whatever it ended up being. Do you need my driver's license? No, you got one though, right? Like, yeah. And I rent a motorbike, and I drive away kind of thing. And I'm just like, oh, well, do you guys have helmets? They're like, yeah, I think we do somewhere. I mean, you're going pretty slow. It's island living, So Langkawi, I kind of dug, but Penang did not have a good experience there. The food, people will really oversell, I think, the quality of the food there, like in the night markets and that sort of thing. And it's good, but again, it's not Thailand. The food there is equal or better quality overall. some of it, to the Filipino food. And, Filipino food is decent. You can go into a lousy market and there will be a lot of heavily fat, lousy quality ingredients that they're using. But again, that's not everywhere. And there's, decent food. And I'll tell you right now, like the food that Gracie makes at the house, I've told you the story before, they reach outside of the window in the kitchen to the little basket, where the chicken goes every day to lay its eggs. And you get pretty fresh eggs for your morning breakfast. And if you want pork, well, then you just kill a pig. And that's like literally the best pork I've ever had in my life. Like it was a couple of New Year's Eves ago. I slaughtered a pig and then cooked it, steak through the whole thing and then wrote. It was just amazing. It's just amazing. So that, it's just killer food there. Anyway, so, but I will be very interested to see what other people say about their Malaysian experience to John and Lynn. Sapa Valley, Vietnam is beautiful, says Stuck in Florida. Good to know, dude. I've never been. That's great. Roy says the night market here in Jom Tien has always been open, as have many barbers. Right now, nearly all the restaurants are open July 1st, maybe the bars too. Yeah, okay, cool. In fact, you know what, Roy? Thank you for that, because I think you actually told us that, or me at least, and I forgot, so I apologize, that market was open before, because I remember us having that discussion, and you're like, yeah, the market, and that's a pretty cool market. The food, at least from my perspective, I don't know if it was expensive or not. I don't recall it being expensive. I mean, it's quite touristy. Again, it's full of Thais, but there's, a lot of expats. When I was there in February, I was there the first week in February and did one of my more regular live streams starting there, actually. That was kind of cool. And it wasn't necessarily because there was COVID. I wasn't wearing a mask. I was not wearing a mask. Absolutely not wearing a mask. And I stayed. Hey, so actually, John from SoCal, if you're listening, when I stayed there, I actually stayed in February. I stayed at Pattaya Blue Sky on Soi 5, and I was there for 4, maybe 5 nights. It was like the week in between me ending the condo that we had before, the 1-month condo we had through Airbnb, and me taking the lease over here, which actually was February 1st. So it was like the last week in January. So COVID was like, oh yeah, there's this thing happening in China, was basically the discussion. So anyway, John from SoCal, I already sent him an email. He and I corresponded on this, but just to give you an idea of how recently I've stayed at Pattaya Blue Sky. One of the recommendations I gave him, he's like, oh, you recommend any hotels over there? Rackman says to John and Lynn, similar to Thai, with a bit more curry. Indeed. Yeah, I was in Penang years ago, and it was nice to me, but getting in is still an issue. Yeah, getting in right now is still an issue, absolutely. After hearing the prices in Bermuda, why not Hawaii instead? Lots of Panay in Hawaii, too. Yeah, well, you got to remember, we were in Boston, right? We were visiting my folks, and so, again, you can swim there, right? And $99 on JetBlue to get over to Bermuda, from Boston. Versus, to get to Hawaii from Boston, traditionally you got to lay over somewhere like in California. I would probably have done the nonstop JetBlue from Boston to San Diego, done some stuff in San Diego, or gone back home at the time. That's where my house was. And then Stuck says, "Come on, guys, hit the like button. 40 watching and only 25 thumbs up. You're so cool, man. Thank you very much, Stuck. I really appreciate it. Hola, Aztec. Good to see you, buddy." CR, okay, so I think I can fit. Crimson Dude is what I'm going to say your handle is. Yo, I just hopped on this. What it about? Not really much. I'll tell you that I would say I will let the other guys at the Cool Kids table tell you what this is about. But traditionally, it's me answering questions or talking about my experience over here in Southeast Asia. Currently, I'm in Thailand and have been and will be, because of the lockdown and that sort of thing. But the topic, the reason that the title was the title, is because we began talking about how, certainly Grab, but many other things have been now operating 24/7. And so there is effectively no curfew. It doesn't mean that people are all of a sudden running out and using the restaurants, though. But anyway, that's a little bit about what we do here. At the end of the day, we also talk about Well, gratitude is a big topic, the one that I like to just talk about. So anyway, but thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. If this is your first time in ever, I would be honored if you would listen and or give your input. So thank you very much. But yes, there are lots of Panay in Hawaii, and Gracie realized that as well, and had many people tell her, "Oh yeah, well you should come here." You know, so yeah, we're definitely going to go. And again, if we're in San Diego, I mean, even though it is about a 6-hour flight from San Diego, and Gracie had never been, so it's, you know, we're deciding like places that she's never been to go to, because I mean, for the most part, I've been to pretty much all of the places that I sort of wanted to go to in the United States. Although I want to explore the Gulf Coast a lot more. I definitely want to go down to the west coast of Florida and explore more of it. We've been there. In other words, we've been pretty much all the way from the southern part, like before you start going, you know, like down towards the Keys. Like we took, I guess it was Alligator Alley. I can't remember what number it is of the freeway, but basically all the way from Fort Lauderdale all the way straight west to like Naples area, and then drove up the coast and cruised over to like Fort Myers and Tampa St. Pete and some other areas of there. One of the places that we loved the most was Lover's Key, and it's just like just an awesome, chill, natural, you know, or national park, maybe state park, probably state park. But that was great. I loved it over there. But yeah, trust me, Gracie and I are definitely going to Hawaii when that becomes possible. So that was a good place to go, Bermuda. Dave Cool says, my dad was born in Victoria, BC, which, if you guys don't know, means British Columbia, and family goes back to the late 1800s. It would be fun to talk. Absolutely, Dave. Yeah, I mean, my whole family is Canadian, and the majority of my, you know, not my immediate family, my parents are in Boston, of course, but my cousins, like every single one of my cousins, maybe but on my mother's side for sure, they all live in Canada. They live in Kitchener, Waterloo. No, not Waterloo. Kitchener. Oh my God, I can't believe I can't remember. Hamilton area. Toronto. You know, basically, right. And then I have a cousin who lives in. Is it Victoria or Victoria Island? I can't remember. He lives on an island, and so I can't remember what it's called up there. But yeah, he's over there on the West Coast. And my dad's family, they lived on the West Coast of, in California for a while, but they were Canadian for sure. The last years of my grandparents' life, they were in Marysville, California, actually. Captain Photon says, this is the only show I'm not a troll at, Mike. Oh, good to thank you very much. I appreciate you coming by and not doing that. Maybe you don't see the need, but I assume you checked. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, man. That's cool. Made me laugh. Hike says, from Alabama, you can go anywhere you want as long as you fly to Atlanta first. Is that traditionally the way it works? Yeah. Don't sound for me. I'm cheap. Bermuda don't sound for me. Oh yeah, I mean it's not cheap. It's not cheap at all. In fact, it is. It's Singapore expensive. Yeah, it's Brunei expensive for sure. Hike says, I don't like paying to get into Oak Mountain State Park, Alabama's largest. Cost $5. Fair enough. Stuck in Florida says, come on, guys, hit the like button. 40 watching and only 25 thumbs up. Oh, my God. Yes, we can get some more. Hey, Ron. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for coming by. There's a topic? Yeah, that's probably your best answer, Crimson, is go more hike statement. There's rarely a topic. Even though I slept through 1.5 hours, I'm grateful for today's stream. Well, right on, Aztec. Good to see you, man. Greetings and aloha to you, sir. Glad you're here. I'm running a spreadsheet for RG's stock picks, about 3% over the last 3 days. Good for you. Yeah, I have an Excel spreadsheet that I'm doing for that too. And I took a chunk and I did it with the percentages that he said on his last. And his last, I mean, it's over like a week old, right? I mean, I'm honored that you guys like ping me or you send me a message on Facebook or something like that. You're like, hey, dude, when's your next video? When's your next live stream traditionally? And so I'm really honored by that. I really appreciate it. But I think we got to start pestering Richard for at least, 2 videos a week would be amazing, but that would be probably a pain in the neck for him. But yeah, I'm looking forward to his next one to hear that. But yeah, 3% in 3% in a week. I'll do that all day. If I can get 1% a week, that makes for a pretty darn good return come December 31st, right? But yeah, he's an interesting guy. And again, I think the data that he gives is helpful. So yeah. I'm glad you got, and if you don't know RG, what he's referring to is Richard Garnash. I believe I'm pronouncing his last name wrong. He hasn't corrected me yet. He occasionally will pop in on the live streams. But anyway, Rackman, if you want to throw that guy's name up there, and then everyone can know what you're talking about if they don't. But anyway, I think a lot of you guys know what he means. Richard Garnash. Anyone know the price of golf on average in Thailand? So my buddy Eddie, who will occasionally swing by the stream from Facebook, he could tell you exactly, not just on average, what he pays. He golfs at least, I want to say at least twice a week when he's in Pattaya. And I want to say, I mean, when he's told me the price, I was like, wow, that kind of sounds, I mean, again, I'm not a golfer, right? But when he's told me the price, I'm like, wow, that kind of sounds like the greens, not green, well, the fees, right? That you might pay in the U.S. But again, that's just, an ignorant sort of label that I put on there. Again, I don't have any sort of direct knowledge of it. Stuck says to go, yes, there is a topic. It just changes constantly. Ooh, shiny red ball. Yeah, absolutely. Hike says, I've been playing a drinking game. Every time you say San Diego, I take a drink. San Diego, San Diego, San Diego, San Diego. Can't even walk. You're going to need a colostomy or a catheter after this, dude. You're not going to be able to, you're going to have to just sit there and get up. Someone say San Diego. Victoria or Vancouver Island. Thank you very much. Yeah, so he lives on Vancouver Island. Or at least he was. I believe he was considering selling his house and moving to a different location. I can't remember. I believe, if I'm correct, Vancouver Island is not cheap, right? But in any case, he's a great guy. He's been to Thailand before, I believe, and I'm looking forward to him coming back. Dave Cole, message retracted. I just hope you just kind of did. I hope that YouTube didn't do that. That's the only reason I bring that up. Rackman says, Vancouver on the mainland, both very nice. Yeah, totally. Caesar says, half the people on the planet now lives in cities. True? Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how you define a city, right? I mean, where I'm from, when the locations are smaller, we refer to them as towns. Obviously, cities like New Orleans, I assume, is referred to as a city. The little suburbs around it, they call them parishes, whereas in New York City they have 5 boroughs, right? I mean, it's just kind of weird. I mean, thank God they don't do it that way over here, right? I mean, because there's the city you live in, effectively, then there's the province, and then there's the empire. But thank God it's the same in every location. There's no, if you're down in Pattaya, then they have boroughs. Oh yeah, you're over in Phuket. No, they have parishes, and come on. John and SoCal, I gotta run, Mike. Been talking to my girl and listening to you at the same time. That's not easy to do. Laugh out loud. Talk to you soon. Have a great day. Peace. Same to you, John. Thank you so much for swinging by. And again, it was neat corresponding with you on email. And I think I've opened up a couple of, or actually I probably closed them down because next Tuesday I go on a trip, and I want to talk about I'll talk about that here in a second. I just want to get caught up on the comments. Caesar says, anybody here get off on ozone content, in air quotes? I don't know what that means. And Hike, thank you so much for saying peace to John. How about bongos at the beach? Don't know what that means either. Jay says, I love that your live streams feel like we are all just hanging out. Totally. That's why, I mean, selfishly, that's why I do it, dude, because it makes me feel good too. So I'm glad it's spilling over, based on everyone else kind of hanging out. Leeway says, Mike, I don't know if it's just me. I met a lot of expats in Thailand and the Philippines are either from Florida or California. I am always laughing about it when I go to the cool kids table to hang out. Well, good, man. Thanks a lot for coming by the Cool Kids table. You got to look at it's California's massive, okay? I mean, it's more than half the population of Thailand, right? So, I mean, it's big. So the chances of people being from obviously those places are. But the other thing, too, especially Florida, is that, I mean, it's not much of a delta to be like, well, you know what? I don't particularly like the weather over here, you know? But like a couple of the guys have said today, it's like, okay, now, dude, I'm from Florida or, you know, to Hike's Point from Alabama. But Thailand is a whole other kind of humid. It is humid, you know, times two kind of thing over here. So, you know, I mean, again, I think that's, you know, if you live in one of those states. Now, again, California is enormous, you know, and it's not like Barstow has a great beach. But you know, a lot of people sort of associate California with the beaches, with Hollywood, with the gigantic, like, you know, Huntington Beach or these walk forever beaches that are up closer to LA. Or, you know, Torrey Pines or something like that in La Jolla. But yeah, I don't know. I've met, I mean, that's the least amount of people, or the least percentage of people I meet is from America, expats from America. I meet more people from Canada over here, and then probably the UK, that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, as far as like density of expats, I would say it's kind of all over for me. I mean, Brian's up in New York now, you know, and we got Hike down in Alabama. It's people are all over, but that's interesting. Now, Leeway, the King, Leeway, King Lee. If when you're meeting these guys, I assume it's in expat communities, right? I mean, you're in like, you know, you're in Pattaya or Bangkok or Manila or Cebu or something like that, or maybe even Boracay. But that's interesting. Golfing in Thailand. That's the excuse my friend uses to give his wife, right, a golf vacation. Yeah, I know, exactly, right. That's like Jeremy was talking about that before, right? It's like, yeah, I go down to Pattaya, and I tell my buddies, like, the last time I went to Pattaya, I was down there for a conference, and I was meeting guys, and I was spending about 3 days there. And I've also made the statement, yeah, I'm going to cruise down to Pattaya because I got to do some banking, because it's like, it's few, very, very few. It's not like the Philippines where you got to go to the original branch where you opened up your account, because for some reason they can't communicate specific things to other branches. It's crazy and insane. But in Thailand, there have been 2 instances where I absolutely had to go to the branch where I needed, you know. So again, and we talk about had to. I mean, again, it wasn't, you know, twist my arm. Oh my God, I got to go to Thailand. It was a time just before all of the RFID chips were basically going to be required / the default in all of the cards. And I had gotten my Capricorn Bank, and what they did to motivate you as a customer to come in and get a card that had a RFID chip on it. I'm sorry, not RFID, but you know, the chip, the security chip. You know what I'm talking about, right? So anyway, so the chip in the card, and they said, you know, you need to do this by October or whatever, and they sent out the message in like January, February, right after I had just gotten back. And they said, yeah, and if you don't do this, then we're not going to close your account. We're going to shut it down. Like, you're not going to be able to transfer money. You're not going to be able to, you know, the money will still be there, but we're going to shut down your account. And I was like, so I thought about it. I'm like, okay, fine. And I used to walk with my boss. I used to like my boss. Actually, he used to be a great guy. But then, man, I mean, it's amazing how people change, regardless. He and I used to walk almost every day at lunch, and we were friends. And so we were talking, whatever. And I said, dude, you're not going to believe this. Because he knew I was going to Thailand, and he knew I loved it, and he knew eventually I was going to move here or whatever. But the point is that I said, so you're going to love this. I said, he's like, oh, when you, and it would be a very common question people would ask me after I got back. Oh, when is your next trip to Thailand, right? So anyway, so my next trip to Thailand, I'm like, well, honestly, I think I'm going to go back there in like August or September. Because I got to go to the bank because I got to swap up my card. You know, I have to go to Pattaya to go to the Capricorn branch where I opened it to swap up my ATM card to get a new one. Now the good news is that once I did that, it was valid for like 5 years, and I think my current one from Capricorn is good for like another year. But yeah, I think 2021 is when it expires. anyway, to that point, good luck. It's just like, unless you're basically Jeremy and you go down to Pattaya to like see your buddies or to have, a really good Philly steak sandwich that you maybe can't get here or whatever. It's almost impossible. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going on a golfing trip to Pattaya. Forget it. But the good news is that when I had to go to that first time, I wasn't with Gracie, so I didn't have to try and convince her. And now she and I have been to Pattaya together, and she's seen some of the stuff that goes on. But she's also painfully aware that I got zero interest in that. I am so part of the Gracie team. We got a cool kids table here, but I also need to report to you that Gracie and I kind of have our own cool kids table, and we just kind of hang out there. And it's me, her, and her daughter, and that sort of thing. So anyway, but yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Team Gracie. That's I'm all about that. So I don't have the needs in Thailand that I used to have. And trust me, there is a very good reason why I came back the second time to Thailand, because the first time I came to Thailand, I went to Pattaya. And I'm like, ooh, this should be done regularly, So believe me, it's and when I went and when I was going there, when other people would say to me, oh yeah, I'm going to Pattaya, I'd be like, oh, golfing trip, right? So I've been there, man. I've said that as well. Hike asks, have you met Gio in the Philippines? No. Electronically, yes. I knew of him when he was first starting because he was a buddy of Rike's, and then I was on one of his live streams, and we chatted for, I don't know, probably about an hour and a half. So I've interfaced with him, but I actually have not chatted with him in a while. I used to be in this Facebook group, and for the most part, the YouTubers that were in there were from the Philippines. And I love like 50% of the guys in there. I like 100% of the guys in there. Like 100% of the guys. However, what seemed to be happening in the Philippines is there were very popular guys, and there were not so popular guys. And it seemed like every single one of them still had the same issue with like one really bad or a couple of trolls. And so a lot of the discussion in this Facebook group would be like how you get rid of trolls and how you do this. And I'm like, okay, so like, guys, like, I'm retired. I'm going to spend about 5 seconds of my life this month dealing with people that don't want to be part of the cool kids table or think that they can come here and chastise us and still be allowed to hang out. I'm like, I'm not going to spend, and they're like, oh no, it's just part of the gig. I only spend about like 1, sometimes 2 hours in the morning dealing with, I'm like, dude, absolutely not. Like, I am on perpetual vacation. There is no freaking way I am spending that kind of time out of my life to deal with negativity and removing it. And so, unfortunately, even though I love and respect guys like Rike big time, he's like a brother, I had to kind of set up some boundaries where I don't really interface with these guys, certainly from a YouTube perspective on a regular basis, because there's just way too much negative stuff going on. So I love watching and I love commenting and stuff, but that's kind of like where I set the boundaries on that. So anyway, but he's a cool guy. He's a very cool guy, and I believe that he offers a lot of great information about the Philippines. So if you guys want to go over there, well, the other thing too, which is nice about Gio, Gio and Jeremy provide a very good service if you are not 50, if you are not going to come over here on a retirement visa, and if you potentially want to work, as does Asia Unscripted. So that Jason, he provides a good perspective on, hey, so I'm going to come over here and I'm going to work, or I'm going to go to Malaysia and I'm going to work, or I'm going to go to, whereas Rike he works and he makes, some money and stuff. But I mean, for the most part, he's like semi-retired effectively. Kind of like Rob. I mean, he's, he gets some money for it, but he's kind of, retired. And I'm on vacation, dude. So there's, you can't, I don't care how much money I would make from like YouTube on a regular basis. There is no way. I can always make more money, but I cannot make more time. I cannot make 2 more hours in my morning, squirt underneath the door, and I can add that to my happiness account that I carry around in my backpack 24 hours a day. I mean, just forget it, dude. So I'm like, I am not spending time on that. And So, what is Stuck says California beaches are cold. Yes, agreed. I remember when I first moved there and I got in the water in San Diego, and the hottest that water ever got in the 30 years I lived there, I believe, was 72 degrees. And for me, that is freezing cold. The Pacific there is freezing. The Pacific in Hawaii is awesome. So I like it there, but the beaches are not warm, dude. Not for me. I'm out. See you guys later. Hey, Todd, thanks a lot for coming by, buddy. I really, really appreciate it. Always good to see you. Caesar says the ozone comment comes from a Thai friend that praised the air at a certain national park as high ozone. Urban myth? Super oxygenated and vivid? Yeah, I can't speak to that. But Shaka, Todd, good to see you, buddy. Hang loose, brother. Brian says almost everyone I met was European or Australian, maybe 3 or 4 Yanks. Yeah, indeed, it's very low. And interestingly enough, when I was at the dentist yesterday, and it was funny because I went to the dentist and I had this outstanding experience. All I needed to do is get my teeth cleaned, and I've been basically putting it off because I'm lazy. But it's one of those deals where, for whatever reason, because of I guess the stuff that I drink or the way that my mouth generates plaque and disease or whatever, the inside, the bottom of my teeth, it seems like I get a lot of plaque buildup there, and it bugs me. Now I brush, I floss, I do the whole thing, but I got in the habit of going to the dentist about every 3 to 4 months in the U.S. to get my teeth cleaned, and then they use the ultrasonic thing, so it almost sounds like they're using a grinder on it, but it's like the high pressure water with the. And so I was like, okay, I want to do that here because I'm like, I'm kind of feeling I don't like I like my teeth to feel clean, smooth. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to the dentist. Now, of course, what do you do when you go to the dentist in Thailand? You basically walk down the street blindfolded, and you feel on the side of the building, and you're like, okay, gold shop, money exchange, dentist. I mean, or 7-Eleven. I mean, that's it's just like lather, rinse, repeat, right? And so anyway, so there was this one, and usually when they have only Thai written in there, I'm like, I'll pay potentially a little bit more and I'll go to one, but usually if they're like, oh, we speak English or whatever it is, that's usually overpriced because they're usually focused on the farang. But anyway, where I live is effectively a Thai neighborhood for several blocks. I mean, there's farang, of course, and the point is that it's more Thai, right? I'm not like going to Pattaya to go to the dentist, for example. And so I walk into this place, and the minute I walk in, they immediately, literally escort me over to a place where I can wash my hands. And so I'm like, okay, yeah, cleanliness, I get it, COVID kind of thing. And so anyway, so then I come back, and they're like, well, what do you want? And of course, they have I love this, actually. I really appreciate it. They have a pricing list, and they're like, okay, a cleaning is from 900 to 1,200 baht, depending upon whatever you want. And then they have another one that was 1,500 to 2,000 baht or something, and it was it included x-rays. And then there was another one that was something else, and then x-rays, and then something else, and it was 2,000 baht for that. And I'm like, no, all I need is a cleaning. Normally I get my teeth cleaned every 3 to 4 months. I've already had x-rays recently, and I don't particularly want to get pummeled with x-rays just because I'm in a different country. There's no need. There was zero discussion about, well, you might have a cap. No. And so I said, I'll wait. Maybe I'll get x-rays the next time I come in. So they're like, okay, well, it'll probably be about 900 baht or, whatever. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And so then I go in, and they took my passport, and I filled out the thing. They're like, do you have any diseases? Are you on any medication we need to know about, blah, blah, blah. So I fill that out, and then I go in. I mean, I'm talking about, I filled it out, and then they're like, okay, go have a seat. And you've probably experienced this if you've done any sort of degree of medical care. $30 teeth cleaning. Absolutely, Brian. That's exactly what I paid. No, I'm sorry. I paid 31 something, $32. And it was fantastic. Anyway, so let me continue. So I'm sitting there, and I go in, it was maybe 60 seconds. And a gentleman comes out who I then learned was basically the owner of this place. He was the head dentist, and he got his, he went to medical school / dentistry school. He has a DDS. He's actually a doctor at the University of Pennsylvania. And his wife, I can't remember where she went, but she also went over there, and in the United States. So I bring this up because for the dental discussion, but also because of the whole how many people are from the U.S. And this is rare. But this guy asks me, he goes, oh, what? I mean, he probably knew from my passport, obviously, what country I was from. But they just say, like, where are you from? But he was specific. He's like, oh, what state are you from? And I'm like, oh, okay, well, you've been over there. I mean, and his English was stellar, right? To the point where I actually felt like an idiot because I was talking with him in my default way of talking with people in Thailand, meaning I don't talk like I'm talking to you guys, okay? Like, there's limited articles. There is, like, noun, verb, go, hospital, can go, kind of thing. And it's just easier, right? Because, I mean, and I also talk arguably fast. So, if I use less words, it's also a lot easier. But anyway, his English was excellent. And then, of course, I learned that he was from Pennsylvania, or went to school there in Pittsburgh. And I was like, it's kind of cold. He's like, yeah, it was pretty bad. I said, well, I know what you mean. I grew up in Boston. And he literally does one of those laughs where you you kind of like bend over and grab your stomach. I mean, not of course like you're having appendicitis, but he was just like, oh my God, he said, it is so cold there. I said, dude, 9 feet of snow sometimes. I mean, it's not Denver, but I mean, yeah, Boston gets cold in the winter, and it also gets cold in the spring. So it's kind of like, this is lame. But anyway, the point is that to the whole, U.S. and Aussie thing, I would say that, yeah, I would say I probably meet even more Canadians than I meet from, Yanks, right? Which is absolutely what all my relatives call me, a Yank. And I'm like, I know, that's so funny. What's my dollar worth versus yours? Boom. I just yanked you now, didn't I? Roy says, we'll be staying at a new hotel on Soi 31 in Bangkok tomorrow. The Quarter. It looks cool. $35 a night. Includes breakfast for 2. Soi 31. Is that a soak, Roy? Soi 31. But anyway, good for you. That's great. That's a really good recommendation. So we'll the Quarter. Oh, the Quarter. Okay, so yeah, no, it's not necessarily. It's Prompong, right? It's near EM Quartier. Is that what you mean? Did I pronounce it wrong? Did you type Quartier? No, you said Quarter. So anyway, cool, man. Let us know how it was. If you want to. If you want to hang out, let me know. I can get on BTS from Soi 100 and go anywhere. But I mean, again, if you're just up here doing whatever you're doing, awesome, enjoy. And the guy's telling Todd to keep the faith, live the dream, and have an amazing day, which is great. Love that. Capricorn Green. Yes, Capricorn is the green bank. And their customer service has always been really good to me. Bangkok Bank, their customer service hasn't been pleasant as like friendly, but they've always done exactly what I asked and did it pretty proficiently. Now, the Bangkok Bank in Prachuap Khiri Khan, the people were lovely. But the one in Jomtien wasn't necessarily really nice. But whatever. I mean, she might have been having a bad day 3 times in a row. Who knows? Aztec says to Rockman, good, thanks, mate. You'll have to Google share that spreadsheet. Yeah, absolutely. That's cool that you're keeping track of those prices. I've been watching Gio. I like his stuff too. Hike, yeah, absolutely. He's a totally cool guy. When did you retire? How old are you? Any regrets? Basically, last November. I'm 52 now. I was 51 then, and I have 0 regrets. I mean, I did a video, and it was like 6 months, and I didn't make a big deal of, oh my God, it's 6 months. But it turned out to be at 6 months. I had been over here, and I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan. So I'm like, okay, 6 months, whatever. And I mean, I think the statement I made in there is I have zero questions in my mind, like, should I have done this or whatever. And again, there's also some bias, right? I mean, you also got to remember that I certainly didn't plan on there being a global financial crisis, kind of, but also a medical crisis. And I cannot think of any better place on the planet to be if I need medical care is Bangkok. I mean, all I got to do is take the BTS, and every single stop there's a world-class hospital, and my insurance is not expensive. It's certainly it's about 1/10 the cost for the annual payment that it was in Southern California. And so it's been really good, you know. I mean, again, I say I'm retired. I mean, I do this, right? So this is like kind of a hobby, a paying hobby to some degree, in the sense that. And again, thank you guys so much for the super chats. I really appreciate it. Also, I want to thank the guys along the way that I'm not going to say their name because they did, but I want to thank the guys along the way that, like, even when I'm not doing videos, like, they send me some PayPal money. That just blows me away, you guys. So thank you very much. So anyway, it's a hobby. But you know, I have a business, right? I mean, I have like an LLC and a incorporated S corp. I think it's an S corp or C corp. I can't remember exactly what we did. They're both out of Florida. One of them is my personal business, and it's effectively me being a sole proprietor. And then the other one is an app that me and my buddy meaning like we actually had investors until the economy went. Although I think it's coming back, so I think we might be able to get some more investment money and then potentially hire some more developers. But we were making basically a personal safety app, and so I do that kind of, you know. And I do need to actually check in with my business partner this week, so that's it. Thank you for that reminder in a sly way. Very good. Zero regrets, Robert. Zero regrets. Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden, where the word golf comes from. Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden. Cute. That's pretty good. Mike, driving for an hour, listening but can't type. Thank you for another stream in case you call it. Right on, man. Drive safe, Aztec. Really, really stoked you came by, and hopefully you're still listening and it hasn't dumped out, man. Brian says there's one guy in the Philippines that streams with his wife that's young on the creep side. Some things I can't watch. Oh, it's like, it's even, yeah, I mean, I guess I get what you mean, Brian. You know, I mean, I'm never gonna really sort of judge anyone else for their relationship choices. But I know what you mean. You know, you kind of look at it and you're like, I don't know, dude. It seems, and you know what? It's not so much the delta in age that I may judge. You know, I'm like, oh my God, that guy looks wicked. Because I met a guy the other day, and he's 55 or 57, meaning he's not that much older than I am. And I was sitting there, hanging out, talking with him or whatever. And I'm like, oh my, he looks so much older than I am. So much older. And I don't know what that is attributed to. I mean, some people age in a different way. When I had hair, which wasn't much of it, but when I had the silly ponytail, I looked much older than I do now. Okay, so I mean, again, you know, my skin is basically the same, but yet I have no stupid dead animal on my head. And so you know, so you can change the kind of but I was amazed. And his wife was like in her 30s or whatever, I think, maybe late 30s. And, you know, I literally didn't even think anything of it until like just now, because I'm talking about it in my head and then therefore out loud. But yeah, sometimes when I see guys, it's not so much what she looks like, but it's how he behaves with her. I think that is the thing that kind of like, you know, in my mind, I'm not like, oh my God, I'm going to report him or I'm going to chastise him publicly or whatever. It's just kind of like, I don't know, that kind of, that's a little bit weird, and I don't know if it's creepy, but I do know what you mean, Brian, the whole creep scale. I get that. Brian says to Robert, who would regret retirement? Yeah, you know, it's funny too. A buddy of mine who worked for me, Sal, he retired and left, let's see, I think January of this year, long before there was like, you know, COVID everywhere, right? But he basically retired, and he recently, because we all kind of still keep in touch, he recently sent a email to the email list that we are all still on, me, my guys. And he's like, if anyone ever tells you that, you know, retirement is boring or it's a bad idea, they're full of it. He goes, I love retirement and I'm so busy now, because, I mean, you're doing exactly what you want to do, right? Now, my phone just pinged me, so I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Brian just sent me something. I'm obsessed with Thai news, trying to forget the... okay. Watch this video. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I hear you, Brian. That can kind of be annoying. That's a real drag. My uncle told me that about golf, and I believed it for years. Yeah, girls only, ladies forbidden. Yeah, and you know, it's funny, Brian. I think every place I've been to, I paid about, or at least I leave thinking that this cost me $30 to get my teeth cleaned, which was like really cool. Okay, so there's one that's held, so that's from Brian. I want to make sure you guys, that may have already scrolled past, so it can't show up now. But anyway, Brian says to Robert, I have a pension and a 401. I knew I was ready, the TSP 401, even if it goes to crap. I'm good on pension, especially in Thailand. Totally. That was the other thing too, is I'm like, okay, if I need like, let's say for the sake of argument, you believe you need $10 million to live in the United States. Well, let's say for the sake of argument, I have 4 million. Then it's like, oh yeah, you've only got 40% of that big number. I'm like, yeah, but dude, it cost me 30% of my life. It cost a third to live in Thailand what it cost me to live in Coronado. And so I'm like, I think I'm pretty good. But the bottom line is I don't sweat it. And again, along the way, I find guys like Richard or other people, or I take little nuggets of information from other places. Like I get information from the Motley Fool. I've told you guys about investing, and I take what I want and I leave the rest for later. Like at least 55% of what the Motley Fool puts out, I think it's garbage. And I think it's like, like it's totally... I hate the presentation of it, but some of the things that they've said in the past, I like watched it for an entire year. Like, okay, what are the pieces of data that they give me that actually will have some ROI, and what are the things that I can easily ignore? And so I've done that before. So anyway. Daniel says, I followed Jeremy from Do More Life back when he was in the Philippines. Yeah, he ended up getting into a dispute with another PI. I don't really. Well, that's too bad. But I actually don't recall that. I do remember him getting in touch with, or getting in a debate with somebody else for whatever. Robin says to Brian, did you retire to Thailand? I do not know why your comments are being hidden, Brian. But to the question that he, hold on, let me see here. Okay, anyway. So Brian says to Robert, lousy story, but yeah, stuck in New York City until I can fly out again. Yeah, Brian used to be over in Chiang Mai and then cruise back to New York City, probably thinking that he could leave New York City whenever he wanted, or more importantly, come back here. And Daniel says, PI YouTuber, it was kind of interesting to watch. Oh, yeah, I think I know who you mean. It wasn't for me. I felt like it was kind of a drag, because I really think that Jeremy is he's a nice guy. He's a good guy. And, I do the same thing, give wrong information, and occasionally he gives wrong information, but that doesn't mean he does it intentionally. He's just learned a certain amount, as have I. We've only learned this amount. And after we've been here as long as Thailand Rob has, for example, then we'll know 5 years worth of stuff or whatever. I've been traveling over here for 7 years, and so I have 7 years worth of experience, but I haven't lived here for, more. I'm 7 months, right? So far I've lived here 7 months. But, going back and forth, it's kind of like I picked this stuff up along the way. And again, I'm over here. And for me, many people can tolerate this. Many people label me as not having a thick enough skin. The other YouTubers say, well, you just got to build up a thick skin. And I totally understand that. I can appreciate why they say that. But I got no use. The only reason I want to build up a thick skin is if I accidentally didn't put sunscreen on and fell asleep at the beach. That's the only, literally, I'm like, no negativity for me. So anyway. And then Brian says to Brian, are you living in Thailand now? Yeah, and unfortunately he did answer that, Robert, and I apologize that for whatever reason the comment from Brian didn't show up. But yes, Brian is now living in New York City and wants to be back here in Thailand. And I don't think I'm putting words in his mouth. Absolutely not. Roy says, yeah, you're right. M.A., speaking of cheap dental, try Algodones, Mexico. It's really close to Yuma, Arizona border. Just park on the U.S. side and walk across the border. Many videos of YouTube about it. Yeah, in fact, I think one of the guys that I was following a while ago, Steve Montelli, right? Didn't he cruise over there and cruise across the border to do it? I've considered, I think maybe I did it once, and I've had many friends in San Diego go across and get dental work down there because it is indeed cheaper down there, but it is not as cheap as Thailand. And the quality is not there. For the amount of money that you pay for dental work in Thailand, if you were to take that money and spend it on medical and spend it on dental work in Mexico, in my experience, both me and my friends who they do not get the quality of care that you get here, especially for things like root canals or implants or something like that. I'm not talking about beautification. For the most part, whitening and the super cosmetic kind of stuff. That's cheaper here than in the U.S. for sure, but it's not as cheap. The delta in price from a root canal and crown in San Diego compared to here, again, I think I told you the story before. Gracie basically came here for 2 weeks. I came for 1 week, but she came here for 2 weeks. stayed in Airbnbs, with me for the first week, of course. And then, but she went to the dentist. She came here too. We came here to go to the dentist. And we saved over, I think it was almost $3,000 by flying halfway across the world to get dental care. And then, of course, we also got to enjoy ourselves in Thailand. And she got 2 root canals and 2 crowns. And they're fantastic, and their customer service was great. And she was there with me initially, and then she was there by herself, and she was in Bangkok by herself, and so I'm a huge fan of the dental and medical care that you get over here. But yeah, I've had guys. I didn't know about Algodones, but I definitely know where it is, and it's a simple. You're right. Talk about easy to get in and out of Mexico. Maybe now I can't remember. I got a buddy who also has a house or a condo down in Rosarito, not all the way down to Ensenada. And for the most part, he would live down there for like long weekends, like Thursday through Monday. Basically, he would live down in Rosarito, and then he had a condo up in Mission Valley, or still has a condo up in Mission Valley. The paradigm for him would usually be like 3 or 4 days in San Diego, and then 3 or 4 days kind of thing down in Mexico. And even recently, he's been able to get back and forth across the border. Now again, he parks on one side. He has a special garage, parks his car there, so it's covered and safe. And then he walks across, and then he takes like an Uber down to his condo or something like that. And he had been doing that very regularly, to the point where I was like, man, I cannot believe you're going in and out of the country like that. I don't know if he's done it in a while. I haven't chatted with him in a while, but yeah, for all I know, that you can still do that now, right? Mariano, hey, good to see you. Actually checked in and said hello before, and I apologize. I saw the comment, but I missed saying hello to you. So I'm glad you're here, man. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate you coming by. If you ever need help with the ASO, App Store optimization stuff for your app, let me know. I absolutely will, and I really, really appreciate that, Mariano. That's awesome, buddy. Thank you so much. Caesar says, dead animal reporting for duty. Indeed. Glad you're here, buddy. Brian says, not him. She looked 15. Oh, got it. Okay, yeah. But, here's what, and I get it, Brian, trust me. I will tell you, though, that one of my first really good friends, my really good Thai friends, Tanya, I think she was at least 30, if not 29, 30 kind of thing, when we met. And she was in San Diego, and she was working there. And so we started hanging out. And where I worked, University of San Diego, the campus is gorgeous. It's really awesome. It's like classrooms inside of a giant spa. They take really good care of the grounds, and it's very expensive. Anyway, so she wanted to come over and check it out. So she came over during the day and hung out. And so I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. So we went and got food or dinner, or rather lunch or something like this, Thai food. Shocker. And then we walked into the area, the systems team area where my guys would sit. And she walked in, and I said, hey, this is my friend Tanya, and I had been going back and forth to Thailand at that time. So when I would come back on the whiteboard inside of their area, I would write down various Thai words. So it was like Tini, here, Tinong, and so the Sawadee Krap, Nit Noi, and that sort of thing. I said these basics, and so my staff would know those words. Anyway, so she came in and she looked at the board. It was kind of, ha ha ha, oh my God, you're teaching your guys that, it's totally wrong, Mike, of course. But anyway, they met her. And again, she's 30. And so I walked back in and I said, because it was one of my within my first 2 years of coming to Thailand. And so I'm sure you guys have experienced this. You see a Thai woman or whatever, and you're like, okay, she looks like 10 and she's like 25 or something like that. And so that was sort of an interesting thing. So I asked my guys, I said, hey, so my friend Tanya, how old does she look to you? I'm really curious. And I'll never forget one of my guys that was on the team. He turned around, his name's Jordan, and he's like, she looks 13. And because of that, I think I told you the story potentially before, is that occasionally when we would be crossing the road or the street or whatever, she would grab my hand. And so I didn't really think anything of it, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But then I was very conscious of that because, again, well, at the time I was in my late 40s, And it's like, okay, 40-year-old guy walking across a college campus where I work, holding the hand of potentially what looks like a 13-year-old girl, kind of thing. So I was pretty conscious of that. And again, it's the environment. I wouldn't think twice about it here in Bangkok. Like, who cares? But again, in conservative, ridiculous, kind of social norms of the age gap relationship in the United States. Even worse in places like New England or that sort of thing. I can't speak to the Midwest or whatever, but I can tell you in San Diego, it was like, if you were over like about 10, maybe even 15 years in age. But to your point, Brian, yeah, when they look really young too, it's like you kind of got to be, conscious of, I think, how you interface with them, but whatever. But I totally get it. Caesar says biggest age spread I've ever heard of was Paulo Casals and his wife. 60 years. They had 16 great years together. So there you go. Absolutely. Great show, Mike, says Captain. Thanks for the fun. Dude, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dave Cole says, thick skin or not, I like your honesty. Oh, appreciate it, buddy. I'll tell you, here's the great thing about having a lousy memory and wanting to be honest is, like, if I tell lies, I can't remember them to save my life anyway. So it's like, I guess I just better not lie because I'm not going to remember what I'm going to say to you guys. So it's like, I don't remember what lie I said. Just tell the truth. It's a lot easier. Now, obviously, I'm just kind of tongue-in-cheeking that. I mean, I believe in honesty, believe me. But again, to be fair, from a logic perspective, it's a hell of a lot easier. Robert says, how much is a good budget to live an upper middle class U.S. lifestyle in Thailand? First of all, that is an excellent description. And I will tell you that I believe I probably live a middle class lifestyle here in Thailand. I lived an upper middle class style in Coronado in San Diego, California. And I spend, and again, you got to remember, it's the team. So it's me, it's Gracie, and Gracie has a business and she generates revenue and that sort of thing. But there is money that it costs us to live. And so I'm spending on average, about $2,000 a month. And if you're asking that because you haven't come over here and you're planning on coming over here and living over here, I'll give you a couple other data points. The first, to get me here, okay, so to get my visa and all of that stuff or whatever, it was about $1,000, to do everything. Meaning, I had to, once I got rid of my car, then I needed to have a rental car. So I needed to have a rental car for 10 days to 2 weeks or something like that. And then I needed the gas to get me up to LAX and drop it off. I needed to get my visa. I needed to drive back and forth. So, I kept track of the basic stuff. I didn't keep track of the amount of food that I was eating the last several months that I lived in Southern California. But I kept track of if I don't do these things, I literally cannot go to Thailand and live there and be comfortable. So I need to do these things. So that was about $1,000. Once I got here, my first week, meaning I was in a hotel, and then I flew Gracie in. Okay, so there's my ticket plus her ticket, and I knew she was leaving, so there's the round trip ticket. So, but again, we're a team. And her hotel, which of course was our hotel, because I actually got here 2 or 3 days earlier than she thought I was, and so I surprised her at the airport. So anyway, so I had a hotel near that airport, and then we did some stuff, and that was about $750. What I didn't include on one of the things of what it cost me to get here was the $1,700 of annual premium I had to pay for my insurance. And again, I got my visa before October 31st of last year. It was not a requirement for me to have insurance, but as far as I'm concerned in my life, it is a requirement for me to have insurance. I don't go anywhere without insurance, at least to some degree. I don't buy the excessive, ridiculous, silly travel insurance that the airline tries to sell you on the way out. It's it's only $12 a month. If many people that don't buy this insurance, their vacation can cost them $200,000. It's nonsense. And again, I've tried it before, and I've said, well, I'm going to try this. I'm going to make a claim. Making a claim is a complete pain in the neck. Forget it. So I don't do that, but I do have health insurance, and I also have traveler's insurance. Traveler's insurance is different. My health insurance covers me for the entire year with a certain amount of money and a certain amount of deductible, and I can go to any hospital I want, kind of thing. And it covers me up to about $1.5 million baht. My traveler's insurance covers me the first 30 days into any country, and that's an annual policy, but it's only like $200. But it only covers me for the first 30 days I'm in a country. But the amount of coverage is ridiculous because it's like if I'm going to a country that I potentially don't know, this is why I bought it years ago and continue to buy it. I don't know what it's going to cost to be over there. And the chances of me going to Singapore and staying there longer than 30 days are low. But when I go to Singapore, if I get hurt, I need to have insurance that covers me in Singapore and Hong Kong. Those are both very expensive. Or if I were to go to Tokyo. So I have that policy. And I don't believe I included those in that approximate $1,000 that I was talking about. Then, once we did that first week thing, Gracie and I cruised down to Cha'am. And we lived in Cha'am for a month. And the first week, we lived in Cha'am for about 5 weeks, 6 weeks, something like that. The first week we were there, we were in an Airbnb, and so that was like a little bit more expensive. And then we literally just like walked across the street and got that condo we were in for a month. And it was like $260. I mean, it was smaller than where we are now, but it was on the top floor. Very, very new building. If you know Cha'am, it's in South Cha'am. It's the biggest building in Cha'am. Biggest two buildings in Cha'am. The pool, they had one pool. But of course it's Cha'am, right? So unlike here, where it's like I pay a little bit more for my condo, but I can take the BTS everywhere. There, we paid less for our condo, but I had to rent a motorbike for however much it was per week. I don't even know, 1,000 baht a week, something like that. Because you can't drive everywhere. You can walk to the beach and you go on beach walks, but for the most part in Cha'am, you need a motorbike to get around, to do things. Or you can use Grab, of course. But and I believe that month that we were down there cost us about $2,000. So the short answer for me is what I've been doing is I've been keeping track of absolutely everything. I mean, in other words, my monthly cell phone bill and adding all that in, but also, the money that Gracie needs to do whatever she needs to do, the money that it's cost to bring her there, here and back. And me buying little things like on Lazada or basically. And so I refer to that as the cost of life, because many people do these like cost of living things and they're like, oh yeah, I only spend this on groceries or whatever. And I'm like, okay, if I were to just total up some of the things that most of these categorically defined cost of living videos that I see on YouTube from these guys over here, for me, they're missing an enormous amount of things. Like they have this like miscellaneous category sometimes, and they're like, yeah, and then in miscellaneous I spent about $27. I mean, dude, I spent $27 on a light bulb the other day. I mean, it stuff like that happens. Additionally, there are pop-ups, and I always factor that in because that is the cost of life. I didn't plan on getting my teeth cleaned yesterday, but that was $32 or something spent yesterday more than I normally would. And I'm not going to be like, oh, well, I've got a budget of $1,300 and I published it on YouTube, so therefore I've got to stick to the... No. I live like I want to live. And to your point, I'm so glad that you asked that question based on what would it cost to live a similar life in Thailand of a upper middle class lifestyle in the United States. So that is stellar. I will submit to you that if you're doing it by yourself, you could probably do it for around $2,000 to $2,500. If you're doing it with a partner who is living with you here, and again, she's going to have visa requirements. I mean, every 30 days, or basically for Gracie, we got to go to the immigration office and we got to spend 1,900 baht on that. And then it'll, and by the time we go there, and it's like, okay, well, we're going to do this thing. So because we're like doing this thing or whatever, we decide, well, you know what? I tell you what, we're going to buy like gold necklaces or whatever. Cost of life. Upper middle class United States, and again, you can give me a specific city, or you can actually tell me in that city what you're spending per month now to live that lifestyle. That's the other thing. I would say less than $3,000, you'll be living the dream. You'll be absolutely living the dream. You will not be distracted. You'll be able to get up one morning like I'm going to do next Tuesday and get on a plane and cruise down to Suratani and then take a boat over to Koh Samui or not, or like rent a motorbike or not, or go to another island or go to 2 more islands or spend 1,000 baht on a hotel or spend 1,400 or whatever. You're going to be able to do that because I believe that is what a upper middle class lifestyle does in the United States. It's like, well, what do you want to do this weekend? Well, you know what? I've got some miles on Southwest or whatever. Gracie and I did this. I tell you what, why don't we go to Fort Lauderdale this weekend because it's warmer there than it is in April in San Diego. And so we just do that. I don't think about it. I mean, I get the best deal that I can. I go on whatever rental car, and I think, well, I'd rather pay $34 a day for a rental car than $85 a day or whatever. So, I'm conscious of the cost of stuff. But to your point, too, in Southern California, San Diego, where I live, including my car, and I didn't have a car over here. Upper middle class in Thailand tells me that you're probably going to have a car. If you debate that, then we can talk about cost of that. But my cost in San Diego living there was over $6,000 a month, and my cost living here is about $2,000 a month. So basically what I've been doing is, and I'm very comfortable, I'm ridiculously comfortable. I don't buy a gold necklace every weekend either. About a third. So upper middle class lifestyle in the United States, I would say a third what it's going to cost you to live there is what it's going to cost you to live here. That's Mike's opinion, and I would love to debate that longer. In fact, I'm sure the answer I gave you was infinitely longer than you expected, especially if you haven't been here before. So, anyway, there you go. Hopefully that answered it, Robert, ad nauseum. Brian says, not bitchin'. My ex is almost 20 years younger, but this one I saw something I didn't like. There you go. But they died at 30 to 40. Caesar the cellist. Yes, the cellist. Life was short, many ancient times. Dental problems and sanitation problem. Maybe. I don't know. King that lived 120 years. Ramses made 90s too, I believe. Maple Leaf Dave. I would like to open a Thai bank account as a tourist. I heard it can be done, but it takes an effort. Convenient to have it traveling yearly there till retirement. So the short answer is it depends, like every answer to every question, is I opened my first bank account on a tourist stamp. Okay, that was several years ago. I get it. It's gotten hot. It's gotten tighter. That sort of thing. But if you've ever seen JC's videos, I think one of the best descriptions that he gives of it is go in, try it. Don't describe the process like I'm doing right now, meaning don't over talk like I do. Just go in there and say, I want to open up a bank account, as if you have no limitation whatsoever. And if they say, no, you need this, then they're pretty much all the same. There's like 4 banks, that are really, really similar. There's ones that are, of course, more, sort of focused on the Thai market. And then there's ones that are, do international banking all day long. If you don't have a U.S. passport, it makes it a little easier. If you have a U.S. passport, I can understand why they would not necessarily want to do it for you. The amount of paperwork they need to do is more, is the short answer. But the short answer is try it. That's actually the best thing I can do. But just go in and say, I want to open up a bank account. Don't say, I want to open a bank account, but I know I've only got a tourist visa and I'm not living, Just, I want to do this. And say, look, I want to put 10,000 baht in, and that's about it. If you believe you need to go into further description of why you're doing it, if they actually ask you that question, then you can say, well, I'm going to retire here. Now, that may key them in to look in your passport for a retirement visa. The other thing to keep in mind is, yes, it is more difficult now than it has been. But don't not try it. Capricorn, Bangkok Bank, Krung Thai, Capricorn and Bangkok Bank are the two that I have accounts in. To open up my account in Bangkok Bank, I needed to go to immigration with the invoice from when I was staying at the Marriott, and with that, the immigration office gave me a piece of paper that was basically proof of residency, which was the same thing I got from the immigration in Prachuap Khiri Khan about 5 months ago. I then took that piece of paper I almost said the DMV, but basically to land transport to get my driver's licenses here in Thailand. And so I had a very similar piece of paper when I was in Jomtien, proof of residency, that I then took to Bangkok Bank to say I'm living here. Now, let's be clear. I also had a 1-year multiple entry visa at the time because it was an O. My first visa was a B visa, 1-year multiple entry. And then my second one was an O. And then my current one is an OA, or retirement visa. And so again, many people will experience this, which is why they tell you, say that you have to have a visa to be living here permanently to get a bank account. But, and then Gotta Love Thailand says I did the same thing with that paper and got a bank account. Yeah. So the short answer is if you go somewhere and you say, I want to open a bank account, and they deny you, and they really deny you, like they're not, no, you need to get, then just go to another one. Go to another branch. You can even go to the same bank every single time. You can go every time you're in a city and you're in a mall, just walk into the bank floor and go to Casacorn, and eventually I will submit to you that you will get one. I think it's an excellent idea, especially to do it proactively as you're describing. If you have the idea that you're going to need a bank account here to have that infamous 800,000 baht in prior to retirement, if you're going to want to get your visa here and or go through regular visa extensions over here. My plan is, if I can fly, is to go back to the United States and at the Thai consulates or embassies there, get my retirement visas regularly there, so I don't need to have the money in a Thai bank account. I can have it in a U.S. bank account, which is where the majority of my money is now anyway. And I do that because, forever, basically, my plan is to go back to the United States at least once a year and see my parents in July or August when it's nice and hot and humid in Boston. So I'm going to be back there anyway, right? And so for me, that plan works. For those people, like I met a guy yesterday, and he's been over here on the same visa, you got a Thai retirement visa, and he every year he just extends it, right? I mean, so like he's been over here, so he has that money presumably in the bank, and so that's his plan. But my plan is to basically go back to the United States at least once a year. So, but yeah, that's been my experience. And wow, am I like really that late? Rackman says when Social Security was started, the life expectancy of a white male was 62, a woman was 67, a black guy was 57. It only paid if you won the age lotto. Yeah, it seems like it, right? Carl from New York City and Cebu. Good to see you, buddy. Hi, Mike. Hi to you, my friend. Love the postcard background. It probably looks like that, not like looking at the blue water of East River in the New York City postcard. Yeah, so what's in the background there, actually, that's a picture that Gracie took, I want to say in March, I think. That's Boracay. And so, yeah, that is pretty nice, isn't it? What's the other one that I have here? Do I have another one in here? I can never remember exactly what... Oh, I don't have pigeon camp. That's Gracie's backyard, by the way. That's her farm right there. And but you can't see the chat when I do that. So anyway, I'll go back to that. But you guys can look at that. You can look at that postcard. Oh, I'm not even using my. I'm not using my. Anyway, I'll go back to chat. But I love her backyard. Great. Totally great. Gotta Love Thailand says, if you are in Thailand now, it's the time to travel. I just drove 6 hours to Koh Chang, and there is no one here. It is great. That is so awesome. There's another buddy of mine who I'd met through like the YouTube channel on Facebook, Dave Clark, I believe, and he's there with his wife, and he sent me a photo of where they're at. They have like their own jacuzzi, and they're looking out over the ocean and stuff. So yeah, gotta love Thailand. I'm completely there with you. And so what I'm doing on Tuesday, because it was like, a week out, right? I booked it, and it was like, I think it's like $40, if that. Thai Lion Air. I'm flying from Bangkok down to Surat Thani, because at Surat Thani is basically where you take the ferry over to Koh Samui. And I don't know if I'm going to go to Koh Samui. I'm probably going to go to Koh Samui, but there's two other islands there, and it's like Koh Yat Yai or something. I can't remember the name of it, but... Oh, okay. So, see, I didn't know whether... I was like, wait a minute. Because the way he's describing this, it's as if he's Dave Clark. Sorry, dude. So gotta love Thailand. I gotta watch your channel more, I guess, huh? Anyway, cool. And so you see, guys, like when I talk about like talking to, I'm like I hang out with you guys outside of the channel too, which is kind of neat. Dave's a great guy, by the way. Anyway, and additionally, a lot of and it's been so timely too, because CB Media is down there, right? I mean, he like cruised down to Suratani to go to this park that I guess was closed. I watched this video this morning that I think he posted last night. And I don't know whether he's going to be taking the ferry over to Koh Samui or whatever, but it's one of the things that I'm going to do down there. I don't know how I'm going to get back. I don't know if I'm going to do the train ride. I'm thinking about doing the train ride from down there all the way up to Cha Am, and then maybe hang out at Cha Am for a little bit. But anyway, that's my plan for next Tuesday. And so to the whole, like, doing the domestic travel thing, oh my God, I agree with you all day long, man. That is absolutely, damn, I completely agree. Thailand, now is the time to travel. Rackman says owning people ended in the 1860s was never a good idea. Completely agree. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. Gotta love says I did the same with that paper and got the bank account. Yeah, so basically you just do the residence proof, and then for the most part it makes it a lot easier. They would not give me a second account. Oh, interesting. Messages held for review. Hold on, let's see. By Rackman. Slave trivia. The guy who got slavery legal in Virginia was a black man owning a white man. Won the court case, set the precedent. Interesting. And Gotta Love says, without my retirement visa, he got the account. My family grew hemp for slaves in Kentucky, one of the last stops on the Underground Railroad. Win-win. Stuck in Florida. A friend of that has lived in Thailand for 23 years, says it has been getting harder to open up a bank account in the past couple of years without residency. No disagreement. That is a completely accurate statement. It is harder, and there will be many places you'll be like, I cannot. Like, I've gone to 3 banks and I can't do it. And that'll happen. So maybe just, try it again. Robert Griffin says, perfect answer, just what I was looking for. Got to get some rest, so catch you next time. Great content. Thanks also to Brian. Robert, I really appreciate it. That's cool. I'm glad I answered your question. In less than 48 minutes. Aren't I amazing? Concise, baby. Concise. Brian says to Robert, dude, go 3 weeks or a month. You'll know. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the bottom line, is that like anything that to do over here in Thailand, just go and do it. I mean, that's really the best advice. Now, I completely understand that some of you guys aren't like, okay, I'm watching this video because I'm going to retire. The second that I can leave, the United States, I will, and I don't have to have a job or whatever. And then there are people like me that used to be like me, which is like, yeah, I get like 2 to 3 weeks vacation a year, and I'm going to take, so I get that. But again, as close to what Brian mentions as you possibly can do, meaning as close to like come over here for a month, that's when you really get to know this place, meaning you get to, like, you're going to go to a couple cities. I mean, if you're going to come over here and just like be in Bangkok for a whole month, yes, you'll learn things for sure. But if you're just doing a vacation and you're going to come over here, then, still live. Yes, Matt Tech, we're still live, buddy. Glad you're here. Good to see you. Gotta love Thailand. Change my name a couple times. Good for you. That's a good way to avoid. It's a good way to remain clandestine. Good for you. Maple Leaf Dave says, one thing I will have to learn to do is ride a motorbike prior to retiring in Thailand. Never drove one. And Aztec says, easy as riding a bike. I too have to get my motorcycle license at home. So sick of not being able to hire bikes when here in Thailand. Yeah, I would, of all the things that I did prior to coming here that were like US-like, I would absolutely encourage you guys to get your motorcycle endorsement on your license there, and then get a international driving permit that has the motorcycle endorsement on that. Now, again, if you're going to come over here and you're going to spend any significant amount of time here, then it's very easy to get your driver's license once you have those two things. Now, again, the international driving permit is only valid for 1 year, but most licenses that you get with the motorcycle endorsement, they'll be valid for several years, certainly, depending upon. Now, that's what's interesting. So I had my California driver's license, and it's expiring like in like 2 to 3 years, let's say. What was interesting is that when I went in with that license and the proof that I had taken the course kind of thing. And now I was able to get the motorcycle endorsement added on to that. They did that. They gave me a new physical license that was had the same, but then it had the additional M on it, right? And that expired 1 year later. So now so they added 1 more year on. I'm not quite sure why, but anyway, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, those are the kind of things that I don't hear. I hear a lot of guys talking about all the stuff you're going to need to take and bring over here to do stuff over here. I don't hear a lot of guys talking about all the stuff that you should do before you leave. For example, just getting, this kind of visa, or just getting this kind, or it's I do hear guys, bless their heart. They're like, look, if you're going to come over here and you're going to live over here, then as long as you have 6 months left on your passport, come on over here, get the stamp, and then get an extension, and then get a visa when you're over here. I completely disagree with that format. I think if you're going to come over here and spend some long time over here, and again, this is if you're a U.S. citizen. I can't speak to anybody else's passport. My belief is that it, for me, was a hell of a lot easier to get my visa there beforehand, before I left, and have all the stuff in place. Meaning that, before I left, I renewed my passport that had 18 months on it, because I'm I want a passport that's good for 10 years. Additionally, I wasn't so concerned about it in Thailand, but Malaysia and Indonesia and that sort of thing, potentially Vietnam. All of my passport photos have me with hair, and not just the pulled back ponytail thing. I had curly fuzzy hair. And I'm okay, I'm in no mood. I went bald, and I'm I'm going to do this bald thing. I'm not just going to do it for a weekend to see if I like it, because my hair, if it grows back, it's going to be wicked short, and it's going to be gray, and it's going to be annoying. So if I'm bald, I'm bald. And I thought, I do not want to get into a debate at the Indonesian border or the Malaysian border trying to go in or out of Kuala Lumpur, and them saying, well, this really isn't you. So that was another thing I did, knowing that my appearance was going to be significantly different, and this for a long time. I knew that even though my passport was certainly valid, but my appearance was changing significantly enough where I'm nope, you know what, I'm going to renew my passport right now. I'm going to do it with the bald photos, and I'm going to get it done, and I do it through a service anyway. So it's all right, here's all my stuff, and give me a new passport, and I don't need it right away, but I need it in 2 weeks. And so they did it, and it was great. So now I actually have, I have 3 passports that I basically travel with. I have my older passport that has my Chinese 10-year visa in it. So I need that, obviously, if I go in and out of China. If I don't go in and out of China, I don't need that one. But then I have my second valid passport. My second valid passport actually has my Thai visa in it, because while I was going through that process, I needed a passport to go to the consulate to get my visa put in it, while at the same time, my other passport, my longer term passport, my main passport, was being sent out to the State Department to get renewed to get my 10-year passport, which is why you have a second valid passport, so you can send your other one elsewhere to get visas and updates and that sort of thing, while you still have a passport to travel internationally with. So, it's kind of a pain in the ass, but at the end of the day, I have a lot of options. But trust me, you do not get a second valid passport just in case you lose the main one. That is not what it's for at all. It's for the process that I described, meaning you still need one while you're sending your other one off. But I can tell you, there's a lot of peace of mind to it, knowing that if heaven forbid I lose my current passport, I have the other one. But, at the end of the day, is if I can walk up to a U.S. embassy and say, okay, here are my fingerprints. I have zero identification. Please let me come in. I will prove to you that I'm me. And then we will go through the process of, in an emergency. Okay. I'm talking absolute emergency. I lose my phone. I lose my wallet. I lose every single piece of identification. I lose all of my money. As long as I can get to a U.S. embassy, show up with my fingerprints, then we can take it from there. But the point is that, that again is another one of the sort of, okay, these are the things I need to do ahead of time, so that if this happens, which, I might lose my luggage. Okay, so I got a plan for that. But I also got a plan for, literally, I lose every single piece of identifying plastic and paper that I own, along with every single payment method that exists on the planet. I lose all of that. I got a plan. In fact, I have several plans for that. And, I'll tell you, that makes living outside of the U.S. and having the ability to travel to any other country infinitely easier. I have zero distractions. I'm like, no matter what happens, I'm good. I'm taken care of. I also have some sort of faith and belief in karma and that sort of thing, right? But I also have like done the footwork to make sure that like no matter what, I can be me to the best of my ability. So anyway, that's just a little bit more about me in 5, 4, 3. Oh, how many times? Yeah, only 3 hours. How long have we been going? I think I started at 9:15, right? So this is only 3 hours. Piece of cake. Burp, burp. Oh, also, I think they may have left, actually, every single one of the guys. But I do want to thank you guys very much for the super chat. And actually, I haven't checked my email. But if you... Excuse me. Because I do want to acknowledge anyone that sent a PayPal. And I did. Thank you very, very much. I did not know, and don't forget, I don't get notified of every single one. But again, thank you very much for the $10. I don't say your name until you tell me to, but I really appreciate it. And just so you know, when I get $10 PayPal to me, I get to keep $9.41 of it. Okay, so that's more than what I get from Super Chat. However, as I've said before, I'm on this global, very reliable, video streaming network for free. So I'm okay paying YouTube for what they do for me. They're doing quite a bit at no cost to me. And so therefore, but again, thank you very much for the PayPal. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the super chats again. But Aztec does bring up a good point about people that don't necessarily or have no experience riding a motorbike, is that it is like riding a bike, sort of. And I will Brian, dude, thank you, buddy. You bastard. I don't want to be outdone. It's funny. Jeremy does, or he doesn't necessarily do it. I mean, he tells people about it. But he has those like challenges. And usually it's Stuck in Florida. I mean, Stuck in Florida, he's amazing. He comes over to my channel. First thing he says, hey guys, how's it going? Boom, hit the like button. Hey guys, hit the like button. Guys, why aren't there more people hitting the like button? So, I mean, he's awesome for that. I totally appreciate that. But it may not necessarily be him. But it... Aztec sings, hey, big spender. They'll do these challenges, right? I mean, there's guys that are on Jeremy's channel and they'll give him like $50. And then they'll be like, okay, if you get $100 more, I'll give you another $50. And I'm going, okay, like, I mean, I don't spend that ever. I mean, I like guys and, I've given like buddies money, that sort of thing. But I'm like, $50, dude, that's a gigantic, actually the highest I've ever seen, I think, was $500 to, Serpent ZA, right? South Africa. Winston, over with ADV China. Someone gave him 500. And the thing that's crazy about those guys have so many subs and they have so many people that are on the live chat at a time that the comments go past so fast that I don't even think they even saw it. I mean, that's kind of a drag, right? Trust me, don't send me $500. Don't send Super Chat $500. But again, Brian, thank you very much, dude. And don't forget, man, you're never outdone in various ways. You are the man in various areas that no amount of money will allow you to be any more awesome. So thanks, buddy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's pretty rad, dude. Guys, I've got like $40 today. See, Rob gives me crap about this because he's like, oh my God, you're like so excited over 1,500 subs. I'm like, oh yay, I made $5 or whatever. I'm like, dude, it's a big deal. It's a big deal to me. And I swear to God, I hope it remains a big deal. Like when I was going to say when I get 50,000 subs, I'm not anticipating getting 50,000 subs. Rob does a certain thing that they're 50,000, well, 10,000 effectively, right? I mean, he publishes a video, how many people watch it. That's kind of your active listening, your active subs, right? And so what's cool with me though is like sometimes out of my 1,500 subs, I'll get like 500 views on a video. And I'm like, that's cool, man. We got some guys that are like, the majority, I mean, because again, if you only get like 20%, but I'm getting like 30, 40%. I mean, that's so awesome, you guys. I mean, I get the Cool Kids table has infinite amount of seats. And so, again, absolutely. Look at me. I'm glowing. I'm totally stoked, Aaron. I mean, I just think that's totally rad. That's really cool. Jim Pell does a lot of the challenges. That's who it is. Yeah, it's Jim. He's pretty cool. He'll come on live sometimes and do it. Isn't that right? I can't remember. Stuck on the Do More Live channel. Yeah, on DML. No, that's fact. When it starts to become all about money, I'm done. Let's keep it random. It totally, dude. I mean, that's the point. I don't know. Maybe, look, I go on about everything too long, okay? So the fact that I'm talking about this, this donation may be longer than I should. Well, I do that. You send me some more money, I'll shut up. How's that? No, I'm just teasing you guys. I don't... I think, I got to tell you, I think that the reason that I appreciate it so much, regardless of the amount, I appreciate the behavior a lot for a couple of reasons. And I think one of them is that I don't need it, right? I mean, and again, look, I will never turn down extra money. I mean, who would, right? But, I mean, I don't need it. Like, I wake up in the morning and... I've got enough to eat, guys. And here's the other thing, too. Thank God, because it's not like I showed up and said, oh, yeah, I'll take that brain. Oh, yeah, I'll take those fully functioning arms and legs and two actual sockets of eyesight. Oh, my God, you can see in 3D. I got a very good buddy, doesn't have both, right? One of them's plastic. You can take it out. And so, again, what lottery did I just win? So I don't need the money today. Like, in other words, I don't, have to go out and, like, whore myself out to like try and make money. But if I need to, I believe that I have the skills and the education and the background and the gumption and the intestinal fortitude to basically suck up any situation if I really need to make money and produce value to the world so that I get compensated for it. So anyway, I'm really grateful for that. And I think that's another reason, that I'm just so grateful. So you guys are rad. As you can see, we've gotten a couple comments in there that came in from Twitch, which I'm very honored by. And the person says, was pleasantly surprised. Haha, content is awesome, though. Live impromptu, Kosi Chong. Oh, yeah. Have a look at my site account banner. Best of luck. Talk shows and podcast play was amazing. Awesome, man. Thank you very much. What's his name? Unless name for it. Okay, good. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. That's why I stream on multiple platforms, because every now and then I get someone from Twitch or DLive or whatever. So that would be like that. That's totally cool. I mean, I'm glad we're doing that, and I'm glad the comment showed up too, because I totally would have missed it. But yeah, I'm glowing, Aaron. Ragman says to MetTech, still can't get in yet, but work permits will be first and maybe 1,000 per country per day. I saw the 1,000 per country per day thing, and that was sort of interesting to me. I did see a little bit in that the same article that I saw where I read that was that, there are still Thais that haven't been able to come back in. And, look, tourism's important and that sort of thing. And trust me, I want Gracie to be able to come over here big time. But if I'm Thai and you're like letting in, Gracie from the Philippines to go see, Mike in Bangkok, and you're not letting me as a Thai citizen come in, that's lame, dude. I mean, you got to prioritize. I'm sorry. I just really think that's the way it should be done. And I really hope that was just sort of a tongue-in-cheek comment, and there's an absolute process in place. And yeah, they're going to allow 1,000 other people in here. They'll allow as many Thai citizens to come back home that absolutely can get here, and there's no issue there. They may have to quarantine for 14 days, but again, we're letting our own citizens come back. So I hope there's no real limitation for that for the Thai citizens, because that'd be kind of disappointing. But yeah, the whole work permit thing, that's going to probably be quite a priority, I think, at first. What does this say? Matt Tech, yeah, agreed. I should have used the word projected instead of currently. Oh, okay, sorry. Did I miss a comment, Matt Tech, by you? Okay, yeah, I did, and I apologize because you make good comments. MetTech, I hate to be the downer, but currently, but projected in Thailand is 2 weeks of vacation following 2 weeks of 2 weeks of vacation following 2 weeks of quarantine. Yeah, I can always tell the guys that come over from Jeremy's channel because they use the code. I mean, I love the fact that Jeremy is so well respected that the boundaries that he sets for his channel, which are quite healthy, are respected by the guys that are there. there. I mean, I think that's really cool. But you can say quarantine, you can say COVID, you can say a whole bunch of stuff. Just at the end of the day, I would just appreciate if you don't type anything and or say anything, if we get the banter going back and forth here, that would offend my mom. Pretty simple, right? Because trust me, I probably say things that offend my mom, and I don't like it when I do, but I do my best to not. So, Rackman says it would be bad to be designated high-price hotel for 2 weeks as a prisoner. Yeah, that would be disappointing. Because there are rich people everywhere, and so some people go to spend. I mean, part of their vacation is to spend excessively. Some people that go to Vegas that buy like Louis Vuitton purses, I can never understand it, but some of them like to do that, or they like to take their winnings and overspend for a jacket or something like that. But for the most part, I think people come over to Thailand because it's a good deal. I don't think a lot of people come over to Thailand and they're like, you know what, I'm going to overspend like crazy at Central Festival. I can't wait. So I mean. You have to come over here and you get distracted by that. But the good news, too, is that I think Thailand is visible enough globally that I can't imagine anyone would come over here and they would get to immigration and they would tell them, oh, these are the restrictions that you have. You're going to have to do this for the next 14 days, or you're going to, and they would be like, what? I didn't know that at all. I mean, come on, right? I mean, dude, seriously? That's like saying, oh, I didn't know you weren't supposed to say anything bad about the royal family. And focus, bro. If you've watched one YouTube video on Thailand, there is some discussion around the fact that you do not say anything, let alone anything bad. You can say good things too, but it's just the best form is don't say anything about the royal family. Okay, I mean, you can praise them all day long, but the point is that it's just not smart. And I learned that by watching YouTube videos. I didn't read that on the consulate because it's not on the consulate website. I'll tell you that right now. That's the kind of stuff that you just got to learn. And to Brian's point, it's kind of one of those things that you learn after hanging out here a month. There's many of those, but in any case. Brian says on other channels, the super chats dominate the conversation. You're doing good now. Keep it going. Yeah, I know what you mean by that. And I don't particularly like that either, because, again, I think it distracts, right? I mean, I like to think. I mean, again, look at you guys aren't here because I'm concise. You're here for the banter, right? And, I mean, again, I'm not always up on the comments. I mean, it's 2:20 right now, and this most recent one is, 12:16, 12:15 that I'm at. So I'm only about 5 minutes behind. But, yeah, I like to have a discussion with you guys. And again, if every single one, I mean, don't do this, okay? But I'm saying, like, let's say, sake of argument, every single one of you guys super chats, and then we go through that. Yeah, I would probably be pretty distracted, and I'd probably spend more time than you'd like me to thanking you guys and glowing, okay? So there'd be that. But at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, if a super chat pops up, we'll talk about that topic right away. But I'm not going to, like, if I miss a chat, that bums me out. Because, I mean, you guys aren't here to, well, you may be here to listen, like if you're driving in your car, like some of the guys. But I don't think you chat to not get acknowledged. I mean, usually they're questions or, interjections. Or, I mean, again, you guys are talking with each other, right? I mean, it's the cool kids table, man. It's all part of it. But I totally agree, Brian. I mean, there's something to be said for removing money from whatever topic it is. I think maybe this is more in the U.S., but a lot of times talk about money, I think it can be labeled as ugly somehow. Like, for some reason, people think it's like, it seems like a social norm in the U.S. to be able to discuss how much you paid for your house, especially if when you sold it for more, because then you get proud of yourself, that sort of thing. But I mean, by contrast, if you were to just like walk, the house, I mean, if you're like standing next to someone that you might potentially not even know, and you're talking about stuff, and you're like, oh, what'd you pay for your house? I mean, that, that might be a little bit, too forward. But they might discuss it. But if you say, oh, it's pretty cool. Yeah, well, what are you making? What do you make for a living? What's your salary? And that's I would submit labeled as pretty inappropriate. You don't do that. It's not comfortable to discuss it. Cars, I mean, a lot of times if you were to start talking about, your car or whatever, you're like, oh, dude, what'd you pay for that? And a lot of times people will preface it with, well, if you don't mind me asking, what'd you pay for that? Meaning, you're going to answer me now because I've guilted you into it. But the point is that, like, it's like, oh, like not 29,000 or whatever. Oh, yeah, you're paying monthly on that. You have, and so that sort of discussion's okay. But again, to Brian's point, I mean, there are certain things that relative to money, it's ugly. And so I'm glad that we don't talk about it a lot. Maybe I'm talking about it too much right now. Oh, gotta love Thailand. I know you said already, but where are you headed to next and when? Thanks. Yeah, so Dave, I'm going to head down to, I'm going to, Tuesday, I have a flight from Don Muang down to Surat Thani, which again, if you know, that's basically like the city that's traditionally the port where you take the boat over to Koh Samui. And so I'm going to go there. My plan is to get on the plane, get off the plane, and then take that shuttle effectively for it's like 100 or 150 baht, I can't remember. It's about a 45-minute ride, something like that, and it basically takes you all the way to sort of like the port or near the ports. And I may either hang out there because I haven't really been in a Thai neighborhood for a while. I mean, I'm in one here, but I'm in Bangkok, right? Big city. So I may cruise down there and just check it out. But my goal is to get on a boat and then cruise over to Koh Samui. I don't know. See, now I really want to go to Koh Samui, but the majority of the reason I haven't been there yet is because when I would go there, it would be fairly high season. And everyone I speak with says, Koh Samui used to be great years ago, kind of thing. Like it's way too busy now and there's too much tourism. But there's 2 other islands that are near there. In fact, let me Google it because that's bugging me. And those are the ones that I'm going to, that I'm really looking forward to going to. Unless, of course, I show up in Koh Samui and be like, oh my God, this is the best time. Like you guys were saying, now's the best time to go to Koh Chang, right? And so I might just get there and just be like, oh my God, this Koh Samui place, this is amazing. Nobody's here. I mean, I'll tell you right now, Koh Si Chang was fantastic until Friday night. Okay, so Monday through Friday morning, it was fantastic. But then Friday night, people start and again, they're on vacation and it's very Thai to sit around all night. And they weren't incredibly loud, but they were annoying. Drinking whiskey and what do they do? The bucket of ice, the thing of Thai whiskey and the soda water, right? And they just drink that all night long and they talk and I don't know whether they were playing dominoes or something like that, But anyway, so Koh Samui, Koh Phangan, Phangan is the phonetical spelling, but Koh Phangan and Koh Samui. But then there's that other one that's really small, and I'm trying to remember. Maybe it's just 2 that I was thinking about. Maybe I was thinking of the PP Islands as far as a cluster of 3. So so it basically just Koh Samui and then Koh Phangan. So I may cruise to those places. I haven't decided how long I'm going to go. I have figured out a pretty good paradigm to be able to travel and carry about 4 days worth of clothes and then my mobile broadcast studio that we used when we were in Koh Si Chang in 2 backpacks. I got the one on my back and it's got the hip straps, and then I got another one that I basically wear in the front. And once I get somewhere, then I basically, because the one in the back also holds all my clothes, and so I just kind of put that in the room, and then I can take my day pack, which will hold my laptop and the little things that I use. I mean, I don't bring my mixer with me. And I was actually listening back to that live broadcast that we did when we were down at the beach underneath the little gazebo there with the completely wrecked roof. The lavalier mic that I was using was disappointing, so I don't think I'm going to use that next time. But regardless, it's just sort of enough for. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, if I can go 3 to 4 days, I mean, within the first 2. On day 2 or day 3, by day 3, I have found a solution for laundry. I mean, it's everywhere in Thailand, right? And even if that's just me washing it into the bathtub or not bathtub, but the bathroom, and then hanging it outdoors. I mean, provided there's some degree of heat and it's not just pouring rain, they're pretty much going to dry, by the morning. And so I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'll do that. So my plan is to go down there and then do the Koh Samui thing. Maybe go to Koh Phangan, I think that's how you pronounce it. And then from there, I don't know. I kind of dig trains, but I mean, the novelty does wear off after about the 6th or 7th hour, maybe the 5th. But I don't know. I may take a bus down to Phuket. Now, there's a part of me that was thinking I want to rent a car. But for right now, I'm just going to kind of do the plane thing, because it's really cheap. And the other thing, too, is that I've noticed that I booked this because it was the cheapest one, upcoming, right? And it was only 7 days ahead. But even if I were to book a flight, as long as I book it like 2 days in advance, you get a smoking deal. Like today, I could probably fly down there and it'd be like $79. 2 days from now, you can probably get a ticket and you're going to fly down there and it's going to be like, $49 or whatever. And then if you get, and to be fair too, I'm flying on a Tuesday, right? So Tuesday, Wednesday, cheapest time. It's not on the weekends. But I don't have a return ticket and I don't have a hotel reservation. But I'm pretty confident I'll be able to handle it. And with any luck, I'll do some live streams over there. I still have a ton of content from Koh Si Chang, and I was going to make videos the last few days, but I just kind of got lazy, and I was doing other stuff too. I mean, I was going out and hanging out with some friends, and I met up with a guy who owns or runs an internet radio station, just like I do here in Bangkok, Bangkok.fm. And so I met up with him and kind of learned like what he's doing and what his vision is for the internet radio station. And because I'm like, what am I going to do with mine? I mean, it's certainly not, it's not city based. I mean, his is obviously, Bangkok.fm is the URL, but it's not like they provide Bangkok information, right? I mean, and so it's like, what am I going to do? Am I just going to be like a global radio station, or am I going to be Bangkok related? Like to the guy that came on and said, hey, what's the topic here? Like, what do you guys talk about? And I guess it's Thailand. And so anyway, it was neat to meet up with him, and so I spent some time doing that. And but I want to get to some video editing, but then it was like, I don't know, maybe not yet. So so Brian says Thailand first. Yeah, absolutely. There you go. There are still flights for Thais coming back. I know there are definitely flights for Thais coming back. It just surprises me that they're not all back yet. Like, I don't know what the limitation is. Again, just based on ignorance. I don't know whether it's a financial limitation for people trying to come in. I don't know whether it's like, well, yeah, you can come in, but you're from Wuhan. So, go to some physician and find some piece of paper that says you don't have COVID, because even if you're a Thai citizen and you have COVID, we're not going to let you in. I don't know if they're doing that, but I'm just saying that it was very interesting to me that they were like, okay, yeah, we're going to let people in, and they still are repatriating, which is great. And so that's really good. And Maple Leaf, have a good night. Thanks for the info. Cheers. Thanks a lot for coming by, buddy. And Rackman, thank you so much for saying goodbye to him. Saw a guy bring a big bottle of champagne in his luggage in Saudi Arabia. Stupid. Yeah, it's yeah, to the point of like, dude, it's on the internet. Like, I mean, come on. That's really funny. Richard, good to see you, buddy. Richard Martin, thanks a lot for coming by. Unfortunately, the Hanta believes that they are covered by the lèse-majesté, I believe that's how you pronounce it, law as well, and everyone else believes it too. Yeah, so that's the whole don't speak ill of the royal family, which I'm fine with. I mean, I don't. Why do I need to spend time in my life talking negatively about something that I basically have no knowledge of, and/or, I don't think it affects me anyway. So, I don't know. It was a pretty easy thing to abide by, at least for me. MedTech says, I hate having to check that my girlfriend has sufficient money, yet if I don't ask, then she won't ask. Yeah, I get that. It's taken me a while because I will simply forget to have Gracie's money sent to her, kind of thing. I completely spaced on it. Like, I had no idea it was the 16th until I woke up this morning, and I was like, oh wow, I thought it was like June 6th or whatever. So I'll forget what day it is. Certainly I forget what day of the week it is. That just like goes by. If it's the weekend, I'm kind of aware of it just because of the way that the traffic is, the way that people are using the pool if it's sunny, and how busy the BTS is based on time of day. It's weekend versus not weekend, but for sure, it's one of those things that I always forget. So it's taken me a while to say, no, remind me. And she would, if you've ever experienced the Filipina, then you might be familiar with the response, oh, I'm shy. I didn't want to ask, I'm shy, which is ridiculously adorable. But yeah, I know what you mean, man. I hate having to do it too. I wish I could do it automatically. I wish TransferWise had a recurring kind of thing, but it doesn't. I can, do recurring payments if I want to do out of Bank of America. But again, I mean, the cost is so significantly different. I mean, it's like $3 versus $25, and at scale, kind of like, well, I'll do that once a month. I'd rather not spend $250 getting money, over into the Philippines. So it's like, forget it. Rackman says, gotta go get a new dream for a few hours. Another great session. Cheers. Rackman, thank you so much. See ya and have a great time. Talk to you soon, Atlanta. Brian says, I'm not racist in my new conversation starter. Very good. Good for you. Stuck says, my general rule is don't talk bad about anyone, but especially someone that can put you in jail. Yeah, it's a pretty good boundary, right? Hey, you know what I'm going to try? I'm going to try and, what am I going to try? I am going to try to do a couple things. What I'm going to try and do is, play a video, kind of like a, what did we call it before? What do we call it? Turn that off first. There we go. Is like a bumper or a sweeper or something like that. I made this video, and it's actually a little longer than normally what I would put in there, but it seemed to work. I played it before. It seemed to work out okay. And so it's actually it's a couple of minutes here, but I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get a soda. I'm going to get a pop, and I'm going to come right back because I'm all caught up on comments. That's friggin' awesome. And we are at about 3.5 hours, so we'll give this a shot. And with any luck, and this will keep you guys occupied for the time being, and then I will be back very, very soon. So let's do that. Greetings and aloha. What's going on? It's Mike from LiveMyAssOff.com. Thanks for waiting through the break. And I thought I'd just kind of check in. I'm over here at True Digital Park. I've done a couple of videos from True Digital Park. There's this entirely gigantic green area over here. It's like this amazing roof line and everything. At night it lights up. It's just like really cool. I was going around Bangkok today. I was over at MBK. It's a giant mall, and it's over in sort of the Siam area. And so there's Siam Paragon and Siam Discovery. There's one, like 4 giant malls that basically surround this one BTS stop called Siam, or sometimes referred to as Central, because it's basically where the 2 BTS stations meet. Anyway, earlier today I was over at Lumpini Park, and I've had this is now the second time this experience has happened to me in Lumpini Park. I'm sitting there and I'm effectively minding my own business. In fact, I purposely try and find an area where I can sit down, much like this, where there's effectively no one around me, because as we've discovered, my voice carries. And so I don't necessarily want to bother anybody, especially in Lumpini Park. But I also kind of want to do my own thing, and I was trying to, do some streaming and that sort of thing. And this is the second time this has happened to me. Some guy will just, like, top gentleman will come up to me and, be really friendly and start talking. And, I mean, again, even if this wasn't Thailand, even if this was like the United States, I mean, it's obvious. Like, this guy is going to try and manipulate me out of money. And it's interesting. I mean, I know for a fact that if he's doing that, he's probably pretty desperate. No matter how successful he is at that, there's absolutely no way that he could make a lot of money. And I know that I gratefully am not desperate enough to beg people for money, or try and manipulate them out of it by giving them some story or something like that. So I said, okay, well, this guy's going to go through his thing. But then I was like, no, look, I'm busy. And then he kept saying, I don't have a place to stay. I don't have any money and that sort of thing. And the reason I bring that up is this is the first time I've ever experienced this. When I first came here, my first day, there were the people that get placed on the street, right, that have traditionally significant physical disabilities, and they basically just sit there and they hold, containers and they shake them and they expect you to put change in them or a little money. And then if you do, then, they give you a Y and that sort of thing. It's like, okay. And if you don't know, the reason I say they're placed there is that those people don't make it their day to be there on their own, basically. They all work for a company. Traditionally, that company basically will it'll house them and it'll feed them, and it will sometimes have to physically pick them up if they don't have legs that are functional, and place them in an area, a high traffic area, where based on their significant disabilities, people will do two things. They'll feel out of sympathy. They'll give them money. Or from a Thai perspective, they'll give them merit, or they're, and anyway, I'm not going to get into that, but the point is that I saw a little bit of that, but it's only in the last few months that I've had what I would label as very capable people, certainly of manual labor, meaning that they have all their faculties, and they know enough English to be able to speak to me and try and say, hey, I don't have a place to stay. I walked all day today. I need some money. Can you give me money? What's your name? That sort of thing. Where are you from? And I completely understand the fact that it is extraordinary circumstances. The way the world is today in June compared to the way it was even January is such a huge delta. And, the Thai surroundings relative to the first day I got here to live here permanently back in November, that's also significantly different. But I just wanted to share that because, yes, I talk a lot about gratitude. And I'm grateful that I don't have to see a man without legs to be grateful that I have legs. Like, I don't need to see someone with lack to be grateful for my excess in some areas, quite frankly. And just to be, I gave the guy 50 baht, and he asked me for more, and I said no. But he was, he definitely conveyed to me, or at least the story he conveyed to me, probably had rehearsed it to some degree, was that he couldn't find work, and the government was not paying him here. Sorry. What I discovered, and as you guys know, I'm not a big fan of lousy quality, but what seemed to be happening is that the audio was cutting in and out. So anyway, I thought I'd jump back in. But the point to that sort of story, and the reason that I was sort of taken back by it was, I unfortunately, in the United States, I'm very used to people coming up to me, potentially giving me a story, of why I should give them money. They're down on their luck, and I get it. And but doing it here in Thailand, that was a very new experience, and not common. But just as I was walking up to where I was making that video, for example, a guy was like, "Hey, can you give me some money?" kind of thing, and I was like, "No, that's kind of weird." Because again, it's just different, right? Now, what I'm also noticing is that the quality of the video, it seems to be sort of choppy and that sort of thing. But what I'm going to do is, so I'm sorry that previous video wasn't awesome. But like I've done in the past with some videos, it's just sort of been hey, so, what are you guys grateful for? Because that's what I sort of obsess about. And And so I wanted to,
But like I said,
whoa, easy there, buddy, is what I've okay, cool. There's 31 thumbs up and 26 of you watching. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. But what seemed to be happening around here is that when I made that video, that was over a week ago. So I made that video before I actually went down to Koh Si Chang. So it was almost 2 weeks ago that I made that video. And it's gone now. Like, I do not see people other than the disfigured ones that I was talking about begging for money on the side of the road. And so I'm pretty encouraged by that. Because it's, again, it's sadly more common than in the U.S. The people standing outside looking for some food or hoping for food donations, that has stopped here in Bangkok, at least where I am. Additionally, there was like these sort of like shelves almost, and usually they were in front of like a pagoda or something like that, where you would pray, and there'd be potentially a statue of the Buddha. And even like on Sukhumvit, like they have that on the main Sukhumvit, and so it's like it's like got 6 or 7 doors on it. It's like a big cabinet, and each door will have there'll be like rice, and then vegetables and some other food and noodles and everything, and those are empty now. And so I don't know, from a Thai perspective, whether that means that they're getting back to normal here. I mean, who knows what the hell that's going to be. But again, like I said, I'm able to basically go to the airport and get on a plane. I don't know what the experience will be. I will document it to the best of my ability. But it's not really, it's not hindering a whole lot. And as Gotta Love Thailand mentioned, now's the time to travel in Thailand, because there's so few people doing it, especially during the week. Now on the weekends, when I was down in so Koh Si Chang, for example, as well as Rayong. On the weekends, the Thais show up. The Thais are absolutely, going on little holidays down to the beach, basically. Certainly in Rayong and in Koh Si Chang. Now, that's a very similar behavior for Cha Am. Cha Am is a very, Thais come down to this beach city on the weekend kind of thing. And which is why I really loved Cha Am, like Monday through Thursday. It was one of my more favorite places, and so I think that that's going to be pretty common now. I think the Thais are kind of in the mood of, or in the flow of doing that. And again, you got to remember, it's not it's not the workers. I mean, many workers will work like 6 days, even 7 days a week. But people that have sort of like, I guess, white collar, if you will, jobs, or even sort of office administrative jobs, that potentially own a car or whatever, they'll drive down to Cha Am for the weekend. So anyway, I think that I completely agree, like with CB Media, for example, when he says it is a Thai empty. It is it's a tourist's market, man. It is absolutely a traveler's market right now, and a buyer's market. But the neat thing is that I've been going to places where it's not just like vacationers, right? So like when I went to Koh Si Chang, for example, I went there on a weekday. And the majority of the people on the boat are going there because they're either, going to home from work, or they're going to work from home, or they're going to meet family or whatever, and to sort of do something. It was only on like Friday and Saturday that the people coming over to Koh Si Chang were doing so because they were like truly on vacation. And so that was that's sort of cool, and I'm really grateful that I can like go on vacation during the weekdays, because that's the time to do it, man. I mean, I used to say this in San Diego all the time. The complexion of San Diego, that changes so significantly on the weekday versus the weekend. And I think that if you can swing it, if you can possibly like travel or vacation on a weekday, that's totally the time to do it. Totally the time to do it, man. And I've had such great times. Gotta love Thailand. Good night. Mock, done. All right, Brian. Thanks a lot, buddy. Brian, thank you so much for the super chat, dude. I really, really appreciate it. You're friggin' spectacular. And next time, I promise that video will go better. I was kind of bummed that it didn't do it. All the testing I did told me that it would play through, but and meaning that I actually tested it while streaming. So I don't know. But again, I need a new laptop. We all know this. Aaron said it was hailing back when I started the video. That's kind of neat. I suppose it depends where you are, and if the balls of ice are this big that they're smacking down on the roof of your car, well, it might not be so cool. But I'm Mock. God bless, Brian. All right, on, brother. I'm totally. Man, I hope you can get over here soon. If for no reason, selfishly, we can hang out, but it'll be really cool for you to be able to get back to this, man. Gotta love Thailand says prices during the week are very good. Yeah, you know what's interesting about that is that I really didn't find that to be the case for me. Now, again, I haven't traveled for like 3 weeks straight, vacation for that. But when for example, when I was in Koh Chang, I was there from, I stayed 3 nights. So what that would have been Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So when I got there on Wednesday, I stayed through Saturday morning. I left, and the price for the hotel was, and I didn't even ask her actually. I made a 2-night reservation on Agoda, and then tax included everything. It was like 2,000 baht. Hold on. Oh my God, I've got COVID. No, it was 1,000 baht a night. I mean, it was literally 2,002 baht on Agoda for the first 2 nights I was there. And again, it's pay at the hotel, right? But they quoted me. And then I just kind of said to the woman who was, walking around or getting she was getting my laundry, I think, to come and get it. And I said, okay, well, can I just stay like one more night? Can I check? And she said, check out Saturday? And I said, yeah, check out Saturday. She said, okay. And, again, I'd been there before and they recognized me and that sort of thing. So I was like, all right, well, yeah. I mean, if all of a sudden they come and they give me the invoice and I had there for 2 nights and it was 1,000 baht every night, and then all of a sudden the third night it was 1,500 baht, I'd probably be like, okay, well, that's kind of lame, But I was like, you know what? They probably need the money. And let's face it, they were empty for like two months, easily 2 months straight. And when I got there on Wednesday, I was it. I was the only guy there. And then I think Thursday, 2 or 3 more couples showed up. And then Friday, there were a few more. And then Saturday, as I was leaving, there were some more people showing up. But the point is that, if she wanted to, quote unquote, screw me out of some extra money, I was like, fine, whatever. But no. She totally exceeded my expectations. The price that I paid for Friday night was the same as Wednesday and Thursday night. I thought she was going to charge me 300 baht a night for the scooter, for the motorbike. And it was like a Click 125, super common, right? And the 125i series. And she charged me 250 a night. And that was amazing. And then as I was leaving, this just blew me away, guys. And this is the whole Thai hospitality thing that you hear about. And this occurs, in my experience, more common than not for me. Additionally, though, I do, in fact, vacation in Thai type communities, okay? So Koh Chang is very Thai. Koh Chang is very Thai vacation spot. It is not Koh Samet. Sorry, it is not Koh Samui. And it's certainly not Phuket. There's certainly Patong Beach, Kata, Kamala, that sort of thing. Which is, become significantly westernized. However, I need to get to, it's like 8:45, 8:50. And again, it's a very short walk down to the pier. However, in Koh Chang, there are 2 piers, and one of them they use, and then they use either one based on a couple of things, tide as well as waves. So depending upon, how rocky, right? And if you go to the close one, then from where I was staying in Charlie's Bungalows, it's fairly easy. You just walk down the street, walk down this little hill, bam, and then you walk straight into the pier. And it would be super easy and take me maybe 7 minutes to walk there. If I get there, though, and I'm not really going to know whether the boat leaves from there until I pretty much get all the way down the end of the pier and realize, oh, yeah, from here I can see the other pier over there where that's the boat. So then I got to walk back all the way. And there's a high likelihood that I'll miss the 9 o'clock boat by that time. But I was like, whatever. If I miss the 9 o'clock boat, then I just cruise up and there's this coffee shop I wanted to check out anyway. So I go to this coffee shop. I'll hang out there till like 9:30, and then I'll walk down the pier and I'll hang out, and then I'll get on the boat, because the boat actually does leave on time. Like the 9 o'clock boat literally leaves like at 9:01. Like you're pulling away. It's pretty sweet. So anyway, I thought, okay, and she said, no, you should take the motorbike and then just leave the motorbike down there. And I'm like, on the pier? And she's like, yeah, just live. I said, what do I do with the keys? She goes, oh, just leave them in. And I just thought, man, this is so the place I want to vacation. I want to hang out on an island, and I want to be able to eat food for 300 baht or 30 baht and have a very similarly quality tasting meal. And be able to live somewhere where I leave the key in my motorbike. Now, again, it's a very small island, and there's probably only like 7 places that rent the motorbikes. So if someone's going to steal it, then everyone's going to be like, dude, you're driving a slow motorbike, bozo. So anyway, I just drove down to the pier, and once I got about halfway down, just like motorbikes parked, so I just drove over, parked the motorbike, turned off the key, got up, grabbed my bag, and walked down there, and no one said anything. They're like, oh, hey, you left your keys in or something like that. So I was like, So that was awesome, and that is the level of customer service that, quite frankly, I've now come to expect. But I love it. 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 So, yes, I got on the boat and then headed back. And there were a lot of people coming on. There were significantly more people coming on than leaving. And gotta love Thailand. Yeah, scooters are $250 a day over. He's over in Koh Chang right now. And I think, yeah, he also mentioned it before. It's about a 6-hour ride to the pier right down there. And let's see. That's a really good question, Caesar. What is the most inflated currency in the world? 10,000 per dollar. Well, shoot, the Vietnamese dong is more like 18,000. I think it's 18,000 dong per dollar, right? So I don't know whether that's what you meant, but well, no, Zimbabwe. I mean, no, yeah, Zimbabwe is the one that completely freaked out. I mean, I have Zimbabwe dollars, and the reason I do is because, I mean, there's a Zimbabwe dollar that's like 1,000 Zimbabwe dollars. I'm sorry, 1 billion Zimbabwe dollars, right? Because it was so screwed up. But well, let me check and find out what Vietnam is, but because I think it's like 18,000 to 1 for Vietnam, but. Yeah, so Zimbabwe totally cratered, and then their money became absolutely worthless. And now it's not, not crazy different. But you were able to buy these old, now defunct Zimbabwe dollars, like on eBay and that sort of thing. So what I used to do is I used to buy these, 50 million Zimbabwe, or I think it was like 100 million or 1 billion or something like this. They may even have a 1 trillion. I can't remember. But regardless, they're ridiculous, right? And so I would do these public speaking things, and, you want to engage your audience, grab them by the throat sometimes, if you're telling a story, which is used sometimes in public speaking, in storytelling. And so one of the things I was like, hey, who wants, like, what would it feel like for you to actually have $1 billion? What would it feel like? And that's kind of ridiculous, right? So you can say to someone, what do you think it would feel like to have $1 million? And again, I was doing these public speaking kind of things in places like Southern California. And so, the chances of someone in the audience having $1 million, it's not totally out of the realm of possibility. So I would be like, okay, $1 million, yeah, that's a lot. But I mean, most people in that room were, because based on where I was doing it, they wouldn't be like, oh my God, I got $1 million, I'm going to quit my job and retire. No, I mean, that's actually not enough for some people, especially if you have a family and you have kids going to school or whatever, college. And so I would be like, okay, well, so I usually be like, what do you think it would feel like to have $10 million? Like right now, I just come and I give you $10 million. What would that feel like? And so it was around the discussion of like, a feeling and that sort of thing. So anyway, VND to USD. So not ZND, VND. Let's see. So, oh my God. One US dollar is 23,300 Vietnamese dong. And so there is no Zimbabwe currency listed in Google. There may be Zimbabwe currency for all I know. I don't really know what they're using any longer. They could have, for all I know. gone the route of Cambodia, and they're effectively using the U.S. dollar. Who knows? The Zimbabwe Scissorillion. So that would be always weird when I was in Vietnam, because you look up at the thing and you'd be like, okay, it's 30,000 dong for gum. Like, what does that even mean, you know? And a lot of places we would go to, they would just like drop off the last 1,000. Like they would, like, in other words, KFC, great example. So we're at KFC in Ho Chi Minh City. It's because it was super convenient. It was basically on the bottom floor of the condo complex we were staying at. And so we went there for like lunch, I think, like the first day we were there, and they just had like 30, you know, so they would be like, you know, chicken leg 30. And so it was almost like, oh, okay, well, this is actually, you know, pretty similar to sort of what we were getting with Thai baht, right? I mean, 30 to 1 is kind of the number that I usually hover in my brain, but it's weird, you know, because you go to the ATM in Vietnam and you're like, I'm going to pull out 5 million dong. and that's usually like the maximum you could pull out at any given time. In fact, there are some ATM machines that only give 3 million dong at one time, which, you know, it's like, okay, great, now I have $100, $125 or something like that. So that was sort of weird. And then, you know, when you get the smaller amounts back, I mean, if you get like 1,000, the bills are even physically smaller in Vietnam. When you get the 1,000 dong back, good luck taking that and getting that exchange. It's one thing to walk into an airport and be like, okay, I have Vietnamese dong, give me Thai baht, right? And they're like, okay. But if you give them anything less than the 10,000 dong note, they're just like, nah, we can't take those other ones. They're way too small. They don't mean anything. But, you know, I mean, again, it doesn't necessarily, in other words, you can't go over there and for $100, you're not going to buy a $1 million dong car. I mean, that's just not the way it is. So you pretty much just like strip everything off, I think. Or not, I think, but no, that was my experience when I was there. I really dug Vietnam. I cannot wait to go back to Vietnam. I mean, I can wait. I'm looking forward to going back to Vietnam. And, but more so, actually, I mean, I don't know if I'd go there by myself. I mean, if we were to look in the future and all of a sudden there was some decree made that like, okay, well, you can't leave the Philippines or meaning, regardless of the rules, Gracie simply could not get to Thailand and we could not hang out until like December. Then I'd be like, okay, but you know, if all of a sudden like I could get into Vietnam and then I could also from Vietnam, I could get back into Thailand. I don't know. I mean, I guess I might go there. I mean, I will tell you that when she left here and we didn't think we'd be apart this long, I'd be like, okay, cool, I'll just see you in like a couple of months or something like that, or maybe 3 months, right? I was like online looking and stuff, and all of a sudden, you know, Bangkok to Da Nang was on Vietnam Airlines was like, it was $27. And I thought, you know what, I should just go to Da Nang for a long weekend. It's only $27 each way. And so that was really sort of, you know, tempting to me. But then when it was sort of like, well, Gracie's got to be home and she's got to do the 14-day quarantine or whatever, I said, no, I'm not gonna, you know, start doing this. I said for a couple of reasons. One is that I didn't want to say, hey, you know, you've got to stay home and indoors for 2 weeks. I'm going to go out jet setting all over Southeast Asia. I didn't really want to do that behavior. But secondly, I was like, okay, well, if she's in quarantine, then the chances of me being able to get back in Thailand, I better stay here. Everything's going to be just fine. So, you know, but I mean, again, we have no idea when we're going to be able to see each other. You know, in my mind, we like right now, obviously July 1st, absolutely not. Can't happen. August, doubtful. But you know, to the point of my trip going back to Boston in August, I called Delta and said, all right, well, I'm just gonna, you know, I'm gonna move my flight, you know, like 2 weeks or something like that. I'll do it now before we get closer to it, and the price of the ticket could be expensive. I mean, there's zero change fees, of course, because that's what everybody's doing right now. But the price of the new ticket, as we get closer, that potentially could be more. So even though I can change it for free, I'm not really in the mood to pay you guys more money to go on a flight that you wouldn't let me take in the first place. And then I'm thinking, well, you know what? The chances of me, again, in less than 2 months, in 7 weeks from now, is the world going to be to the place where I'm going to get on a plane with luggage and sit, you know, fairly close to somebody and fly back to Boston and then be very convinced that I'm not going to give my parents this COVID thing and they're not going to get, you know, potentially deathly ill. You know, I mean, if I had the flu and it was on my first day of it kind of thing, and I had been either like diagnosed with it, or the doctor's like, look, you've got the flu, go home, rest, lay down, you're gonna have to lay down for the next week, you're just gonna have the flu. If I was at that point, would I completely change my travel plans and not go back and see my parents? I'd be like, well, they've been given, they take the flu shot or whatever, so there's a pretty good chance I'm not gonna harm them with disease that I bring in or whatever. But there's a lot more considerations now, and so I don't know. I really do not think I'm going to be flying back to Boston in August. Nor do I think I'm going to be, doing that and then able to, less than 2 weeks later, quite frankly, because I may have to quarantine. I could get there and quarantine could be over, and then the following day they'd be like, well, we've had 3,000 more new cases, and so therefore everyone who's come here in the last week, they need to quarantine. So then all of a sudden I'm, basically in the same house that I grew up in for the next 2 weeks, in August, when it's actually awesome weather. So who knows? But I don't think I'm going to be going. And then if I had to guess, if we're lucky, Gracie and I are going to be able to hang out in September. But, it's pretty touch and go. Caesar says, are there mnemonic devices to memorize the Thai alphabet? Aztec says, even if you learn it, they still won't understand you unless you have a very considerate girlfriend who enjoys you trying. Yeah, absolutely. Although I will tell you, when I was in the dentist chair yesterday, and I spoke to him, I said something like, "Oh, Sadakap." He responded, "Oh, you speak Thai?" I said, "No, putai pasatai ni noikrap." And he said, "Oh, no, very good learning." I said, "No," I said, my Thai is not good. And he said, "Oh, no, good pronunciation." And I thought, oh, that's kind of interesting. So I said, maybe I got a leg up. And anyway, I've mentioned to you guys, I hope that, if Gracie comes over here and we decide, okay, well, we're going to stay here for a while. And again, that wouldn't be until, we've already got all the paperwork in place. Her daughter has a passport that's going to last like 3 or 4 years, and the ability for her to potentially start traveling internationally with us when she's not in school is going to be forthcoming and easy. We don't need to do anything more. Then Gracie would stay over here, a longer time, in which case it would be really neat to take Thai classes. And then, we get Gracie an education visa. That's basically just part of paying the school, because they're registered with the Department of Education, which isn't simple. So if they're doing that, then they have some integrity, and they can give us a visa that Gracie can legally stay here, and it'd be neat to learn. So Aaron says Isan is more forgiving, but it is not very useful. Aztec says Mike, however, is quite talented at how well he speaks. Thank you, man. I don't know about that, but Aztec says I have no idea how you've learned such good pronunciation. It's an interesting statement. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing. You're not the first person to say that, nor is that dentist. And all I can say is it must just be me picking up on the way that they speak. The Thais speak around me. And I don't think I do it consciously. So it might just be something I do. I can tell you that when I'm down in Mexico, I seem to I seem to pick up the pronunciation, and but again, Spanish is not Thai. You can literally have no tonal inflection and have no comprehension of the words that you're saying in Spanish. Great example right now. You could give me any textbook that is written in Spanish, and I can read the whole thing. I have no idea what it's saying necessarily, but I can read it and pronounce it, and stop when there's a period and make a comma sound with it. So, but that's let's face it, that's pretty easy. But yeah, I guess maybe I pick it up better than other people, but I don't know. And again, maybe I credit, or maybe the credit should be given to my girlfriend at the time, over 4 years ago, of course. But maybe that started a habit of saying it correctly, because again, and it wasn't so much her, but it was the fact that I was living with her at her house at her farm in the middle of Nakhon Ratchasima. And so, it was like I was in Korat, and there wasn't, I couldn't just like cruise down the street and be like, oh, well, this guy sells furniture, or he sells, 3BB internet or whatever. So obviously he's going to know some English. No, it was in the middle of nowhere, so to the point where I would like go out for my morning walks, and the kids would be being driven to school, of course, on the tractor, because of course the tractor was either used really early in the morning for the rice or the sugarcane farms. But then it was available, so they just used the same tractor to transport the kids to school that they did, to farm earlier in the day or later in the afternoon. And, I'd be walking down the street, and they would drive by me, and they would give me the full wave and everything. And, again, part of it was probably that I was holding around a camera, and maybe he does YouTube. I don't know how they acknowledge it, but anyway. Caesar says, Prawatisan Watamatan history and culture in Thai language. Yeah, you must have a good ear. I guess I must. Caesar says this new Samsung One speaks Thai beautifully. Beyond amazing tech for sure. Talk English to it, and it speaks Thai translation. I know exactly what you mean. Google Translate is actually pretty sweet, right? I mean, let's see how well I can translate the other way. Let's see if I type something in. ผมพูดได้ภาษาไทยนิดหน่อยครับ Oh, wait, hold on.
I am a little Thai man.
Let's see. เข้าใจภาษาไทยนิดหน่อยครับ Interesting.
A little Thai man.
It's weird that it says it that way. But anyway, yeah, you can do it the other way too, right? Let's see if I do a conversation. I do not understand Thai.
ฉันไม่เข้าใจภาษาไทย
I love you, darling. I love you, darling.
ผมรักคุณนะ
Oh, nah. I thought I was going to say tilak. Anyway. Yeah, no, it's pretty awesome. But acoustically, it's different with ambient noise. Yeah, and I got a whole lot of white noise blowing on me right now from the fan. So, and then Aaron gives us a laugh out loud. Thank you, sir. It takes some practice to get comfortable with it. Yeah, you got to go back and forth. I did a video, which I have not published yet. I put it up there. It was when Gracie and I, my first time, and of course with her, to Koh Si Chang, walked all the way up as we do. We walk upstairs, right? So it was like 396, and then it was another 130 or 170 or something to the total peak of the mountain, where they believe they have the footprint of the Buddha, which is up there. Anyway, so we walk up to this one place, and you have the ability to buy the oil and the 3 pieces of incense and the candle and then the little fleck of gold if you've ever done that process. And so he was there basically selling those to tourists, and for the most part, just Thai tourists. And anyway, he didn't speak any English, and so we were going back and forth with the translator thing. Like he would speak, and then I would speak, and I was like, "You got to be kidding!" I mean, because it's free, right? I mean, it's like whether I have that app or not, my phone cost me the same amount of money, and I was like, "This thing is spectacular." And we went back and forth, and he said like 7 or 8 sentences at a time. Then pause, and it would come back and say, "Oh yes, King Rama IX first came here in 1971 when he was in." I mean, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing." So yeah, it is pretty rad for sure. Important word. It's face. Aztec says Google knows your voice and language. You were designated. Indeed, yes. I've been indoctrinated as well. Stuck in Florida says Google Translate structures the sentence the way you say it, and it doesn't work for much of the Thai language. Indeed, yeah. I mean, again, it's the whole article, or rather noun, or rather adjective subject, differentiation. So, in other words, you'll say give me that orange table, and in English, right? Where of course in Spanish it's like give me the table orange, right? La mesa naranja versus orange table. I will say that was one of the neat things about Mexico, is it having a different language, of course, but it being so similar to English in the sentence structure. Now, at the time, I didn't realize that. I only realized that simplicity once I came here to Thailand, and because Thai is not simple. So anyway, Aztec says, I tries to use Google Translate to ask the clerk to help me find painkillers in a small supermarket. It took the poor patient guy 10 minutes to work out what on earth I wanted. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I guess, I mean, how would you say, well, usually what I've done is I've done the brand name. So instead of saying, painkillers, I would say like Tylenol, and then, something like Tylenol, mock. Like, I don't know whether that means with codeine or not, but I'll tell you what I really realized I had kind of made some headway learning Spanish was when I was able to basically make other people laugh. I mean, if you can like joke around with somebody in their then it's like, oh, okay, I'm doing, a little bit of sarcasm or, being facetious or something like this. And I'm like, okay, I'm doing it okay. So Brian says, I dare you to say, I thought you were asleep, dude. Brian says, I dare you to say my pen and I to Google Translate. All right, let's see what it says. Let me see if I can get it the other way. There we go. My pen and I.
Never mind.
I don't know, dude. I think that's pretty close. That's pretty damn close. Never mind. Aztec said he did work it out in the end, though. Aztec, work out the brand. Good idea. Yeah, I mean, because so many people know that, right? Oops. I said it again, and they repeated it because it loves me, Brian. Caesar says Alka-Seltzer has aspirin without a prescription blood thinner. Good to know. Brian says, Google, next time you have nothing to ask me, just call my name. There you go. Yes. I wonder if I have this at OK Google. There we go. Yeah, it actually opens it up. OK Google, what's the Thai word for painkillers?
In Thai, that's
ยาแก้ปวด
Not bad. You know what's crazy is I actually didn't know that I had that enabled in this, and my phone was here in the living room, and I'm in bed, and I don't know what I did, but I said something, because I talked to myself. And you guys made, like, I'm walking around, and I'll just be like, thinking to myself, and then I'll say out loud, oh man, I need to set an alarm. And the phone came up. So I'm in the bedroom, and I want to say that's probably, it's 10 meters from where the phone was or whatever. And I said, okay, Google, set an alarm for 7 a.m. tomorrow.
done. Your alarm.
That's weird that it didn't get to you. Anyway, and so it did that. And I was like, man, I completely forgot I have that on. And again, I'm not paranoid, and I don't care if they watch me or Big Brother, and all that. That's just the way I am. Many people are not necessarily paranoid, but they're conscious of it, and they think it's an unhealthy boundary for Big Brother to be listening. Fine, and that's fine. But I was like, man, I kind of this microphone's always on, huh? And I was like, oh, that's interesting, But in any case, it just, it allowed me to do, and in fact, I know what it was. I was going to sleep, and I was like, okay, I need to get up tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock. If I don't wake up tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, then I'm going to be unable to make my train at 7 o'clock, which at the time was going to get me down to Prachuap Khiri. And I really wanted to get down to Prachuap Khiri at 1 p.m. And if I didn't make my 7 o'clock train, that wasn't happening. So, technology helped me have a better life that day, which is kind of cool. I got to tell you, though, I am really excited to get on a plane. I'm not necessarily really looking forward to the initial travel process, because I'm pretty confident I'm going to get to the airport and there's going to be delays. But again, it's domestic travel, so it's not like I have paperwork that I'm going to need to present that's relative to my medical condition. I'm probably going to have to fill out something that relates to my medical condition. I had to do that when I got on the train. but again, I did that when I got on the before I got on the train both ways, and only on the return trip did the guy at the ticket counter actually like want. It was very bizarre. I filled out like one piece of paper, and then he took the information that I had in there, and then he filled out another piece of paper with like name, birth date, I think, passport number, and he didn't check whether I had a visa or not, telephone number. And he put that in there and did something with it. Now, on the ride up here, I was given a piece of paper and I was asked to fill it out and that sort of thing. And then I like was getting on the train, and they were, waving people on like, okay, go here. And I just kind of showed him my ticket and then I handed him the piece of paper that had like my medical information on it. And he said, no. And then I just got on the train and I held it with me. And I think I still have it like as a souvenir, but I never used it, So I have a feeling, but what was interesting about CB Media, he never mentioned that. And usually he's, pretty detailed. I love watching his videos. He does a great job with videos. Totally deserves his almost 100,000 subs. He's a rock star, and so he just kind of got to the airport. Now again, I can understand why he's not filming while he's checking in. I'm very reluctant to do that. One of the neat things he did do is take his camera and then he just put it into the thing and it went to the X-ray machine. And I'm like, that's kind of a neat effect. But, he didn't really go into detail there. So I am assuming that I show up, I give them my passport, and I have my reservation. And what's interesting about my reservation is here's what's funny. It's an e-ticket. But on the e-ticket, like literally one of the first things it says, make sure you print this out and have a paper copy of it. I'm like, yeah, but it's an e. Okay, whatever. But the point is I can't just have it on my phone, which is fine. I bought a inkjet printer to have in my apartment here pretty much for that reason. Like literally I will print maybe one page every 2 months, but I bought that, and it was like 1,000 baht or something, and it came with enough ink for me to handle whatever. I have a feeling that the ink will dry out long before it runs out, and so I have that and I can bring those with me. But I don't know, I'm not going to a business meeting. Like I don't need to meet someone, if I don't get to their office by 10:45, then, I'm not going to make the job interview. If I get to the airport and they're like, oh yeah, the 7 a.m. flight's delayed until 9 a.m., I'll be like, okay, well that's a bummer, but where do I sit until 8:45 kind of thing, So it's no big deal. And boy, I got to tell you, I really prefer traveling that way. I love traveling without having really any sort of agenda, is that the right word? Agenda, I guess, or requirements. In other words, like I don't have to get there by that time. Now, for sure, Gracie and I do travel, and sometimes we need to get to our connecting flight by a certain amount of time. And but before, when it was like we didn't have to, but I kind of made it as if we had to get to a certain place at a certain time. I prefer to get places before dark. That's for sure. Because I prefer to walk as many places as I can. But obviously, when you get to an airport, usually you aren't walking to your next destination. Usually the airport's in the middle of nowhere. But, Make It Fix It. Where are you off to? Going to see the big dog, Rob. Mr. Wagner. No, I'm not going to head down to Phuket yet. My initial goal is to probably get to Koh Samui. And I'm going to take a flight down to Surat Thani, and then from Surat Thani airport, I'm going to cruise over to the pier. And again, I get in at like 9 in the morning. I think my flight leaves at I want to say I can't remember. Oh, I missed this. I completely. Oh, I apologize. How many of these have I missed, guys? Oh, there we go. Stuck says, have a great day, Mike, and all the cool kids need to get a few hours of sleep before work. Stuck in Florida, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate you coming by. Aztec says goodbye to him. Okay, so that was the comment that I missed, so sorry about that. But thanks a lot, Stuck, man. Get some sleep. Have an amazing day at work, and I will hopefully see you back here at the Cool Kids table really soon. But yeah, Make It Fix It. I'm going to cruise down to Surat Thani. I'm taking Thai Lion Air, and it's like $30, I think, maybe $40 for the flight. And I'm anticipating that I don't need to like pay the extra money to get legroom and that sort of thing, because I believe that the seat next to me, if you will not be occupied, so I can at least kind of move around. And again, it's an hour and a half flight, so I'm like, so I'm literally and I'm not. Oh, and what's cool about Thai Lion Air is it includes 20 kilos of checked luggage, and I'm definitely not going to have that. I'll have my personal backpack thing with like my laptop and stuff, and I'll take that on the plane. But my clothes, that'll be in another backpack. So I guess I could take that on the plane too. But it probably weighs, I don't know, it probably weighs like 8 to 10 kilos kind of thing. So I'll probably just check it. So anyway, so I mean, it is what I'm paying, which is really cool. And of course, the price that's displayed, I love that fact that what's displayed is actually the cost of the ticket, for example, is like 750 baht, and the taxes are 250 baht. So it's like 1,000 baht for this ticket or something. Or maybe it's 1,200. I can't remember. But regardless, it's effectively no money. So the neat thing is that I'm going to get out, I'm going to get away, and I had it was kind of crazy, but if you've watched CB's recent videos, you'll know that he's down there too. Now, he went down to Surat Thani because he was going to go to a national park near there that's not open until July 1st, and so he forgot about that, or was and then he was told wrong information. So I guess in his last video he cruised out there. So I don't know if he's heading over to Koh Samui, but it's just sort of interesting how he's down there before me, and it's nice because like he's going through some stuff that literally I'll go through in a week from now, and I'm like, oh, I'll do that. Oh, I won't do that. I'm glad he did that instead. So I'll do number one. I'm not going to do the second thing. That would be crazy. So it's pronounced Tylenol, and hotel is Hoten. LNL sound. Yeah, when it's the last letter, totally. Not flying straight to Koh Samui. No, and I'll tell you why. Is the price, and it's just so much more expensive. I mean, it's literally the difference between. Even my round trip ticket, if I go to Surat Thani plus the ferry both ways, that all-in price is still cheaper than the one-way ticket from Bangkok down to Koh Samui, because Bangkok Airways owns the airport, so they effectively have a monopoly. Now, there are some other airlines that fly into there, but it was just cheaper to do it this way. And then I get to explore stuff, and it was price that was the kind of the deciding factor initially. But then, like I said, now that CV Media is down there, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool that I'm doing that. Maybe I'll do that too. Maybe I'll rent a motorbike. Maybe I'll hang out in Surat Thani. His first night that he was there, he paid like 750 baht for this fine hotel that was like near the night market that happens every night. And so I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll just basically do the same thing. I don't know what hotel he's in, and he's got way too many subs for me to like put stuff on the comments and then have him get to me. So I can appreciate that. I'm not going to try and message him on Facebook or whatever, because I'm sure he's inundated. And if I find the hotel that was 750 baht, great. If I find another hotel that's 850 baht, fine. But I'm going down there on a Tuesday, and so that's going to be pretty awesome. My flight is 7 in the morning, I think. Either that or I need to be at the airport at 7 and it's leaving at like 9. I can't remember. I believe, although, it's very early morning flight, and I need to be there like 2 hours ahead of time. And because the check-in counter closes 45 minutes before they leave. So that means that, like, I guess, and then I'm allowing some extra time to do some additional medical paperwork. Maybe. I mean, I'm sure they're going to check my temperature, but that's not going to add a whole lot of delay as it relates. And again, it's domestic. I don't know if I could use my driver's license to fly. I'm going to fly on my passport, of course. But for the most part, it's not like there's no immigration. I don't need to go in and out of anything. So, and I love doing that in Thailand, by the way, because I've taken domestic flights. Gracie and I flew down to Phuket, and it's so simple. I mean, it really is easy to fly around Thailand. So I'm looking forward to that. And then, of course, I'm certainly not going to be distracted by the price. So that will be awesome. Caesar asks, going to North Shore of Samui. I'm going to go to Samui. I have no idea. I will probably be on the North Shore. I'll probably be on the East, West, and South Shore. I have no real plans or agenda. Once I get over there and I get off the ferry, between now and Tuesday, I may like watch some YouTube videos on Koh Samui. But I can tell you that I don't anticipate the hotels being full on a Tuesday. So whether I get over there Tuesday afternoon, I actually am probably going to spend, once I get down to Surat Thani, I'm probably going to spend the day there and stay overnight and then just get up in the morning and catch the ferry. So I'll probably likely be over there like Wednesday morning. And so to your point of you can see Koh Phangan. How do you pronounce that? Koh Phangan. Is that right? Panang. I don't know. Anyway, Phang Nga, let's say. Phang Nan. Koh Phangan on a clear day. I want to go over to that other island. I hope that you can go from Koh Samui over to Phang Nga, but I don't know on a ferry. If I have to go from there back to Surat Thani and then over to that, just for the day, I'm probably going to stay over there, but I haven't decided on that either. So it's kind of up in the air, and I want to, because I like doing the daily live streams when I was on Koh Si Chang. So I may do that too when I'm over there. I may do a daily live stream. I'll definitely be videoing some stuff. So anyway, I'm really looking forward to it. Make It Fix It says, I spent 2 months on Koh Tao, 2 islands over, fantastic beaches. So thank you very much for that, by the way, because I was looking on online, because in my mind I'm like, wait a minute, aren't there like 3 islands over there? And I couldn't for the life of me see. I just saw Koh Phangan, and God, it bothers me. I don't know how to pronounce that. And Koh Samui. So let me take a look and let me see where Koh Tao is, because I want to find out Koh Tao, because I've heard of that, and everything I've heard about it it's been amazing. And so so there's Koh Tao, and Koh Tao is, that's the third one. Got it. Okay, that's the one I was thinking of. So that is north of Koh Phangan. Dude, that looks, that's like, how long? Hold on. How long were you there? 2 months, 2 islands over, fantastic beaches. That's what I need. A good condo block with a permanent night market. Yeah, for sure. I think that's going to be kind of cool. 5 minutes walk would be close enough. Totally, dude. I'm really looking forward to it. Caesar says, living close to large Thai market with prepared food is the ultimate. Mark Weens lived like a king for under $300 a month. Yeah, he was pretty awesome, wasn't he? Shared an apartment, I think. Used to be speedboats between them. Okay, well, that's cool. So maybe I'll be able to speedboat it over to Koh Tao. I actually am really excited about that. I had no idea that Koh Tao was the third one over there. I was thinking like Koh Yat Yai or something like that. But again, I believe that's in the PP Islands. So anyway, so thanks, man. That's awesome. I'm totally going to Make It Fix It. I'm going to totally take you up on that. Well, not take you up on that, but I'm going to definitely be very thankful to you for giving me that information. Because I'll tell you, I think today, what did we do, guys? I think we did like $40, right? And for $40, I can probably stay in a hotel 2 nights. I mean, so that's just, you guys are awesome. That's totally cool. Oh, my buddy Steve. He's come on the channel before. He's the guy that works over at Dell Technologies. I know he was heading down to Rayong, potentially on vacation. So, hey, Mike, how's things? Sorry, missed your YouTube. You still on Koh Si Chang? We'll have to quiz you about it. Want to go there? Yeah, he's lived here for years. He lives and works here, has a family here, and so he's been down to Rayong, but hasn't been over to Koh Si Chang. I highly recommend to Koh Si Chang, man. It was just so great, and it's so Thai, and it's so chill, and again, the best food, absolutely, made on the sidewalk, made on the street, old walks. It was just great food. I had some of the best pad thai I've ever had in my life, made by this woman who had to have been 113 years old. She was just amazing. Koh Tao means turtle island. Ah, okay, very good. Thais age them all. Ate them all. But the army is restocking now. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, cool. I'm glad that there's potential to see some turtles over there. I mean, again, I'm not a diver guy, so I'm not going to like jump into the water and try and see a giant turtle. Although I have seen them, the only time I've seen them actually is in Hawaii. But they're great, man. They're gorgeous and huge and majestic, and they're good swimmers. There's that. But so that's going to be good. Okay, so North Shore, Koh Samui. What about other places? I mean, in other words, let me ask you this, guys. If I just basically get off the ferry in Koh Samui and just walk to the nearest sort of hotel that's 1,000 baht or whatever, and then stay there and then get a motorbike, I assume I'm going to be able to figure out Koh Samui, right? There's no special place I need to do, or it's Mike, whatever you do not stay near the port. There are no good hotels during the port. Do not rent a motorbike near the port. Because I can tell you, if you go to Koh Si Chang, do not rent a motorbike right there on the pier. Just walk up a little bit and then go to one of the hotels. I highly recommend Charlie's Bungalows on Koh Si Chang. But again, and I've not only stayed there, I've stayed at another place. I've stayed at very expensive places, and I was like, this is lame. I can't wait to get back to Charlie's, because not only are they incredibly nice, but it's 1,000 baht a night. And the motorbikes that they rent you there are basically from the same place that rents all the other motorbikes, but they're in better condition. And so that was very helpful. Leeway, or the Kingly. Cool, you're still going. I left my pad and went to my student cafeteria, all you can eat lunch. Right on, dude. Very cool. I'm in the coffee shop in 3 hours. I am getting wings with friends, and see if you can keep up going until then. I can, but I don't know. I may do some stuff today. I haven't really decided. I mean, my grocery shopping means all I need to do is go to a website and actually tell what I want Happy Fresh to deliver from Big C. And you may be like, oh my God, you're so lazy. Well, I figured it out. Actually, it cost me more money to take the BTS to Big C and come back, and I got to lug all the groceries, because it's 30. Oh, it's about the same. So it's 66 baht to have food delivered, if they're not running a free promotion of free delivery right now through Happy Fresh from the Big C I would go to. I was actually at that Big C yesterday because I needed to go right next to it to kind of like a hardware store, but it's also got other things. It's called Mr. DIY, do it yourself. And I got a brighter bulb for this thing. I got a new, you know how in the Thai bathrooms, right? I mean, underneath the sink where the water comes in, they have that kind of almost industrial shut-off thing where you could almost hook a hose to it. But it's you could fill up a bucket of water, kind of thing. And so that had a little bit of a drip here. And it also had a little bit of a drip when we first moved in. And then the person who came in to basically fix it made it so that no matter how you turned the valve, no water came out. So I'm like, okay, whatever. And then when it started dripping the other day, I said, okay, well, I know how skilled they are at fixing this thing. So I'm like, this isn't working out. So I just simply undid the thing, turned off the water, went to Mr. DIY, got an infinitely better quality product with a really nice rubberized handle, and it had and the special tape. And so I put that on yesterday. So that was kind of neat. I mean, I like to, my dad refers to it, I think you guys have probably heard this phrase before, putter around the house. And so I was basically just puttering around the bathroom. And I still need to clean the place. I don't like cleaning necessarily. I like doing laundry, believe it or not, but I do not like cleaning. And so I don't know. I may, hire somebody to come clean the thing. I'm sure I could get a 1-bedroom apartment cleaned for 300 or 400 baht, and I'm sure they do a fine. They do it. I mean, I've got everything they need. I've got 2 kinds of brooms. I've got that special crazy fanned out broom that they use everywhere, and I got a mop, and I got the dual bucket thing. So you push it up and down, and it spins and everything and dries out. So I think I got everything they need. I have Windex. Oh, I do need paper towels. That reminds me, I need to get some of that. So let me make sure I got that, because I just noticed that went. Be careful, I heard some omelets have magic mushrooms. Oh yeah, I don't want that. That would definitely not be cool. Probably on Penang more so though. Okay. Aztecs, could you imagine being that tourist on the evening news? Only defense, all I had was an omelet. Yeah, exactly. Why are you so wasted? A lot of psychedelics are classified as poisons. Well, I would agree with all of that for me now, for sure. But so I think probably it's going to be a pretty it's going to be a fun way, at least for me, to travel because, like I said, I got the 2 backpacks, so I figured that out. Because what I wanted to do is I basically wanted to be able to just kind of like grab 2 backpacks that weren't so heavy and uncomfortable. So that's why I got the one that I wear on my back that that clips around the hips, and so a lot of the weight is on your hips versus the shoulders, so it's not killing my shoulders. And then the one I put in front, it's nice because it kind of like brings my shoulders forward, so it doesn't like kill my neck the whole time. So that's worked out pretty good. And I got to tell you, both of those backpacks that I got them on Lazada. And I think one of them was like $8 and the other one was $5. So I'm very pleased with that. That was a really cool find. And if you don't know, the reason I was so excited about that and the reason I'm such a cheapskate when it comes to backpacks is I used to go to so many IT conferences a year. I mean, some years I would go to 7 or 8. And easily I would get 3, if not like 5 or 6 backpacks at these things, because these conferences I would go to, they would cost at least $1,500. I mean, most of them were like $2,000, $1,999, $1,800, that sort of thing. So and that's just like for the registration, right? And then you got to pay another like $200 or $300 a night for the silly hotel, and especially if it was in San Francisco, then it's another it's almost $2,000 to have you sleep up there at night. So that was frustrating. But at the end of the day, because of the cost, then they give you a backpack. Well, as the years have gone on, I mean, even in the last like 5 or 6 years, these backpacks they give you are stellar. And so I had this really, really great backpack, very robust. The problem is that it's very heavy. I mean, just empty, it weighs 2 kilos. And it didn't have the shoulder, it didn't have the hip straps and stuff. So I'm stoked for these ones. And I'm thinking I'm going to be able to pretty much, just kind of cruise around. I've never been really good at that. I've always been like, okay, yeah, I've always sort of thought of myself, yeah, I'm a great, traveler and everything. But I always overpack, and I always, I take way more things than I need, which means I take up more space than I need, which means after about like day or 3 or 4, I'm just like, I don't want to lug this stuff anymore. Let's go home. And I hate that. Right. So I think I've kind of figured out a way to do it. And believe me, I mean, there are other people that I'm sure would look at my bag, especially for the stuff that I bring for YouTubing, and they could totally like, dude, why do you bring a tripod? Why do you bring a tripod and then a hand pod and then this clamp and this weight and then this gimbal with this, tripod base, and a laptop and an extra external USB microphone? Like, why do you bring... So anyway, well, I know I'm not taking my lavalier mics with me. Those things just sound lousy. I may bring the orange microphone that I've had before. I mean, it's pretty good outside, and if I use this Asus, it seems to color the sound to the point where I like it. So that's pretty good. Fangan, thank you very much. Fangan, very good. Thank you very much. Ko Fangan, that'll be excellent. I really appreciate that, Caesar. So yeah, so that's what I'm up to there. And then, man, now that I know that Koh Tao is over there, you're not kidding. The pictures of those beaches were epic. Who knows how long I'll spend over there? I mean, again, at the end of the day, whether I live up here in Bangkok or not, I'm paying. So my rent's $12,000, and then it's about another $1,000 for electric. Water is $100 baht. And, I mean, if I don't, my internet up here is, it's like 200 and it's like $7 for 50 megs down and 20 megs up, which works obviously very good for us here. And it's solid. It's not shared, which is nice. It's pretty reliable. I mean, there's been more times when the power's gone out and I've lost internet connectivity than when I've lost internet connectivity. But it does, every now and then, like you guys will say, it swirls. I kind of blame my laptop for that, though. Who knows? So basically, whether I live in Bangkok or not, Bangkok is going to cost me about 14,000 baht approximately. So, that's not nothing, but I mean, again, it's less than $500, and so when I'm traveling, then like my trip to, so when I left and I took the bus from Ekamai down to Rayong, then realized I couldn't get over to Koh Samet because there's no ferries running. It was closed. And I stayed in Rayong, and I had like a coffee, and then I had some dinner. And then from there, I had to take a taxi because there was like no buses or anything near me, and up to the pier, Koh Loi, where I then went over to Koh Si Chang and spent a time there. So I spent 3 nights there, and then 1 night in Rayong, bus down, bus back, all in, all my food, water, drinks, the whole deal. Motorbike rental, and then everything all in. I think, well, I can tell you exactly how much it was, but I think what I remember it being was basically $275 for like 4 days of vacation. So for the most part, I'm spending about $80 a day, because I have like a hotel that's like $35, and then I have a motorbike that's about $8, and so that was, but that wasn't too bad. But I think all in, I think everything that I spent, I think it was 8,000 baht. And then, oh my God, did I get another PayPal? Oh my God, thank you so much. That is awesome, man. I'm really honored, you guys. That's like so cool. That's just like so cool. And I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. That's like so awesome. Anyway, let me get to the Excel spreadsheet because I am curious now exactly how much I spent over the course of, so that was 4 days. So it's basically 5 days and, 4 nights, right? And then transportation there, back, that sort of thing. I didn't include the amount of money that it cost me on the BTS, but whatever. For me to get like around Bangkok on the BTS, it's like maybe I spend $2 in 1 day, if that. But so and that was on the 9th. So on the 9th, I took the bus down to Rayong, and I did my thing and hung out. Yeah, so I spent 8,854 baht, which is $277. So that's not too bad. I think that's pretty cool. And so my ticket on Thai Lion is 1,100 baht, which basically at the current exchange rate was about $35.50, and so that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy about that. I think that and by the way, my dentist appointment that was 1,186 baht. So I think that's a pretty good deal. I was ridiculously happy with the customer service, and we'll go back there all day long. So that's pretty good. So $38 to get my teeth cleaned, and for the most part, it's like $30. But I really like this place. The facilities were gorgeous, and I swear the device they used. I mean, it took him along with his assistant, sucking the water out. I want to say it took them less time the minute he started poking around in my mouth and showing me where he was cleaning and all that sort of thing, and then began the cleaning, and then did the flossing, and then did the polish, and then I was done. I think it took him less time to do that than it took for me to enter the building and fill out my paperwork, give them my passport, decide on what I wanted to do, and then wait the 2 minutes before they brought me into the room. Incredibly efficient, and so I was just ridiculously pleased with that. So anyway, I tell you what, guys, it is 1:43 right now. So basically, I've been on did 4.5 hours, and so it was awesome talking to you guys. I want to thank the guys so much in the super chats, and thank you so much for the PayPals. I'm going to call it a broadcast, and we're going to call it wildly successful, in fact. And now I'm pretty excited. I'm going to go check out Koh Tao online, and I'm going to check out Koh Phangan, and then obviously Koh Samui, and kind of figure out some stuff I'm going to do. I'm going to do grocery shopping, and I'm just gonna. I'm really excited. Thank you guys so much for these live streams. I mean, I really appreciate it. It's great hanging out with you, Caesar. Obviously, really good to see you. Hopefully, hopefully my travel plans will allow us to reconnect here in Bangkok when I'm not, when we're both not busy. Aztec says, Mike, you're a champ. Thanks for another cream. Great to catch up. It absolutely is totally great to catch up. Thank you for phrasing it that way. I completely agree that it's like after we haven't hung out in a while, then we come together at the Cool Kids table. And thank you, Caesar. Really appreciate it. Later, dude. Live it. Live the dream. Make it, fix it. And anyway, thank you guys so much. It's Mike's from LiveMyAssOff.com saying, I hope you're living the dream, because if you are not living the dream, then you don't know about the Cool Kids table. If you don't know about the Cool Kids table, ask one of these guys at the Cool Kids table. He'll tell you all about it, because it is freaking amazing. Talk to you soon.